while we're getting started, hello, I'm Sephiroth4 or Dovey. We're streaming for Nintendo Project, specifically Bad Games Done Slow, to benefit the Trevor Project. Trevor Project is a really important charity, as are a lot of charities, but this is a really important charity, especially during this month, Pride Month. Happy Pride, everybody. Because we're just in a time where LGBT plus youth are not in a good position in this country or pretty much most of the world, and any little bit we can do to help them out, I think, is a worthwhile cause. An update for the Wii U in this, the year of our Lord 2023, right? And to help raise that money, oh my god, we have so much time remaining. To help raise that money, we have incentives on screen there. I have queued up a Sonic fan fiction. So for $5, just $5, 5 US mortal dollars, you can read a line of, have me read a line of bad Sonic fan fiction. For $10, I will hold the controller, which in this case is going to be the Pro controller, the Wii U gamepad, because I didn't charge my Pro controller. I'll hold it upside down for half a minute. For $20, I will play off of my computer's delay, because the computer screen is attached to the capture card, so it's like a second or two off for a minute, and that's really annoying to try to do. For $40, you will force me to compliment a fairy-type Pokemon, the bane of my existence. For $50, I will restart whatever level it is, assuming that that's a thing I can do. And for $75, we'll stop the stream and I'll draw Sonic OC. What's it like having a Pro controller? I feel like a professional. We're almost halfway there. We are almost halfway there, actually, which is kind of awesome. Once we make it higher, we're not going to be halfway there, but you know what? That's fine. As it is, yeah, $932 within 24 hours is amazing. It's one of our best, I think. So, congratulations, everybody. I appreciate all of you for the hard work you've been doing so far. All I've seen parts from Tom, and all I know is Bounce Pad, yeah. Boom of Sonic, Fall of Lyric Studios, exactly. Hello, Beak Beak. How are you doing? But, yeah, I guess in the meantime, everyone give yourselves a pat on the back. Exactly. But yeah, so while we have 17 minutes left, I'm sorry. While we have 15 minutes left, there's just something very funny about, the complete... Oh, it's back up! Honestly, we could just, stare at the timing thing here the whole time and just watch it go up and down despite making progress. Alright. I mean, we could do, we could run a poll being like, hey, how long do you think it's actually going to take? But you know what? While we're waiting, why don't I start off the Sonic fan fiction? Because I feel like, if we grease the wheels a little bit, give everybody a little taste. Raquel, hello! You're watching us play Update Sonic Boom. Let's see. For freezies, that's right. You'll get a little taste. It's it's like a drug dealer, you get a little bit for free and then you get hooked and then you have to start paying for it. Except in this case it goes to charity. Jeremy Snappy, hello. It's TLDR. They hate fairy Pokemon, but they vehemently despise Toadette and Altaria. They're also just overall toxic people that got kicked from the Discord. Oh no! While thinking it wasn't their fault. Toxic people getting banned? Gasp. In my experience, this is not how drug deals work. Well, in my experience... Anyway. Let's get this thing started while you're all watching this beautiful update screen. Sonic High School by Dank Matter. I have to, read this from across the screen in across the room in giant text on my computer, so I'm sorry if I missay things. Summary. Sonic High School features Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Amy, Rouge, Espio, and more in crazy high school drama, passionate romances, and crazy cliffhanger endings. It is known as the most addictive story online, and it is the ultimate Sonic story about high school. This story contains no graphic descriptions, and all the high school students are 18 years old. Let's see. Chapter 1. Sonic's Journal. Sonic woke up and looked at the clock. 7 o'clock, it said, and Sonic screamed. "I am late for school! I have to get to school now!" said Sonic, jumping out of bed. Sonic put his clothes on really fast and ran out of his room because he is fast. "No time for breakfast," said Sonic, as he ran past Sonic's mom. "You will regret this," said Sonic's mom, leering at him from the kitchen stove, wearing aprons and oven mitts on her hands, multiple aprons. Sonic did not care. He was late. Sonic ran outside and ran to the bus stop where people were getting on the bus. "Tails, Knuckles, wait for me," said Sonic as he ran toward the bus. "Hey Knuckles, it's Sonic," said Tails to Knuckles at the bus stop. "He is late," said Knuckles to Tails before getting on the bus. Sonic ran so fast to the bus and he got on the bus after Tails. God, I need to stop editing this in my mind. Right? Good news, we still have 10 minutes. "Just in time," said Sonic, huffing and puffing like he was doing the Cupid Shuffle for the first time. What the heck is the Cupid Shuffle? Excuse me. Thank you so much, Brett, for your donation. I appreciate it. Where was I? Right, the Cupid Shuffle. I will get you for this, mark my words. Why do any of them need to ride the bus is an amazing question. Why does this sound like the plot of a terrible pornographic video? It does, but it says it doesn't have any graphic depictions. Kevin, hello. I'm willing to hear the story so long as it doesn't involve a bench. Anyway, Sonic sat down next to Tails, and Knuckles sat behind them, taking up both seats. Oh, look at Knuckles. He's a bad boy, isn't he? Oh my god, the next line. "I'm so bad," said Knuckles, laughing because he sat where two people could sit. Oh my god. It's not good when you predict a fanfic's next line. I'm a little scared for myself right now. Okay. Let's keep going. Knuckles did this every day, and no one bothered him, but they all knew it was against the rules of both men. I'm sorry. It's way too late at night for this, but they all knew it was against the rules of both man and God. The bus started. Excuse me. Taking up two seats on the school bus is against the rules of both man and God. I'm crying already. I'm crying. I'm half a page into this thing and I'm crying. Excuse me. I'm sorry. How much do I have to donate for less of this? How drunk are you? I have taken no alcohol today. It is 12 a.m. though, and that makes you drunk and it's on. Should I do this tomorrow during my block? Honestly, why not? Where was I? The bus started and drove at the school. Not drove to the school, drove at the school and parked, and they got out. I need to center myself again. We're at school now, said Tails. It's time to go to class. Sonic was also at school, so he went to his first class of the day, English class. Sonic did not like English very much, but he did not like any class very much that was not about running and going fast, which is what Sonic does best. Sonic got to his class and sat down in his seat. It is journal day, said Sonic's English teacher, Mrs. Lesson. Mrs. Lesson was tall and white and had gray hair, and she was not pretty. That's mean. Take out your journals and put them in a pile, and I will read one of your entries to the class. Sonic took out his blue journal and ran to the front quickly and put his journal on her desk and ran back to the desk. All with his head down and not talking or looking at anyone. Sonic was so fast that he did it first. Everyone else did it afterward, and slower. Our neighbors are gonna hate us. Mrs. Lesson is the worst teacher, very obviously. Mrs. Lesson grabbed a journal from the pile, and Sonic knew it was his, because it looked just like Sonic's journal. Sonic knew this, because he had written in it so many times it was crazy. Mrs. Lesson opened to a totally random page, and it was the worst page she could pick. She began to read. Dear Journal, I called the doctor today about a problem. I have a problem. Oh no. Oh, Ariel, you're so close. I called the doctor today with a problem. I have a problem with my balls. They are itchy, and it is difficult to sit still with them because they are so itchy. I have to back up against stucco surfaces and rub up and down just to relieve the itchiness. No creams have worked. Creams only make my balls smell like the breath of a thoroughbred. And I think Amy, my girlfriend, noticed. I hope my doctor calls. Love, Sonic. Are you sure this isn't bad porn? It's the worst porn. It's the worst porn. The type that doesn't have pornography in it. How much do I have to donate for less of this? I like that he ended his journal entry with Love Sonic. Let's see, how much... Okay, that is about half of chapter 1 right there. So we're going to stop there, and if you want to hear more, donate $5. Donate $5, and I'll read a line or two. If you get in lots of $5 donations, we can get to the end of chapter 1 and see where the heck this horrible train wreck goes. I'm excited for that, but unfortunately for now, you're going to have to wait for people to give money to see more of this. This fanfiction is. In the meantime, we're only 4 minutes out from playing the game. You know what? Important. Let's read the tags and characters in this. Relationships: Amy Rose / Sonic the Hedgehog. Cream the Rabbit / Miles Tails Prower. I really tried to find a good Knuckles Sonic / fic, but I just couldn't find one. Or a bad one. I guess there are probably a lot, but I didn't have time. We have Knuckles the Echidna / Rouge the Bat. We have Espio the Chameleon / Rouge the Bat also. Ooh! Let's see, characters. Sonic the Hedgehog. Miles Tails Prower. Knuckles the Echidna, Amy Rose, Rouge the Bat, Espio the Chameleon, Shadow the Hedgehog, Cream the Rabbit, Charmy Bee, wow, we got everybody, Vector the Crocodile, original female character / characters, Dr. Eggman, and original child characters. Additional tags, drama and romance, alternate universe high school, aged up characters, re-upload, and Sonic dies, lol. Sonic's nasty nuts. That's gonna be like a a store that he opens up or something. I'd rather read the instruction manual for Philips CDI. What if I change the thing to not $5 to make me read a line, but $5 to make me stop reading? If they're all 18, does that mean this is also senior year of high school? I guess so, right? Was this Leisure Suit Larry? I guess so. $10 to make you stop. Well, we have 3 minutes. Let's see how far we can get before this is done. We have 2 minutes now. $100 to make you stop. Donate money, and I will stop reading for the number of seconds. The number of seconds. It's $1 per second. It's $1 per second to make me stop reading. "Oh no, stop reading," said Sonic, but he reacted too late because it was already read. All of it. Dovey, I'm poor. Everyone in the class laughed, and Sonic felt like an idiot asshole because now everyone knows all about his ball problems. Sonic felt his rage build up inside him like a pool of lava in a volcano. "Stop laughing at me. Aw, don't tell anyone. That's it. We're done.
If you
no
were
more
here
Sonic."
yesterday, you'll remember that we started a particularly egregious Sonic fanfiction called Sonic High School. We only got through the first half chapter, but it was an experience. And if you want us to continue that experience, all you gotta do is donate $5. $5 to read a line. However, thank you. Thank you to whoever just helped with that. $10. Ooh, we got 2 lines. Thank you, fanfic, for donating $10. So yeah, we'll read a couple lines there. I also added a new incentive for $40, as you can see. I changed it from complimenting a fairy type to just reading half a chapter. Because, yeah, that's like a sale almost, because half a chapter is definitely more than 4 lines. But you know what? We got $10, let's read a little bit more. And I'll even throw in a little bit. We'll do a recap of events so far. Previously on Sonic High School, Sonic woke up in the morning. His mother, Sonic's mom, leered at him for not eating breakfast, she wearing aprons and oven mitts on her hands. "We're having a sale!" Exactly. Sonic ran to the bus where Tails and Knuckles were waiting. Knuckles, the bad boy, took up 2 seats on the bus, despite it being against the rules of God and man, or man and God. Sonic got to school just in time for journal day in English class with Mrs. Lesson, the ugly teacher. Mrs. Lesson chose his journal among all the others and started to read aloud from a random page, where we learned that Sonic decided to write in intimate detail about how itchy his balls are. And it was thoroughly embarrassing. But with that being said, let's continue. "Oh no, stop reading," said Sonic, but he reacted too late because it was already read. All of it. Everyone in the class laughed, and Sonic felt like an idiot and asshole because now everyone knows all about his ball problems. Sonic felt his rage build up inside him like a pool of lava in a volcano. "Stop laughing at me! Don't tell anyone!" shouted Sonic, but everyone was laughing so loud that they did not hear him, and Sonic was just so embarrassed and mad and sad, but more embarrassed, so he ran out of the class fast. Sonic ran to his locker and opened it and screamed into it. He screamed, "This sucks!" and curse words too. Curse words is capitalized, by the way. Both curse and words are capitalized there. And if you want to hear more of that, you're going to have to donate. With that being said, let's get into the game. Last time on Sonic Boom, I saved my progress. Not curse words! Yes, curse words! Terrible, terrible curse words. But yes, thank you for donating for that. I don't understand what these are for. That freaked me out. That absolutely freaked me out. Paper Star with $80. Top of the morning. Not anyway, I guess it's time for school, Sonic, so wake up, sleepyhead. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so for $80, first of all, thank you. Second of all, do you want me to just read like a whole chapter of the fanfic then? It's basically double that.
Look at us go.
Yup. Great. Awesome. Let's go. Let's just... Apparently I can just stay on the water here. I don't even have to run on it. Okay, well, let's walk on the water here. And get ready. Oh my god. Okay. So, thank you, Paper Star, for your contribution. Let me see if I can read this from here. I'm gonna move my chair just a little bit so that I can actually see the screen better.
With me.
Excuse me. So Sonic just cursed because everyone found out the secret of his sweaty balls. "What is the problem?" said Tails. "Are you mad?" said Tails. Sonic was mad, so he nodded. "You should tell everyone that it is okay to have problems with your balls, and that they probably have problems that they do not want everyone to know about too, so stop laughing at me." Sonic thought Tails was right, because Tails was smart. Knuckles was there too, so he said, "Sonic, what is this
Look at us go.
Oh my god. One sec, I just need to get off the water so that Sonic stops talking back to me. Sonic, what is this I heard about your having problems with your penis and balls? Sonic was so mad again, so he punched Knuckles and ran away quick. Where Sonic ran to was his next class. It is now second period, so it was okay, and that class was history class. Sonic did not care about history class. "Hey Amy," said Sonic, "check me out," and Sonic did a dance move. "Wow, cool, let's kiss," said Amy. And Sonic and Amy kissed right there in the class, and some of the other people in the class watched, but the teacher wasn't there yet, so they didn't get in trouble, and who is gonna tell Sonic he can't kiss his girlfriend in class? Amy kissed Sonic so hard that he was thinking, "Let's have sex," but he didn't say it because the teacher would show up by the time they started. The teacher would show up by the time they started to have sex in history class. Sonic kissed back really hard, and it was sexy to everyone. He rebounded really fast from the horrible embarrassment of his body problems. The teacher arrived, and they did class, but Sonic just looked at Amy the whole time, who was sitting next to Rouge. Amy and Rouge talked, and they looked at Sonic sometimes and laughed, and Sonic thought Amy was telling her about how awesome Sonic kissed her, but it was not. Rouge was telling Amy about Sonic's gay ball problems, and Amy was Sonic's girlfriend, but she thought it was just the funniest thing ever. Class ended, and Sonic went to Amy quick and did not stop on the way. "Hey Amy, why do you go telling Rouge about how hard we kiss? Smiley face," said Sonic with a smile on his face that meant he did not care that Amy did this and really wanted her to, with 2 O's, because it made him look cooler. Doobie why? "Actually, Rouge was telling me about the problems with your balls and penis and butthole." Wow, this is really just escalating. "That everyone found out about in your English class." Wow, was Sonic surprised? He did not know what to say. Chapter 2, The Prom. This has been a tone shift in my day. Not sure if I should be amused or disturbed. Definitely. How much money to stop the fanfic? $50. No, you have to match who... You have to match the last donation. That's what it is. It has to be 80 to make me stop. Chapter 2, The Prom. The rest of the day for Sonic was awful. So bad it was that Sonic went home and went right to the bathroom and took a big poop. It was a mad poop because it went out fast. It shooted out of his butthole so fast that it was like a gun shooting. Amy, now's not the time. His poop stunk so much that even the neighbors could smell it, and they all had a meeting at night about what to do about it, and they decided they would just put fans on outside, and if it really started to smell again, they would do something else. Gotta poop fast. So Sonic pooped and went to his room and shouted into his pillow, "I hate everything!" Sonic shouted loud, and he heard a knock at his door. "What is wrong, Sonic?" asked Sonic's mom. "Nothing," said Sonic. "It's nothing," said Sonic, end quote, comma, said Sonic. "Okay, just keep it down because I am trying to watch the T-V, said Sonic's mom to Sonic, and left without saying anything else. Sonic was in his room still, so he looked out to the window and saw Tails flying there with this flying Tails. "Sonic, are you okay?" said Tails. "I was worried about you, Sonic." Sonic was less mad because Tails was always nice and smart and didn't care that Sonic left his... No, that's exactly what it says. That Sonic left his porns around his room so he could think about kissing and doing sex on Amy when he wasn't with Amy. "Please be happy," said Tails. "Are you there?" Doing sex on Amy, not with her. Sonic went to the window and opened the window. Sonic grabbed Tails and put him on the bed because Sonic is strong too. "This day was the worst," said Sonic. "Everyone thinks I am a gay loser, all because I gave them my journal." Sonic cried a little, and Tails put his hand under his face to catch his tears. Tears can stain a carpet. I'm getting some vibes over here. I'm getting some real vibes over here. Tails hugged Sonic and said, "I am always here for you, letter U. The prom is tonight also." "Wow, I forgot," said Sonic. Sonic ran to his closet fast and pulled out his prom uniform, it's a tuxedo, and put it on faster. "Is our limo here yet, Tails?" said Sonic while looking at Tails. "Tears can stain a carpet." "Yes," said Tails right back. "Let's go," said Sonic and went outside with Tails, who was also in prom clothing, and they went outside and got in the limo. "The limo is broken," said the limo driver, who looked like a person. Oh my god. Excuse me. "The limo is broken," said the limo driver, who looked like a person but darker colored. That's terrible. I'm just gonna step back from this thing for a second and say that's not right. Anyway, Sonic is racist now, apparently. Listen, Sonic has also been homophobic so far in this fanfic, so it doesn't surprise me. Anyway, Sonic and Tails got out of the limo and asked the limo driver if they could fix it. Amy, stop it. "Nope, the limo is broken eternally," said the limo driver. So Sonic grabbed Tails' hand and said, "Let's go," and ran all the way to the prom, which was on an island called Ghost Island. Okay, so they're taking a limo to an island? Also, like, man, seriously, like, do you all not feel the vibes between Sonic and Tails right now? Like, I'm just saying. "This place is scary," said Tails. Ghost Island was really scary. It was shaped like a skull, and everything looked like it was dead. The universe's most broken down limo. Yeah, this limo is not getting fixed. Sonic looked at Tails. "Yeah, it is," said Sonic. "Why would put the prom on this island?" said Tails. "I don't see anyone else from the school here." Tails and Sonic were both worried about it all. Sonic and Tails walked forward, and there was a haunted house. Sonic and Tails went into the haunted house, and it was spooky. Sonic saw a ghost, and Tails saw a mummy. There was a man laughing. "Ha ha ha! Sonic and Tails, now you are both here and fallen right into my trap," said the man, laughing. The man looked like a fat, immature gay. That's mean! It was Eggman. "Eggman, why you're here?" asked Sonic and shouted at Eggman. "Are you here for the Chaos Emeralds?" Exclamation. Sonic shook his fists at Eggman and Tails ran at him. But what an idiot he was, because a cage fell down from the top of the sky and trapped Tails. "You are doomed now," said Eggman. "Welcome to a graveyard of you." Sonic was shocked, but did not run forward, because he did not want to get caught too. But what if Eggman did not have another cage? Sonic did not know, so he went to the side into a different room. This room was smaller and had carpets and wallpaper. It was still scary though. Sonic said, "I need to find a way out and to save Tails," and he walked into a door that was on the next wall. "Next thing," said Sonic, and he came out of the room into the same room he was in. "This is a haunted house, so you always come back to the same place," said Sonic, thinking of famous saying he saw once on the wall of a Walgreens where it was written. Yes, I too have trouble finding my way out of Walgreens, the pharmacy slash convenience store. Eggman laughed and pointed at Sonic. I kissed Amy and now you can never date her again because I am going to do sex to her tonight. This is like Dio saying like, I got your first kiss! No, this cannot be real, said Sonic. Sonic knew that he had to do something. But what? End of chapter 2. If you want to hear more with chapter 3, the 2 most important people, you gotta donate.
The spots. I mean, we almost did, but heard the sirens and off they went before they saw us whip by.
Oh my god.
Guys, where are we?
Freaked me out again. We need to know. Oh my god, it's another $40. Thank you, Paper Star. Alright. We got half a chapter. You guys can watch this cutscene, I'm not. Sonic High School, Chapter 3. The 2 most important people. Sonic ran the fastest right to Dr. Eggman, right through his traps and jumped at the floating platform that Eggman was standing on. I'm coming for you, said Sonic, and he jumped right up to the platform and got so close but fell because it was just too high to reach even for Sonic. Sonic said, damn, and ran up the staircase that was in the middle of the big room that were under Eggman. Sonic ran to the top, and at the top he jumped again from a higher spot, and this time reached the platform because it was easier to get to. Now you are mine! Shouted Sonic right to Eggman in his ear. I'm not going to fall this easily, said Eggman, who then grabbed a crystal remote control out of his pocket and pressed a button on it that made a dome of lasers around Eggman. Get out of here, yelled Eggman. I am Eggman and I will have my way with the treasures of this island, said Eggman. Eggman flew up higher on his platform, and Sonic had already fell from the lasers that were on the floating platform, so Sonic didn't get to go too. Eggman disappeared into a purple and black portal at the top of the ceiling, spelled S-E-A-L-I-N-G, and Sonic was left at the bottom of the room in the middle of the stars. Stairs. Stairs, not stars. Okay. Amy still has to be here somewhere, and I need to get Tails out of that locked cage, said Sonic, thinking about what he should do next. Sonic ran up the stairs really fast and down the hallway at the top of the stairs on the second floor. Sonic picked a door and ran into the door. The room Sonic ran into had a big picture of an old man on it, and he looked just so old that it was like seeing a skeleton right there. Sonic said, this man probably died ages ago and left all his money from being in real estate, R-E-A-L-A, space, state, to his sons who would build this place. Sonic thought this was not the right room to be in, so he left it and went into the next room. One more paragraph. This was the right room to be in, Sonic knew immediately. There was a big red bed, and Amy was tied with a rope around her feet and hands, and there was another rope around her head with a lock in her mouth so she couldn't open it or say anything at all. Sonic ran right to the bed without doing anything before doing that, and untied Amy with his sonic speed. And we'll have to find out what happens next after our next donation. Thank you very much. But we did this already. And I'm not playing this game outside of these streams, so I don't really feel like I need to do completionist oh my god. Completionist activity. Paper Star. You would think this is for a Sonic OC, and you would be wrong. I need to know if Eggman has sex on Amy or if Sonic dies. Or if Sonic does, excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna get out of this. $75. First of all, thank you so much. Second of all, oh my god, what does that equal to? Why did Knuckles go from twunk to hunk? I don't know. They had to make him distinctive, so they just made him into a himbo. I have to ask Junie what she thinks about this version of Knuckles. Okay, I should probably take the shields off and not forget that that's what you're supposed to do like an idiot. Okay, can you all stop attacking me? I need to read a fan fiction.
I didn't even feel that. Bird, baby.
Why wasn't Sonic helping me over there last time?
We came, we saw, and we won.
Okay, is everyone done attacking me?
We have more
No.
Sonic.
Okay, wow, we went really far behind. Always remember to save your game when you're doing a bad game block, because otherwise you're just gonna have to fight this guy like 4 times. Can I just push you off the ledge? I would love to do that. You like pull the top off of him and he explodes or something. Okay. Come on, let me just stay on this thing. I don't want momentum. I just want to bounce forever. Thank you. Okay. Why does the robot look like that? That's a great question. Okay, so for $75 you get we'll round it up to 4 chapters with the way that that things are going over here. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Because I'm not. Let me just move my chair up a little bit so I can actually read my computer screen. So once again, where we left off last, Eggman had set up a trap pretending that Sonic's prom, high school prom, was in a specific location on a haunted island in a haunted mansion. But it turns out that wasn't a prom, it was a trap. Let's see. And Tails got locked in a cage because he wasn't watching where he was going. So, yeah, Sonic High School Chapter 3. Sonic was going from room to room, and finally, this was the right room to be in, Sonic knew immediately. There was a big red bed, and Amy was tied with a rope around her feet and hands, and there was another rope around her head with a lock in her mouth, so she couldn't open it or say anything at all. Sonic ran right to the bed without doing anything before doing that, and untied Amy with his sonic speed. "I am so glad you are here," said Amy. "This prom is not turning out like I hoped it would when I bought this dress." Amy was wearing a pretty red dress that was like what she normally wears, but longer, and there were 2 flowers on the 2 shoulders. Amy's dress also made her boobs look bigger, Sonic noticed. Sonic thought for just a moment that this was the perfect moment to get her to give sex to him, But he did not do it because Tails still needed help. "Where is the key to open Tails' cage?" said Sonic to Amy. "We need to open Tails' cage. He can't get out of the cage." "I saw Eggman putting a key in the safe behind the picture in the room you were just in," said Amy. 1 second. No, 1 sec. I need to restart the electricity on my back, I'm sorry. So let's go get it. Oh, yeah, I got it. Thing has like a 60-minute timer. Ooh, there we go. Oh lordy, it just got hot in my room. No, put it too high. No, it's good. Did I already mention the cage? The one Tails is trapped in? Yeah, the cage. The cage specifically for Tails. The cage that Tails is trapped in. Tails' cage. So let's go get it. Amy and Sonic ran to the next room, and Sonic got there first. He is the faster one in the relationship. In every way? I don't know if that's so great in a relationship. Sonic punched his big strong hand right through the painting like a bodybuilder and found the safe behind the painting. "This safe needs a password," said Sonic. "What could it be?" Sonic thought long and hard about everything he knew about Eggman. Sonic... You know, I'm gonna take like the casual homophobia out of this. I'm just gonna edit that out. I know they're all high school, and you know, high school kids like to use the word gay as a pejorative, but I think that, especially consider the content here, I'm just gonna leave those parts out if y'all don't mind. I'm just gonna edit it slightly. Let's see, where were we? Sonic knew Eggman was an asshole who always ruined Sonic's plans to be the hero, and now he ruined Sonic's prom. Sonic tapped on his brain and thought harder. We need the Jimmy Neutron game that Twi was doing. Maybe the password is his name, said Amy. It was not, and Sonic knew it before Sonic put it into the safe lock. I love her for her body, thought Sonic. Sonic thought harder and had an idea. Oh my god. What if the password is Saoch Stlarmeme? SAOHCSDLAREME, finally shouted Sonic at Amy next to him. Amy, who was there, said, "What does that mean?" Amy, Sonic's girlfriend, was confused. I like how we have to continually establish the existence of the characters that are still there. It is Chaos Emeralds backwards, said he. It is Chaos Emeralds backwards. What he really wants, but messed up so we would not guessed it, screamed Sonic, so happy. Sonic typed the password into the safe, and would you know it, it popped open and there was this big key, so Sonic took it. Sonic ran down the stairs, and then Amy did, and Sonic opened Tails' cage, and Tails got out. I am so glad to be safe once again. Thanks to you, Sonic, the day is saved. Tails was smiling bigger than a crocodile having a silly dream, but Sonic was not. What is wrong, Sonic? Everything is right now, said Sonic. I think that should be said Tails. No, it isn't, said Sonic, so mad and sad. Eggman got away without a real punishment for what he did. Sonic shook his face at the sky, thinking about how Eggman slipped away, like a slippery balloon that Sonic let go of. But we are all safe, said Amy. That is what really matters. Sonic figured right then that Sonic figured right then that Amy's superpower must be being nice, because he knew before it wasn't being smart, which Tails was best, and Sonic is also good at it too. Sonic did not even think about how his day at school was bad anymore, because his balls did not really even itch anymore. Sonic laughed, Tails laughed, Amy laughed, and they went home ready for the next day of high school. End of chapter 3. There's a lot to unpack from that chapter. I think we're just gonna move on from it. Chapter 4. Getting a date. Sonic did like in the first chapter and went to school again. Now it's lunchtime and Sonic was in the lunchroom. Sonic was telling all of the people at his table, who were Tails, Knuckles, Shadow, Espio, and Charmy B, about what did happen yesterday, but Tails already knew, so he was nodding his head like a good friend. "You should have seen it," said Sonic. "I was in the haunted house, and I shot Eggman, but I let him get away right before I could have killed him." Sonic laughed, and Tails laughed at the same time. Knuckles said, "You should stop going on these cool adventures, because high school is more important," said Knuckles. And Sonic knew he was right, because it's called Sonic High School. And it should be more about the high school part. So Sonic asked them all what they're up to. THEIR, up to. "Well, I am entering the science competition," said Tails. "I'd win the science competition. I have to come up with the best invention, and my invention is this invisibility hat. This will not end well. It makes you invisible, but I can't do it right now, because I would have to make sure it works perfect for the science competition." Tails was so smart that Sonic knew he would win the science competition, because Tails is like Einstein, but spelled INESTINE. Is that how you think Einstein is spelled, with a capital I at the beginning? Einstein? Okay. We can tell from this who is not Einstein. I like how the degree of writing is slowly deteriorating as we're going through. Okay. "Nerd!" shout Knuckles right into Tails' ear. "What a bad guy. I am just hanging out and not going to class because I want to cause trouble," said Knuckles. Knuckles was so bad that he would cause trouble. Sonic. I'm not gonna read this, but Sonic thought Knuckles was something that rhymes with a duck. That's mean. Okay. Shadow was next, and he was badder than Knuckles, but in a different way. "I'm not gonna be around much longer," said Knuckles. He always did, at the end of what he was saying, because it was mysterious. Is that supposed to be Shadow? It says, I think that's supposed to be Shadow, not Knuckles saying, "Where are you going?" said Tails, because he was curious. "I am going to kill my parents," said Shadow. See, this is how Shadow is worse than Knuckles. He did serious bad things. At least at the end of the day, Knuckles could sleep. Shadow was too dark for that. I am going to try out for the football team," said Espio. Espio was athletic like Sonic, but not as fast, but he had a horn on his nose that was good for attacking people in front of him, so Sonic thought he would be good at football. Too dark for sleep, that's right. I am gonna try out for the play, said Charmy Bee. Charmy Bee was loud and singing always. You're an annoying jerk, so you should do great, said Knuckles. Do not hurt my feelings, said Charmy. Charmy was used to being hectored, so he was able to remove himself from his potent fury. Did you see Rouge just now? Said Espio. She is looking so hot in her tiny bra. Espio obviously wanted to kiss her deep. You should ask her out, said Sonic. But the prom was yesterday, said Espio. Well, that is okay. You can date any time, said Sonic. Oh, said Espio. Well then, I am going to kiss and sex her tonight. Espio was like a little boy looking at his mom's boob for the first time. Is that what kid... Yeah? Yeah? Let's move on. Sonic and Tails together were both looking at each other, and they wanted to help Espio. We are going to help you get a date, said Sonic and Tails at the same time, simultaneously. We are going to do it right now, said Sonic and Tails. Sonic and Tails got up and both grabbed one of Espio's arms and dragged him across the room. Sonic did most of the dragging because he is stronger, and put him right at Rouge. What is this about? Said Rouge with a questioning sound. She blinked her eyelids quickly like a race car. What? What do you want? Why are you here? Espio looked right into her eyes with a passion like 100 barking dogs and said, Rouge, will you go out with me? Espio was sweating, and there were drops of sweat dropping off his hands in front of her. I mean, I don't know, in cars they blink, right? I don't know, said Rouge, looked at Espio. Rouge gave him a sexy look that made Espio feel in love. Please do it, said Sonic and Tails together at the same time. Okay, we can go on a date tonight, said Rouge. Sonic and Tails and Espio were stoked and high-fived right there. By the time this night ended, one of them would have done their first sex. Are Sonic and Tails gonna join in this thing? Like, why are they high-fiving there? Now here's the hard part, said Espio. How do I put sex in her without getting in trouble? Sonic and Tails looked at each other and thought, uh-oh, and Tails walked out while holding onto Rouge's boobies, because they are now boyfriend and girlfriend, and it's allowed to do it. End of chapter. I like that as soon as you ask someone out on a date, you can immediately just grab their boobs. Like, I know that's how it works in real life, right? I've never been on a date before, I wouldn't know. The cliffhanger. Alright. Next chapter. Chapter 5. Preparation. It was the end of the day at school, and it was time that Sonic and Tails and Knuckles got back on the bus at the bus stop to board it all the way home from school. We are on the bus now, said Tails. No more classes. Tails was happy, but sad because he was smart. Sonic and Tails sat down together, and Knuckles sat right in the middle of the aisle. which he usually did not do, but sometimes did when not everyone was on the bus. It looked like Espio and Rouge were not on the bus because they were too busy getting ready to go sex tonight now that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. Knuckles laid across the aisle, even more stretched out than where he just sat across 2 seats, because now the limits were the Alpha and the Omega. Okay. "How can we help Espio?" said Sonic to Tails. Tails responded, "I don't know," and thought about it on the bus. Why don't you not help him out? Seems like he's got this. The bus drove bumpy on the bumpful roads. Is that a word? The limits were the Alpha and Omega is my new catchphrase. On the bumpful roads. You mean bumpy? All the way home. And then they all got out at the bus stop that they normally got in the bus at, just like always. Sonic ran out of the bus, and then Tails, and then Knuckles in order. "Time to go home," said Tails. "We are almost there." And they walked the rest of the way to home. When they got home, it was dinner time, and Sonic was at a different home from Tails and Knuckles because they were all in different families, so they did not live together, and Sonic's mom made a dinner. Why did you have to explain that? Sonic's mom made Chinese food, and Sonic ate it, and at the end there was a fortune cookie, and Sonic broke it open and ate the cookie part and kept the paper that was inside that held a magical fortune on it. Sonic looked at the fortune and read it to himself inside of his head. "The path to glory begins at the base of your friend's penis," said Sonic inside of his head, reading the fortune cookie paper, and he knew it was a good sign, for that was about to happen tonight when Espio and Rouge went to sex. Then the phone ringed. Sonic ran to the phone and picked it up and said, "Hello," into it. I feel like if I had a fortune cookie that said that, I would probably sue the company. Like, that's, as Sonic once said, that's no good. That is no good. It was Tails. "I have an idea," said Tails on the phone to Sonic, who was listening but not speaking. "I can give Espio my invisibility hat for the science competition, and he can use it to do sex for Rouge." Why does he have to be invisible for that? Like, they're going on a date. Like, if he has to be invisible... First of all, he's a chameleon. He should be able to do it. But secondly, I feel like that goes into dangerous, illegal territory. Anyway. Where were we? Sonic smiled so wide like the King of Fire finding out he burned down New York City with only his fire powers. This person has very interesting metaphors. Sonic and Tails went to Espio's house later, which was not too easy to walk to normally. For most people, but Sonic is super fast, so he ran there and helped Tails get there too. Seeing as Tails is not as fast as Sonic. Excuse me. They knocked on the house, and Espio came out of the door. "Here is my invisibility hat that you can use with Rouge tonight and make sex in. It makes it impossible to see and impossible to hear you when you are wearing the hat, or when someone who is wearing the hat wants you to also be impossible to see and impossible to hear," screamed Tails, whose voice was a little hoarse from ordering food with the lunch lady who was hearing was lost in an earthquake in her childhood. What? Okay. Tails had to say the things he wanted so loud, and she would still say, "What?" And Tails wondered why she even had ears if she wasn't gonna use them. I am here for this deep side character lore. So let's see, all we know so far is that this school is made up of at least one ugly English teacher and a deaf lunch lady who lost her hearing in an earthquake. Good to know. Okay, so what is this with the hat? One sec. You said that it makes it impossible to see and hear you when you're wearing it, or when someone who is wearing the hat wants you to also be impossible to... Oh, okay, I see. So they're going to use the hat to turn both Espio and Rouge invisible and silent, so they can sex without anybody noticing. I don't regret this donation. Okay, so it's not that Espio is gonna sex on Rouge while invisible, it's that the both of them are gonna turn invisible so they can sex together. Presumably. Espio grabbed the invisibility hat from Tails' hands and said, "Cool! Thanks!" and kept going so Sonic and Tails left and wished him luck from far away at their own homes. Would it not be logistically harder that way? I don't know, maybe, you know, that's they want to explore. Back at home, Sonic thought that it would be good that Espio would get to... Back at home, Sonic thought that it would be good that Espio would get sex into Rouge, so then he could explain it to Sonic. And Sonic would know how to find Amy's sex spots even better, because otherwise he would have to read about it online, because all he knew about was kissing, which wasn't really sex, but it was probably kind of the same thing, and Sonic would just read about it online before talking about it anyway, and he would know the right words for the things then. In the name of science. Sonic sat on his chair that was in front of his Sonic computer and opened up Sonic Instant Messenger and messaged Amy, who was doing the same thing but at her home, and said, "Hey Amy, want to finally become true boyfriend and girlfriend by reaching sex this weekend?" I don't know, if someone messaged me and he was like, "Hey, you want to reach sex?" I don't know, that's pretty much exactly what you have to say to anybody. Sonic waited for a long time at his computer, and it seemed like Amy was not there because she did not respond to anything. Sonic played games online and beat all the final bosses because he was like an alien sent to Earth to destroy records set by others. Then finally, Amy responded. What Amy said was, "No way!" Sonic was so shocked, his brain must have felt like a total idiot. End of chapter. Hey, did you know it's a bounce pad? I did not. Chapter 6. Espio and Rouge. Summary. Warning. Contains the worst sex scene ever written. Are you all prepared for the self-described worst sex scene ever written? I'm not. Okay. Espio walked to Rouge's house because it was time for their date together. and all Espio could think about was that they were about to make sex for the first time. No, but do it anyway. Espio looked at the computer and read about what to do and what the right words were so he would know how it works and how to say it right so no one would make fun of him. It was Rouge's house he was at now, and it was in front of him. Espio knocked Rouge's house door. "I hope she is home," said Espio, and she was. She opened the door just then. "Hello, I'm home," said Rouge, looking always sexy in her tiny baby bra and big cool boobs. Espio thought she looked like the hottest woman in the world that he could see from here. "You are the hottest woman that I can currently see." "Where are you taking me on our date tonight?" whispered Rouge in a sex-filled voice. Espio had thought this one over on the way over so he could say it right the first time and then get her to do what he wanted. That's sex. "Well," said Espio, "let me just put on this science hat and we will begin sex." Rouge looked shocked, but she probably was excited too. Espio could tell they both had an erection. Excuse me? This is going places. This is going places I wasn't expecting. Technically it says a erection. The N is attached to the next word, so it says an erection. They both had an erection. What about that did you not get? Oh, I got it. Loud and clear. "What?" said Rouge in a shocked way. "Right here?" Espio said, "Yes, this hat was made by Tails specifically for our date." Specifically for our date. It makes it impossible to see and impossible to hear while I am wearing it. Espio did a cool face at her because being smart can be cool too, as long as you're not a nerd ass. Rouge said, "Okay, let's go inside," and gently grabbed Espio's hands, but he pulled it back and she fell, causing him to fall, and they both together fell onto the grass, where they rolled around in it until they were about in the middle of Rouge's house's front lawn, so there were plenty of room around them for activities. "No," said Espio, "I want to make sex in you right here," and Espio put on the invisibility hat so no one could see or hear them, and a whole new world of possibilities were optioned to them, so they could do sex in whatever way they wanted, and it was time to start sex right now. Alright, I apologize in advance. I'm just scanning. I apologize in advance for this next area, and if there are any children under 18, I ask that you leave the stream, please. Oh God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, I will leave. You said that you're old. Okay. Espio revealed his penis to Rouge, who looked at it. Rouge said, "Cool," and took out her vagina. Espio's penis was really big from looking at Rouge. Like when he was in church and it's so boring but you get a boner anyway. I need to have a talk with the person who wrote this. Rouge's vagina looked like a surprised ghost. Why? Why? Espio's penis approached Rouge like a plane flying down at the airport, but instead of being full of businessmen, it was full of Espio's creamy Italian salad dressing. Here comes the airplane. Meow. Creamy Italian salad dressing. As we all know, that's what babies are made out of. Italian salad dressing. Here it comes, cried Espio, ramming his mauve Avenger into Rouge's vagina spot. Rouge screamed sex noises, and Espio messed around with her boobs and face like she was the X-Men arcade game. What? Oh my lord in heaven. Oh, I should have brought some alcohol with me for this. Oh my god. Let's continue. Espio slapped his big, awesome penis from side to side in her vagina like a hot dog windshield wiper, and Rouge was ripping grass from the lawn. At least you get, like, a hot dog windshield wiper, you know. At least, like, you know, there's really good mental imagery here. Like, you know exactly what's going on between them, unfortunately. Then, Espio used his tail to flip her over. He can do this. And put his penis into her butt. He moved his penis in circles in her butthole, like he was building a golf course and digging out the back nine. Okay. Alright. Rouge was flapping her bat wings like an idiot and not flying because Espio's was holding on to her ass cheeks and pressing into them with his fingers and leaving marks that looked like it said "wow" when combined with the spot where her butthole is, and that is what she felt because Espio seemed to be a sex professional. I'm gonna need to go to therapy after this. Espio used his tail again to flip her over and did all-star sex things, like using his penis like a rolling pin on her face and plugging his penis into her belly button to see how far it would go, and making a balls hurricane with swirling his balls and her balls. Okay. Finally, they both got so sexy that Espio's penis ejaculated, and semen came out of it and landed on Rouge, who was lying there on the lawn, but nobody could see them, so it was okay. At that part, Espio screamed, "It's semen time!" And Rouge shouted, "Create a generation in me!" Espio ejaculated semen into her vagina, and that was what happened. So that's a thing to walk into. I'm so sorry, Mayo. I'm so sorry. I apologize on behalf of every single person. Now that they were doing sex, they put their penis and vagina and balls away, and Espio took off the invisibility hat, and it was like nothing ever happened, but they both know it did, because they were there for it. Bye-bye, said Espio, and Espio walked off her property and away to his house and did the rest of his things until school happened the next day. End of chapter. Can we not make that trend on Twitter? Create a generation in me is an amazing thing to say. You know, I thought that like the both of them getting an erection thing was like a one-time mistranslation, but she clearly from the next thing also has balls, so yeah. Create a generation in me can sound innocent enough out of context. Yeah, like he's like, okay, I'm done, bye. Okay. Unfortunately, we still have another half a chapter to read. Chapter 7. Teenage Women. I don't like where this is going. Oh no, is right. We had front sex, whispered Espio at the people at his lunch table. Espio was at school in the lunchroom, and also was Tails and Knuckles and Charmy B and Vector too. I ejaculated from my penis and into her body. Bet you haven't done that. They had not done that. Wow, cool. You are the coolest after Sonic, said Tails, who was right there so he didn't have to shout. It was good not to shout, because this was supposed to be a secret. Tails did not hear the whole school talking about Espio's penis and balls like he did with Sonic in Chapter 1, but in a different way. Sex. Yeah, speaking of Sonic, where is that idiot? Said Vector, who is the captain of the school's football team. Every time they say football, the F and the B, it's one word, but the F and the B are both capitalized. Football team. Vector was good at this because he was big and strong and had sharp teeth under his mouth. Just kidding, said Vectors. Sonic is cool. I don't know, said Tails to Vector. Football! Where Sonic was somewhere else, trying to find Amy, who was not at lunch. Let's see how far this goes. Sonic was knocking on Amy's door at her house. Are you home? Said Sonic. Are you home? It was like Amy was not home because she was not opening the door. Sonic was worried about Amy because she was his only girlfriend, even if she denied his sex offer, so he ran into the door and barged it down like it was made of nothing. Sonic was now in Amy's house. Amy's house was really pink because that was Amy's color. Sonic looked around Amy's house for Amy, but Sonic could not find anyone. Sonic finally went to Amy's bedroom and opened the door up. What Sonic saw next was what he did not expect. Amy was there tied up on her bed with a thing in her mouth so she couldn't talk. Sonic did a scream and ran over to Amy, who was looking at his with tears in her eyes. She looked sad and starved. Oh my god. She looked sad and starved like African kids. What is wrong with this person? Not cool. Stop with your metaphors. Sonic untied Amy. Also, she was tied up for 1 day. She should not look starved. Sonic untied Amy, and she sat up and cried into Sonic's arms. It was awful, said Amy. He came into my room in the evening and tied me up on this bed and messed up the things in my room. Amy was right. Her room looked messy. So get a maid, said Sonic, always thinking about a solution to problems. Oh my god. I was tied up and they messed up my room. I have a solution. Get a maid. Ignores larger issue. Who tied you up? Who was it? Be calm, Amy. Calm down and talk to me. Sonic patted Amy on the back to help her. Who was it that tied Amy up? Find out after the next person donates.
Here's a bounce pad. Will you help me locate medicine for my sick workers? I am desperate. I can't leave them, and I need a particular...
You know what's really weird? Before you said that you wanted us to leave you alone. Larky, what did you do? Larky. Larky, what did you do? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Larky has donated $250. Will this get me a Sonic OC? Well, I mean, 75 of those dollars could get you a Sonic OC, but I need to ask you how much of that money is going towards reading the rest of the fan fiction. It's $20 per chapter. Also, why? Why would you do this to me? You're absolutely insane. Thank you. Thank you for your generous contribution, is what I'm trying to say. Oh my god. It is done. It has to happen now. I guess it does. We're gonna... Oh my god, let's see. Sorry, I'm at work. What you... I don't know what you said. I'll type it in chat. Here. How much of that is going towards reading the fanfic? All of it? Some of it? Most of it? So one Sonic OC and then the rest of it towards the fanfic? You are the greatest legend that ever legended is a true statement. Okay, how about this? We have 35 minutes left in the block. I am going to be streaming Sonic Boom. I'm going to be streaming Sonic Boom next. Thursday at 6 p.m. So how about we start off the Thursday block with drawing the OC so that I don't have to rush through that. In the meantime, we'll read the fanfic for the rest of the stream probably, and then some. So, I think that's probably a good middle ground. In addition, I'm gonna move closer to my computer so I don't have to like peer over since I'm not playing this game anymore. In addition, if you would like to send me a DM or something of any sort of specifics on Sonic OC that you would want, so that I could be ready for the next stream, plan things out a little bit, I would be happy to do that. Can you base it off of my model? Yeah, I could do that too. Just send me like a picture of it or something, so that I get a good reference for it.
But yeah, it's time. Oof. Okay, let's get closer to everything over here. But yes, thank you so much. $250. That's... Is it 175? 175 at the current rate is, That's 9 chapters. We're doing 9 chapters. We're gonna see how far we get until the next block starts, and then the rest of it we will continue afterward in the next block, because we're definitely not getting through 9 chapters in this rest of the stream. But let's get right into it. Tell me if I'm too loud, by the way. So, yeah, we just learned that Amy was tied up, and her room was messed up, and we don't know by who. But we're about to find that out. It was Shadow! You can continue past my block. Yeah? I saw him outside his house next door. I'll just continue into Fury's block. She starts, I continue reading. I saw him outside his house next door with a machine gun and a sword going in his house to kill his mom, and he saw me. He knew I saw him, so he tied me up like a brigand. Amy said all of this. Sonic was shocked that Amy said this to him. He remembered now that in that other part, when Shadow said he was going to kill his mom, but no one thought about it more than once, because Shadow was always a bad guy. What they didn't realize was that Shadow was serious. Okay, was it him who also said that you would not have sex with me on Sonic Messenger? Said Sonic to Amy. Yes, I did not talk to you then, spoke Amy back to Sonic. So how do you really feel about it? Asked Sonic, whose brain was now humming with sex ideas. I like that, like, she's just like, yeah, Shadow was just trying to kill people and he tied me up, and he's like, does that mean we still have a chance? Shit, I don't know, said Amy, still all worked up. I feel Shadow's mom's a priority now. Apparently not. Give me a day. Right now, let's get things right. So Sonic and Amy went back to school where everyone else was besides them. Sonic and Amy saw Espio walking around between a lot of other people. Hey, here you are, said Espio to Sonic and Amy. I had sex with Rouge last night. Do not tell everyone. You already were at the beginning of the chapter. He was already telling everybody anyway, said Espio. Oh, that's right, you did. I almost forgot, said Sonic. Hear that, Amy? And Amy was like, yup. You gotta tell me all about it later so I know what to do to Amy, said Sonic, and then turned around. Sonic heard a sound coming from down the hallway where someone was coming. It was a really fat guy that looked so huge to him. The fat guy got closer and closer until they could see who it was. Who do you think the fat guy is, everybody? I know. But who do you think the fat guy is? Vote now on your phones. Oh my god. Snivy? The cat. The fat guy got closer and closer until they could see who it was. And it was Rouge. Wow, you are so fat now, said Espio. What's that about? Rouge looked mad and surprised at Espio.
Well, you got me pregnant, said Rouge. Oh my god, thought Sonic to himself without saying it with voice. She is pregnancy fat. This means she will have a baby. Amy was smiling for real to Rouge. That's so nice. I hope you have a great baby, said Amy. Sonic tried to be a good boyfriend and said, hope your baby is cool, and smiled. Espio looked more worried than anybody else. So am I gonna have to be your baby's dad? Said Espio, worried and excited both. Better believe it, idiot boy, said a voice that sounded just like Shadow's. End of chapter. I just want to say that this shouldn't come as a surprise because the last time we saw Espio and Rouge together, Rouge shouted, "Create a generation in me." So it sounds like it worked. I'm just putting that out there. It sounds like it worked. Anyway, Chapter 8. Things Change. Shadow! Sonic shouted. It was Shadow, there. Surprised to see me? Said Shadow. We know what you did to your mother, screamed Amy like a crazy man. It was... Shadow cut her off and did not let her finish saying the sentence. You did not see anything. I am Shadow, and I know how to commit crimes. You think I have not killed a person before? I have. Shadow crossed his arms and sneered at Amy, looking at her. But, I saw you. What was it? Then Amy said, You saw nothing. I stopped you, Shadow said. It doesn't matter. You were on your way inside your house to kill your mom, said Amy. Amy shook around because she was all nervous, and her smaller than Rouge's but still good boobs wiggled a little, and Sonic thought it was cool to see and he wanted to support her. Sonic, you really gotta pick a time, like, buddy, I understand you got those teenage hormones, but like, really not the time. I did not kill my mom. I was going into my house to protect her from Dr. Eggman, Shadow said. Ah, okay, said Sonic, and Sonic and Espio went to class because it started and they are still in high school hallway. He was trying to ship my Ultra Chaos Emerald shards to space so he could collect them in his egg space station, said Shadow to Amy in an explaining way. We gotta do something about him. I understand that you had a reason to tie me up, but do not kill your mother, responded Amy. No, why would... No. Why would he tie her up if he was just trying to stop Dr. Eggman? I was only kidding because the other guys were being all too important about themselves, and I do not think that is a good quality for high school students to have, to be. High school students should be nice and caring and not talk about themselves like they are the best, because that will only make us all assholes, which isn't what we should be trying to be. Shadow said that to Amy, and she had understood that he was a good guy and had a reason for tying her up on a bed, even if he had bad times when he was dark and did crimes in the cityscape. They both went to class in different directions, so the conversation ended. Oh my Lord in heaven. I'm gonna go kill my parents. People shouldn't be jerks. Wow, what a nice guy. He's just misunderstood. Later, after school, Sonic went on Sonic Messenger and talked to Espio. Hey Espio, how are you? Do you know what you're gonna do about being For Rouge's baby? He said into the computer. They always go for the bad boys. Listen, Sonic, this is hard for me to say, said Espio into the computer, which then went across the internet to Sonic. I want to get Rouge to get a abortion. A space abortion. This is going places. Sonic was upset because Rouge's baby would not survive it. Yeah, that's the plan. Oh my god. In fact, Rouge's baby would die. Not only would the baby not survive, but it would die. There has to be another way, Espio, said Sonic in Sonic Messenger. But if you really want to do it, that's okay too, because it is your decision. It's not Rouge's decision, apparently, it's Espio's. Good, because I want you to help me. I am going to go to Rouge tomorrow at school and slip her the abortion pill in one of her meals. You will help me by distracting her from me, said Espio then. Okay, see you then, said Sonic. The next day happened and Sonic was at lunch. I won the science competition, but you didn't come, Sonic, said Tails in a sad, mad way. I wanted you to come because I am such a good friend to you, but you did not. But I won without you anyways. Tails was mad at Sonic, which did not usually happen because they were the best friends. Wow, sorry Tails, I was so busy and I did not know, said Sonic, trying to make Tails happy again. Kiss my ass, dick, screamed Tails to Sonic and flew out of the room with his flying tails. I still think that Tails is in love with Sonic, but that's probably not going to happen in this. This is awful, said Sonic. He is my best friend. Sonic knew this was a big problem, but changed his mind to thinking about Rouge and Espio, and then went over to where Rouge was going to get the abortion pill from Espio. Vector was there too, which was weird because he usually was not. Okay, Espio, are you ready? Said Sonic only to Espio. Espio shook his head yes. He said Yespio. Hey Rouge, how are you doing today? How was class? Do you have lots of homework? What are you eating for lunch? Said Sonic to Rouge. So, okay, let's stop for a second. How much you want to bet that this scene ends with Vector eating the abortion pill? I'm pretty sure that's where this is going, but let's see. Sonic said to Rouge to distract her from Espio. Looks like Sonic did it perfectly, because while he was asking these things, Espio put the abortion pill in Rouge's salad. Rouge ate salads because she is thin. Rouge answered the questions, but no one was paying attention because they were now glad it was done. Oh, uh-oh, what is this? Said Rouge. Nope, this is going somewhere else. Suddenly looking like a shocked woman. What? What is wrong? Asked Espio. He was worrying that Rouge found the abortion pill in her salad and was looking at it. I think I'm having my baby. Here it comes. Rouge said this before she could even eat the abortion pill, so everyone knew the baby was coming for real. I like that the Sonic characters have a gestation period of 1 day. That's just how powerful it is. Oh no, said all of them together, but Rouge. Rouge lied down on the ground, and they put a curtain around her so no one could really see what was going on. How do you think there's so many Sonic OCs all at once? Oh my god. This is too fast even for Sonic. Because it was gonna be gross. They could see a baby start to come out of her butt, and it was crying a lot. Is that how it works? Everyone wanted the baby to shut up already because they were just trying to have lunch. But now there is a baby coming out in the lunchroom at high school. Oh no, Mrs. Lesson, who is also the school nurse, said, "Get out of my way, kids. I have to help this baby get out of Rouge. Babies are too weak to do this by themselves." Mrs. Lesson went behind the curtain and helped pull the baby out of Rouge's butt, and it was still crying. Could you believe it? Rouge was exhausted from her baby, but Mrs. Lesson was not. Mrs. Lesson held the baby in her hands while it was still crying and held it out to everyone. "Look at it," said Mrs. Lesson. Uh-oh. Rouge's baby was red and had long hair and big white fists. End of chapter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like someone else sexed up Rouge and gave her a generation. Plot twist indeed. It's Blaze's son, I knew it. Chapter 29. I'm sorry, chapter 29, chapter 9, God. A bunch of babies. Rouge's baby continued to do crying louder than a monster truck. Sonic looked at the baby really close. "Hey, Espio," said Sonic. "Aren't babies supposed to look like you? Rouge's baby doesn't look like you, but looks like someone else I know." Sonic rubbed his chin and thought about who it was that it looked like. "Yeah, Espio, Rouge's baby looks like Knuckles," said Vector. "Cool, I'm gonna go tell him." Vector ran like a crocodile would to find Knuckles to tell him what he said. Rouge was still on the ground looking all tired and sore, and Miss Lesson was on... Wow, between last chapter and this one, Mrs. Lesson got divorced, and Ms. Lesson was rubbing her butt because it was hurting from the baby that came out when she gave birth to her baby. This dang baby was still crying. I didn't know babies came out of the butt. That's interesting. Espio looked worried about it. "You guys are right. Why does that baby not look like me?" Espio went over to Ms. Lesson, who was holding the baby still, and looked at it closer, and still could not see himself in the baby. "This does not make sense," said Espio to the baby. Just then, Vector came out of the door, and there was Knuckles too, huffing and puffing and looking surprised. Knuckles went right to Rouge and looked at the baby. "Wagoo!" he said, making that sound when he saw the baby, Rouge's baby, that looked like him. The baby was still crying. "What is wrong with you?" yelled Knuckles at Rouge. "Why did you go and have a baby? Now I gotta be your dad!" He kept yelling at her with the maddest feelings. Knuckles thought about his horoscope that he read this morning, and it said, "Your biggest fear will come true, so you better watch out." Now he knew what that meant. It was about Rouge's baby, because Knuckles did not want this responsibility. It is harder than having a dog. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Heaven. This is something. Rouge was tired, and Rouge's baby was crying, but Rouge was crying and scared of Knuckles' volcano rage and said, "I'm sorry, it was supposed to be Espio's baby. I'm sorry it wasn't because he would not treat me like this." What Rouge said sent Knuckles into the next level of his anger. He turned even redder and looked at Espio. "You tried to have a baby with her? Rouge is mine. You are not allowed." I just want to point out that Espio and Knuckles were both at the table yesterday when Espio was like, "I am going to ask her out on a date and have sex on her." And Knuckles was there and he heard it. I just want to point that out. Anyway, back to the story. Knuckles, "You are not allowed" is so funny. Well, imagine going up to him saying, "Why did you have to have a baby?" Knuckles charged at Espio, but Vector held him back. Sonic thought, "Vector, why would you bring him here if you just know he was going to cause trouble?" Espio said, "What? I did not know. You are not boyfriend and girlfriend." Once again, every time it says boyfriend and girlfriend, the B and F and G and F are both capitalized. One word. Espio seemed scared, but still kind of calm. "We are, but it was a secret. Now you have to pay." Knuckles kept trying to get at Espio, but Vector was holding him back, and thank goodness Vector was here, because he was the captain of the football team, not capitalized for once. Sometimes I regret listening in the stream, sometimes I regret talking in the stream. And could restrain him like a crocodile seatbelt that could also talk to you. Knuckles could not get to him, so he said, "Tomorrow we will fight. Meet me in the hallway at the end of school and prepare for me to beat your ass, shit man." Knuckles stormed out of the lunchroom and went away. Rouge's baby stopped crying and said, "No, come back. You don't have to fight Espio." Wow, the baby learned how to talk already? But it was too late because Knuckles was so gone by then. Rouge patted her baby on the head and said, "You should go to sleep and get your rest, baby. You are probably tired." So Rouge's baby went to sleep and was finally quiet. Espio tried his best to look like a big tough guy and not panic, but he was secretly scared and went back to doing what he was doing before this baby thing happened. So did Sonic too. I don't think author knows how babies work. I mean, this is a baby that was born in a day, so maybe it's magic. The rest of school and getting home from school happened. Sonic did not see Tails or Knuckles for any part of it. Tails was still mad at Sonic. Sonic took out his Sonic phone on his way home and called his girlfriend, Amy, girlfriend once more capitalized. "Hey Amy, so did you decide if you wanted sex?" said Sonic. It's true, it is an animal baby. "You know," said Amy, "Sonic, I am just too stressed out and nervous by everything going on at high school. Things are so crazy." "Damn," said Sonic, and hung up the phone and finished getting home. Sonic thought he would never be true boyfriend and girlfriend with Amy at this rate. It was almost like she had a second boyfriend that Sonic did not know about, and that was why Amy did not want sex from Sonic. Sonic had dinner and then thought about his friends. Espio and Knuckles were both his friends, but they were intending to fight. What could Sonic do? Sonic figured that they are still both his friend, but he would go visit Espio because he was not the one who said to fight, and because Knuckles had spikes on his hands that would make it hard to beat him in a fight. Sonic went to Espio's house. "Ding dong," said Espio's doorbell, and Sonic waited at the door. Espio showed up at the door and opened it. "Hey Sonic, thanks for coming," said Espio to Sonic. "You gotta help me prepare for this fight. We can also start by learning how to get rid of puncture wounds." Sorry. I was trying not to look nervous to Knuckles, but actually I was. Also, did you hear about Charmy B? Nope, I did not hear that. The last we heard about Charmy B, if you remember, is that he was going to try out for the school play, and everyone thought that made him effeminate. "Nope, did not hear," said Sonic back to Espio. "Knuckles kidnapped the little guy and is threatening to hurt him if I don't show up to fight him tomorrow." Good time to leave. A chapter ago would have been the best time, but better late than ever. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it. "So I have to, especially now, because the gods will crush my soul, even if Charmy B is an annoying idiot loser," said Espio then back to Sonic. "Oh no, that's really bad," said Sonic. Sonic knew this now had to happen too, because his morals were probably the best ever. He did not know Knuckles would stoop to such a mean thing. Sonic and Espio then walked to Espio's house and up the stairs to Espio's bedroom. "Our other friend is here too," said Espio just as he was opening the door to his bedroom. Espio finished opening the door, and there was Tails, who was standing in Espio's room. The moment Tails saw Sonic, his face turned into a salad of anger, the devil, and lava. End of chapter. Oh man, we got more to go. We got a lot more to go. Let's see. I think we had a good 10 minutes of gameplay during this block. Maybe about 30. I would say we got about 30 minutes of gameplay. Chapter 10. 2 different fights. Author's note. I was going to make this the last chapter, but everyone just loves it, and my brain keeps exploding with new ideas, so I am going to continue Sonic High School for some longer time and make more chapters. Great, so this would have been 10, but now it's 25. Thanks, everyone who loved it. "Why are you here?" screamed Tails with the anger of a million angry birds. Sonic was shocked because Tails is his best friend and Tails was smart, but Tails was super pissed at Sonic for not coming to the science competition even though they were best friends. Sonic moved his mouth, but words didn't come out because he did not know what to say. Sonic was a mixture of mad and sad and frustrating. Not frustrated, frustrating, because he did not know what he could do to get Tails to be his friend again. At times like this, Sonic thought about Amy's fine body because it set his mind at ease, and not E-A-S-E, but capital E apostrophe S. Set his mind at letter E's. I love Sonic is like, I gotta help my friends, but man, Amy is so sexy. Anyway, what was I thinking about again? I am here for my friend, said Sonic. Our friend. Espio. We are still friends too, Tails. You are just too mad to see that. I know what I see, said Tails, kind of screaming. I am so smart. Espio tried to get in between them, even though it was his house that they were in right now, and said, Guys, please, let's just make sure I can fight Knuckles and not get owned. Sonic and Knuckles ignored him for the moment and continued to be in a fuss. You mean Tails? Knuckles isn't here. I'm sorry, bro. I don't understand. What can I do to make our friendship the best one ever once again? Said Sonic to Tails. Tails wiggled his two tails and looked to the side in a thinking way. I don't know, said Tails to Sonic. But you know what? Here, take this. Tails took out a blue book from a spot and threw it on the ground in front of Sonic. It was what it was. It was what it was when Sonic looked at it. It was Sonic's journal. What? How did you get this? It's no use. Take this. What? How did you get this? Said Sonic to Tails. I gave this to Ms. Lesson before she read about my balls' problems. I lied. I did not go to the science competition that night. I still went to school. But instead of going to the science competition, I used my science hat of invisibility to sneak into Ms. Lesson's room and get your journal. I wanted to get your journal so that no one else could read your business and see your gay ball problems, and I know that you still have, even though you think you are getting better. I was going to give it back to you, but you were not there at the competition like you should have been, even though I am such a good friend to you. Even now, when I could be reaching my moment of genius, I was doing a thing for you because I want you to be happy, Tails said to Sonic with a voice of emotion. I just want to point out that Tails' science competition for the invisibility hat was the same night that he lent it to Espio to sex Rouge. So I don't know what he was planning on. Oh no, was it the next night? Maybe it was the next night. I don't know. No, because he was angry at him that night. Yeah. I don't get it. This timeline is just crazy. Sonic did not know what to say. High school drama was so insane to be a part of. Sonic picked up his journal and felt like he was going to cry because he was being an asshole jerk to his friend, his best friend, who was only trying to make him happy. Tails, you did not have to do this, finally Sonic said respondingly. What matters is that I did. And also that you did not care for my special day because you were too busy trying to be true boyfriend and girlfriend with Amy. Goodbye, Sonic, said Tails right before he flew out of Espio's bedroom window with his flying tails, and then he did. He's definitely in love with Sonic, 100%. This is so shitty, said Espio to Sonic, who is now the only other person in his bedroom. I still have to fight Knuckles tomorrow, but your different kind of fight with Tails is just as crazy. That is for me to figure out with Tails, said Sonic. Let's get back to making sure you cannot be defeated by Knuckles. Sonic and Espio spent all night in Espio's bedroom, reading books and watching videos about fighting and learning how to be the best at it. By the time the night was over, Espio was ready to face Knuckles. Well. So Fury says that she lost internet. So that means, unfortunately, that you're going to have to listen to me talk more. So, where were we? Oh, God. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm sad. I'm sappy. Starts juggling. So, when we last left off, Sonic and Espio just got ready for Knuckles, the fight with Knuckles. So let's see where this goes. They went to school on this new day, and school happened and was over, and now they were in the hall. When Knuckles said to meet him to fight, there was a crowd of people around him that included Sonic, who looked worried, and Rouge, who looked worried and with her baby, and Vector, who was smiling. Also in the crowd was Tails, and with him Cream the Rabbit, who was Charmy Bee's girlfriend. Cream was a little woman and pretty smart, but not as smart as Tails. Her boobs were smaller than both Amy's and Rouge's, but they were still high quality in their own way. It is surprising to most people that a theater kid like Charmy was even allowed to have a girlfriend, but it just goes to show you that the impossible is not what you think this is. Espio jumped over the crowd into the middle where Knuckles is. So, you decided to come anyway, said Knuckles, even though you know your ass is gonna get torn up by my moves. I do not want to fight you, Knuckles, said Espio to Knuckles, but I am doing this for Charmy and Rouge. I am doing this for Charmy because you kidnapped him, and for Rouge because you do not respect her baby." "Then let's do this," said Knuckles. Knuckles charged at Espio with his fists like an elephant running at a hunter trying to kill him for his powers. What? Is that a thing that elephants do? But Espio jumped out of the way and onto the wall like a pro jumper, which he learned how to do last night. Espio jumped at Knuckles with a kick move. This is Mario Party. And Knuckles punched at his foot, and they met with a purple and red explosion of power that knocked them both back. This is a minigame. They continued to jump around and attack each other, and they did this for a while. It was difficult to watch for everyone. Rouge was in the crowd with her baby. "This is so difficult to watch," said Rouge. "Violence should not be a solution to conflict," said Rouge's baby, peeking out between his hands. We're playing on Horrorland, exactly. "You are right. Why do people do this like this? I hate it," said Rouge to Rouge's baby. Rouge had become a different person since she had a baby. She used to only be sexy, but now Rouge was sexy and matronly. "Yes, F this evil world," said Rouge's baby. Rouge then revealed her boob to her baby and had him eat from it as a baby would do. Rouge's baby thought this was the best part about... Rouge's baby thought this was the best part about being a baby because not everyone would get cool boobs like this delivered to them on their doorstep like a milkman. Whoever wrote this clearly has some deep-seated fetishes that they need to talk about. Amazing work, amazing news, I mean. Fury's got internet back, so we don't have to learn about Rouge's boobs anymore. Without further ado, here's Fury to save you from Rouge's ace boobs that make paradise a reality for a baby. Okay, so... yeah, that was also Larky's donation, so thank you. A little summary of last time. Sonic rescued Amy from the terrible situation where she was kidnapped by Dr. Eggman. And then everyone just kind of forgot about it. Sonic and Tails helped Espio get to 4th base with Rouge, who walked in the next day extremely pregnant and gave birth in the middle of school to a baby that looked surprisingly like Knuckles. So we found out that it was actually Knuckles' kid. And Knuckles and Espio decided that they were going to... well, Knuckles challenged Espio to a fight the next day in school. Tails is really pissed off at Sonic for missing his science competition, which he didn't actually go to. Also, the baby talks. But anyway, Sonic and Tails helped Espio learn how to fight. So now, we are right before they get down to the fighting after school. Let's see, where were we? So yeah, so Espio and Knuckles are fighting. Violence should not be a solution to conflict, said Rouge's baby, peeking out between his hands, this baby less than a day old. You are right, why do people like this? I hate it, said Rouge to Rouge's baby. Rouge had become a different person since she had a baby. She used to be only sexy, but now Rouge was sexy and matronly. Yes, F this evil world, said Rouge's baby. This part was where we ended off on. Rouge then revealed her boob to the baby and had him eat from it as a baby would do. Rouge's baby thought that this was the best part about being a baby, because not everyone could get cool boobs like this delivered to them on their doorstep like a milkman. Babies did not have much to worry about anyway, so Rouge's ace boobs made paradise a realty for baby. I have a feeling, said Rouge's baby, you should lie down and relax. Rouge lied down on her back and the fight continued to go on. Again, this is just, the writing on this is just so unbelievable in the worst way. Knuckles and Espia were both bloody and oh right, if you haven't been here before, the metaphors are so amazing. Knuckles and Espia were both bloody and gross looking, like two waiters who were holding messy foods and then walked into each other, causing the meals to launch into the air and then fall down on them and ruin the nice clothes they got from the store. Said Rouge's baby is taking me out. Yeah, this baby... Oh right, and Espia wanted Rouge to get an A space abortion, and he was gonna put abortion pills in Rouge's food, but Rouge gave birth too fast for that to happen. Let's see. Is this enough yet? Are we done? I'm sorry, I skipped a bit. It looked, we were in the middle of a metaphor. It looked like two people doing a dance, but hitting each other also. Abortion. It was great. Knuckles kicked his feet out at Espio, but Espio jumped up and dodged them and came back down and hit Knuckles in the mouth and knocked him onto the floor/ground. Is this enough yet? Are we done? Shouted Espio to Knuckles. How will this ever end? Knuckles looked up from the ground at Espio standing over him. Knuckles had a Twinkie in his... Knuckles had a Twinkie in his eye as he looked up at Espio. Is this like that one Harry Potter fic? Yes. What was that, My Immortal? God, I was listening to a dramatic reading of that, and I actually drew some great fan art a long time ago. Oh my god, there's nothing that will come close to My Immortal. Like that's in like god tier bad fan fiction, but people have tried. Let's see. Oh my god, okay, we're getting places here. I accidentally looked ahead. Knuckles had a Twinkie in his eye as he looked up at Espio and crawled toward him. Espio did not do anything but watch him and feel dangerous. Come closer, said Knuckles in a whisper voice. So Espio bent down and put his face to Knuckles. Knuckles looked up and down Espio's sweaty purple body and into his eyes and said, I respect you, and then grabbed his face as gentle as a deer and kissed him on the mouth. When Knuckles kissed him, he did it extra hard, sometimes with his eyes shut, and sometimes looking into Espio's deep yellow eyes that looked like a circus of loving men. Their tongues met in the middle of their mouths like two chicken cutlets that were acting like cats that loved each other. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. When Espio was watching fighting videos last night, he was not expecting he was gonna have to do kissing too. But he liked it. Why is the gay kiss written so much better than an Espio Rouge sex scene? I don't know, maybe this person actually knows what they're talking about here? They obviously didn't have the sex, but maybe they've kissed guys, who knows? Best money I've ever spent. They went on kissing for a full minute while everyone watched, wondering if they were done fighting or just taking a break to kiss. Happy Pride, everybody. I'm sorry, Mayo. Finally, the back part of Knuckles' body began to lift off the ground while his mouth was still making out with Espio. Eventually, the power became so strong that his mouth was removed from Espio and their spit was like a shiny extension cord that connected an appliance to a wall outlet. Oh, wow. Knuckles then began to glow while floating in the air, and the whole place became a little windy. Oh my god, is he becoming Hyper Knuckles just from kissing? Dinner Rogers over, I'm not doing this anymore. It's for charity, John. On the side, Tails said to Cream, "Wow, I know what this is. This is a rare moment of science we will never see probably again in a lifetime or ever. It is called a body donation, and it was invented by Einstein, once again spelled capital I-N-E-S-T-I-N-E. It is when someone reaches a moment of such powerful love that they can choose to restart their lives as part of the person they love. Einstein invented this." I'm sorry, I need a moment here. My god. We're learning science, everybody. Einstein invented this by making his wife love him so much one night during a romance pasta dinner that she became a baby that was like him. But then he killed his wife, the baby, because he thought it was too dangerous to have her live on in this world without testing it in a laboratory first. It is a fact that if it looks like magic, it is not magic, it is science, so deal with it. End quote. This was all Tails explaining to Cream. What? Alright. Oh my god. Again, this was supposed to be the last chapter. Knuckles glided on the wind. You're not ready for this paragraph. Knuckles glided on the wind forward through the crowd of people in front of him and into Rouge's mouth, where he disappeared into. That's right. Couldn't be a Sonic fanfic without the vor. It was a good thing Rouge's baby had premonitions and told her to lie down, as then Knuckles did a U-turn in Rouge's sex-filled body and came out of her butt as a newborn baby that looked like Espio. This was all science. End of chapter. Still don't like that this person thinks that babies come out of the butt. On second thought, charity was a mistake. Just remember, sometimes you can have a gay kiss that is so hard that you're reincarnated into the person that you love. Just remember, kids, use protection. It doesn't have to be gay, that's true. Dovey, do you hate me for this? No, this is amazing. Sounds like an isekai title. It happened to Einstein's wife, that's true. Oh my god. Alright. Also, why did he have to go back? Why was he in Rouge? Why did he get birthed by Rouge, though? Like, is it just because she was there and she had already had a baby recently? Who rebirthed Einstein's wife is a fantastic question. It just says she became a baby. Also, yeah, watch out for those romance pasta dinners because sometimes there's just too much love there. Y'all ready for chapter 11? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Chapter 11. Tails and Cream. Warning. Not good when we get the warning. Warning. Contains another terrible sex scene, including one part that would theoretically rip a guy's dick off. Okay, alright. Let's just jump right into it. Is this satire? Chapter 11. Hi, Fury. You came in at a great time. Knuckles was just rebirthed. Yeah, this is technically part of Paper Star's, still. It says not to use his music now. He doesn't want to be associated with this. I don't think this is a satire. That baby is Espio's, said Tails. Tails, being smart, was right. Knuckles had done an Einstein, once again spelled I-N-S-T-I-N-E, body donation, and became Espio and Rouge's baby, but was still Knuckles. Rouge picked the baby up and held him in her other arm because her baby with Knuckles before he became baby was in her other arm. Now you have two babies to look after, said Tails. Good luck! Sonic was on the other side of the hall and wished that Tails was talking to him, but Tails was still mad at him. So he was not. Also, like, why does loving someone turn them into a baby that looks like you? I feel like that ruins the relationship, you know? I don't know. Rouge grabbed her two babies and had them both eat from her terrific boobs. She smiled and felt like a mother, and Sonic thought, period. Sonic said what he was thinking, and said, Rouge, you should name your babies. It will be hard to tell them apart if you do not. Once again, one baby looks like Knuckles and one looks like Espio, so I really don't know how difficult to tell them apart, but Rouge thought that this thought was good. Rouge went over to Espio, who was sitting on the ground looking bad and tired from fighting Knuckles before he became Espio's baby. Hey Espio, what should we name our baby that looks like you? Said Rouge to Espio. It is still Knuckles according to Tails, so we should keep his name Knuckles, said Espio to Rouge. Okay, said Rouge, and I will name my baby with Knuckles before he became a baby, Knuckles Jr. Because I had it, well, I didn't kill your internet. Your internet killed itself so that you couldn't stop me. Because I had him with Knuckles before he became a baby, and he looks like Knuckles before he became a baby. I'm not sure if Espio's baby talks yet, let's see. Rouge was happy and walked out of the hall and then out of the school like a bat. Okay, and then Espio did the same thing, but in a way that was like a chameleon would instead. Just use your stupid feet. There is one thing everyone is forgetting, said Sonic. Charmy Bee is still locked up at Knuckles' house. I will go rescue him. Sonic ran out of the school and to Knuckles' house. Sonic ran into Knuckles' mom on the way to his room in his house. "Knuckles' mom," said Sonic, "some things happened and Knuckles looks different. It will be okay, and you will understand soon enough. Please do not worry." Sonic said this in such a way that Knuckles' mom smiled and kept cooking in the kitchen. Sonic was not just fast, but also very good at relieving people. Sonic also noticed that Knuckles' mom was kinda hot, with solid boobs that she had developed for decades. Once again, we're just like, Sonic needs to get his hormones under control. Sonic went upstairs to Knuckles' room, which was painted all red, just like Knuckles before he became a baby. There was a cage in the corner of the room and Charmy Bee was in it. Sounds accurate for high school. Sonic unlocked the cage with the key on Knuckles' desk and opened the cage. "Come on out, Charmy Bee," said Sonic. "You are rescued." Stacy's mom has got it going on. Yeah, I won't lie, that went through my head. Knuckles' mom has got it going on. Charmy walked out instead of flying out like he always does, and said, "Thanks, Sonic. I am going to go home to prepare for my role in the play that is soon. I am the lead role." Sonic forgot about the play because the play was the slur. Once again, this person uses gay as a slur, which I'm editing out, so I'm just replacing it with stupid. The stupidest thing in the school, but it was going to happen even if no one went to watch it. In a way that like a chameleon would just stuck in my brain. I still think that the best line from this entire thing is Rouge shouting, "Put a generation in me." When she and Espio were getting it on. I think that was honestly the best line. "Created generation in me." Right, it was "created generation in me" is the best line so far, hands down, out of everything here. Yeah, and he yelled that. What's a copy of Sonic Generations inside of Rouge? Yeah, it's just art, honestly. If we had a raid message, it would be "Put a generation in me." Okay. The next day of school happened and Sonic was in class, and Tails was in class with Cream. It was very difficult science class because Tails was the smartest person in the school and he only took the hardest classes. Cream was in the class because she wanted to be mentally challenged. I don't think that that's how you use that, but okay. "We have a test in this class tomorrow," said Tails to Cream. "It's gonna be hard and I have to study for it to make sure I get a good grade." Tails always got good grades, but studied anyway. Tails looked at Cream, who was there. "Me too," said Cream to Tails. "I know, I have an idea. Why don't you come over to my house tonight and we can study? Studying with you will help me get a better grade. I just know it." The idea was the best thing ever to Tails. Tails secretly, I do not like where this is going. We know exactly where this is going. Tails secretly had a crush on Cream and wanted to feel the body of his sexy friend always, even though she was Charmy Bee's girlfriend. Cream was a different kind of sexy that was only really sexy to some people, but Tails was one of them. What the heck does that mean? Okay, said Tails, sounding more excited than he wanted to. "I will come to your house tonight." Tails was very smart, but he was not the best at getting teenage women, so parts of his life like this were a challenge to Tails. It was now this evening, and Tails was getting ready to go to Cream's house. Tails was excited to get closer to Cream, but he was also nervous he might mess it up like a love idiot. He thought about asking Sonic, but then he remembered he is pissed at him. Then he thought about asking Espio, but Espio was at the hospital getting all his wounds fixed from being in the fight with Knuckles before he became a baby. Tails wanted to seem like a sexy man to Cream, so he sprayed his dad's colon on himself. Spelled C-O-L-O-N, not cologne with a G, N-E. Beautiful. Sprayed his dad's colon on himself and put breath wash in his mouth. Tails smelled good and looked good and went to Cream's house by flying. I'm waiting for Tails, said Cream as she sat on her bed in her bedroom studying without Tails. The English language is a colonoscopy. Yeah, colonoscopy. Tails flew into the window. Hi, Cream. I'm at your house now, said Tails. Tails sat on her bed sort of next to her, but not too close to promote sex thoughts. Let's study, said Tails. Wow, before we study, you smell good, Tails. Cream put her face right up against Tails and smelled hard, like the big bad wolf before blowing a house down. Tails laughed all nervously and said, Do I really? Oh, haha, thanks. I always smell this way. I guess you just notice when you are home. Tails did a little wiggle on her bed and pushed her face and body away because he was nervous. Please, let's study. Oh, great. Good, the spelling is back. Tails and Cream studied for the test for the next hour, and the whole time Tails could only concentrate on one thing, his growing nerection. 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 Tails touched it sometimes while they were studying to make sure it stayed put, and Cream did not see it. But it was getting so big that it would pop out of place like when the straw in your soda rises up, probably because of the bubbles, and you push it back down, but it just comes back up anyway, so you get iced tea instead. This person is one of the most colorful metaphorists in the entire universe, and I think that they deserve some sort of prize in literature. I don't know what prize, but it has to be some sort of prize. Tails was still the most nervous, but he decided that this was his chance. He would not get another chance as good as this if he did not take it now. Can we have them as a guest for the next Nintendo Project Marathon? No! Therapist visit, that's the prize. Just a reminder that when Espio sounds like there won't be an X. When Espio and Rouge were getting it on, they both had erections. And the person also said that she had balls, so, you know, just reminding you all of that mental imagery as well. Let's see. Cream, I have to tell you something, screamed Tails to Cream, letting all of his nervousness so he could be smooth like a movie star. What is it, Tails? Tell me all about it, said Cream back, looking hot. Tails was not so nervous anymore. Oh my lord in heaven. Do I have to read this? Tails said, Cream. Oh god. Strap in, folks. Strap the heck in. This is about to get really, really bad. Okay. Cream. I have lusted after your rabbit genitals since day one. I think you are the hottest woman I have ever been to. I know you are Charmy's girlfriend, capitalized G, capitalized F, but toss him aside and let my penis murder everything inside of you. Tails took out his penis, and he was so in love that his penis was literally screaming. Wow, said Cream. I did not know you felt this way. Go back, go back! But I am glad you do, because Charmy B is a total loser. Cream reached over and grabbed Tails' penis and began to give it a good shake. Hi, Twy. Welcome. You just came in just in time for the sex scene. She loved his boner with her hands and pulled him around the room by his penis like he was a wagon to get him more excited. Tails' penis was so big that it was about to burst like someone stepping on a tube of Colgate toothpaste. Tails could feel the semen bubbling up inside his penis like Santa going back up the chimney when he was done, and the presents he had left down in the house were Tails' balls. Which were already there, though. Oh, here we are. Okay, great. Cream was getting hot, too. She did not take off her clothes, but Tails could tell she also had a erection. Once again, N-E-R-E-C-T-I-O-N. Shake, shake, shake. Yeah, this is essentially Mischief Makers. I want to regurgitate the last 25 years of meals I've ever eaten. Yeah. Oh, great. Okay, so WarioWare move it. But then, just when things were becoming like one of the porns that Sonic had in his room and his mom let him have, Cream stopped and said, "No, I cannot do this. Not while I am still boyfriend and girlfriend," once again capitalized one word each one, "with Charmy. He may be a loser, but we are in a relationship, and I need to respect him. I will break up with him tomorrow, and then we can do sex." Cream collected her things together. "I think I am ready for the test tomorrow. Thanks, Tails." "Aw, man," said Tails. "Hi, Flargra." "Flargra, why? Why do you know the one that I'm reading?" Now, boyfriend and girlfriend, one word, boyfriend, one word, girlfriend, one word. The BF and GF are capitalized. No, handjob isn't cheating, it's okay. Because I used to look for bad fanfiction, I'm so sorry. "Aw, man," said Tails. Tails put his scrotum away and was sad about not getting to ejaculate his dick. "Okay, as long as you promise me your sex." "I promise," said Cream, and then Cream kissed Tails on the cheek. Tails thought it was cool and flew back home. End of chapter. Like Santa going back up the chimney when he was done, and the presents he had left down in the house were Tails' balls, which were already there. Oh. How many more chapters? Next chapter is 12 out of 25. And don't worry, we still have 7 to go based on what people have donated. 7 to go for me to read. We're not going to hit that 7 before the end of this block unless John wants to let me go into his. Chapter 12. The most important drama. It's actually a Danganronpa quote that fits perfectly. It's either this or Sticker Star. Let's see. We'll see. We'll see what happens with John's internet. It was a new day, and Sonic woke up from out of his bed and scratched his balls. He could feel. That fanfic was so thrilling I needed 2 box of tissues, 1 for each head. That's right. Oh my god, I forgot about that. He could feel the rash on his balls, and it was getting worse than before. "A sickness still ravages my balls," said Sonic as he wrote it in his journal that he now had back from Tails when he took it from school after Sonic had given it away to Ms. Lesson. I still like that Ms. Lesson started as Mrs. Lesson and then just became Ms. Lesson halfway through the fanfic. Sonic was done complaining about his balls and went to school. In history class, he talked to Amy. "Hey Amy," said Sonic to Amy. "Hi Sonic," said Amy and kissed him hotly like a girlfriend. "What is up?" said Sonic to Amy. "It is awful. I have bad news," said Amy to Sonic. "That stinks. Do you want to have sex later?" said Sonic to Amy. "Bad news, Sonic. Oh no, want to have sex?" Lord in heaven. One track mind. "No thank you, everything is so busy right now." "Yo, I thought we were going to totally bone, but there was just no way." This is the content I'm here for. Everything is just so busy right now. I'm just calling it, Amy is totally cheating on Sonic with Shadow. We found out that Shadow, even though he said that he was going to murder his parents, is actually like super caring and nice inside, and he's just a bad boy on the outside because he's like that. He's super cool, and Amy's like, oh man, he's such a bad boy, but he's actually got a heart of gold, even though he threatened to kill his parents. The bad news is that I have to go see the play tonight for a class. "Wow, that is unfair," said Sonic to Amu, A-M-U for some reason. "Even the principal says the play is super lame." Once again, I'm using lame or stupid because they keep using gay as a slur. But I guess you have to go, sorry. The school play was so stupid. "I wanted to know if you could come with me," said Amy in a way to Sonic that sounded like she was trying to be attractive. The person has literally never seen a woman before. I mean, based on the SBO scene, 100%. The play would be much better with someone else there. That is real bad news. I do not want to go near the play, but I will go so we can have sex later, said Sonic back to Amy. Amy kissed Sonic, and so did Sonic to Amy, and they made such a cute, hot couple. Then Sonic and Amy had the rest of the class, and Sonic went to another class, thinking about how much... That wasn't a good sound. Flargra! No! 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 Flargra donated $150, saying, I did a thing. Oh my god. Flargra, that's 7.5 chapters. We're finishing it. We're finishing the fanfic. Unless you want 2 Sonic OCs, Flargra. Unless you want 2 Sonic OCs. Don't you? Don't you? Half and half? Okay. Half goes to the story and half goes... Okay, so 75, that means... 3... We're gonna kind of round that up to 4. That's still 4 chapters. We're not finishing the fanfic. We're good. I'll do the... Flarga, would you mind if I actually draw your Sonic OC off stream because I only have 1 block left after this? Okay. Send me a picture of... assuming that you have a reference, like if you have your PNG tuber model thing, just send me a reference pic, and I'll try to work on that. Bonus stream for reading if we don't finish. I'm gonna have to. Thank you, Flarga. Thank you. You and Larky are two agents of chaos. And Paper Star. You know what? I'm not going to discount that. Paper Star also donated a ton of money towards this fanfic. And we're just going to call them out too. Oh my god. Okay. Then Sonic and Amy had the rest of the class, and Sonic went to another class. I get to repay the favor. Thinking about how much it was gonna suck that he had to go to the play tonight. The play was a bunch of people doing play things and music like a car full of losers. Sonic was now... Sticker Star is not good, correct. Sonic was now in a different class. I spent an hour playing and haven't beat World 2 yet. Yeah, that's Sticker Star. Sonic was now in a different class where Rouge and Shadow were also in the class. Rouge was with Knuckles, and Knuckles Jr. too. Like always now. Hey guys, said Sonic to them. Hey Sonic, said them to Sonic together at the same time to save time. I like that this person says together at the same time every single time. The text of this fanfic is like a world-ending spell. As soon as Dough reaches the end, the universe will implode. Knuckles Jr. Wait, Twi, did you miss that? Knuckles Jr. is Rouge's son with Knuckles that she gave birth to in a day. So she got knocked up by Knuckles. You know how like in the song he goes knock knock, it's Knuckles? He's talking about knocking up Rouge. So Rouge gave birth after one day, and the baby can talk and have premonitions, and then that's when SBO and Knuckles got into the fight, and SBO and Knuckles got into the fight, and then fell in love so hard that Knuckles turned into SBO's baby. So Knuckles is still Knuckles, but Knuckles Jr. is Rouge and Knuckles' baby. Anyway. What is new? Said Sonic to them. Charmy has been acting really weird and different lately. Paper Star, how dare you? How absolutely dare you? Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to finish this goddamn thing. Does someone want to donate $5.15? No, I'm sorry, $8.15 to get us to the goal? How absolutely dare you, Paper Star? Send you... Okay. There you go, I accepted that. Oh my lord in heaven. I'm so mad that this fanfiction has raised close to $700. No, don't make me write a Sonic fanfic. Make Hannah do that. Oh my lord in heaven. Thank you, Flargar. I appreciate it. I just got paid, so thank you. I appreciate you all are extremely generous human beings. Twi just donated $20, which means that I have to find another chapter of something to read at some point. Thank you for your donation, and that means we reached our goal of $3,003. We reached our second goal. Heck yeah! That's awesome. Y'all are amazing. We're just gonna stop for a second and just absolutely 100% y'all are fantastic people, despite what you're making me do to myself and to everyone watching here. I'm gonna get some ice cream to celebrate. You do that. You celebrate. Everyone here deserves to celebrate. So yeah, thank you. Thank you for indulging this. Raise it to 3,500. Okay. Let me... It keeps making me sign in every single time. 1 second. Stop donating. I'm trying to up the thingy. Jimmy. Found the fic, counted all the slurs, can't donate much more, but there's at least a little bit for every slur used. $35 from Jimmy, thank you so much. Oh my lord in heaven. All right, one sec. Let me raise the cap over here. I'm going slightly crazy from hearing the loop of the thing going in the background. I'm just gonna play from wherever I am in Sticker Star. John, you sure you don't want me to just keep going? One second. Campaign setup. 3,500. Hooray. Save changes. Alright, that should be all adjusted. Oh my Lord in heaven. Thank you all so much for your generosity though. Like again, this is a fantastic cause and it's going to help people. So like absolutely thank you. I think that, you know, the one reason while I'm reading this horribly crass, disgusting thing is because it's going to help people, and you're helping people just by being here. Even if you can't donate a lot or you can't donate at all, you're helping by being here, and I appreciate you. Anyway, let's get back to the cursed things. What is new? Said Sonic to them. Charmy has been acting really weird and different lately, said Shadow in a dark way, which is like him. He is probably nervous for the play, said Rouge suggestively. I wouldn't make any assumptions, but we should keep an eye on him to make sure he is okay, said Knuckles Jr. Knuckles Jr. turned out to be a really cool baby. I foresee something strange at the play tonight. The play is dumb, said everyone together agreeing. Everyone knew it. How are you and Tails doing? Said Shadow to Sonic. Sorry, Oros. Tails still hates my body inside and out, said Sonic with almost tears in his eyes, but he was too big and a man for that. It is so hard to be best friends with someone who hates you and does not want to talk to you. They did not need to specify that everyone agreed. I know how you say it, said Shadow. A lot of people hate me because I am dark, said Shadow, but I am not trying to be a supervillain. It is just who I am. They said the same thing at the same time. Yeah, I mean, they say everything at the same time simultaneously. Shadow squinted his eyes at the people around him in a way that is hard to describe and kept going. I do crimes in the city, but I am not a bad person. You can do bad things and mistakes sometimes and still be a good person. The people should still like you for it, unless you're a really bad person like Eggman, who is a shit dick. Maybe one day people will see I am a good person, even if dark. Sonic listened to what Shadow said so powerfully that it was like Sonic wrote down everything on a piece of paper and put it in a special folder and put that folder in a safe place so he could always go back to read it. Then Sonic itched at his balls. His balls were a wreck. That class ended and the rest of the school did too, and Sonic went home thinking about how his balls were like two blimps covered in volcanoes that could fit on the blimps and itched as well. Hearing Dobie curse isn't real. I'm not cursing, I'm just reading. When Sonic got to his home, Sonic's mom walked up to him and said, Sonic, I went to clean your room and saw what you wrote about your gay ball problems. I'm worried about your balls and I fear it could be a mortal illness, so I made a Dr. Zappointment. One sec, I need to type this one out for you all. There we go. That is how they spelled appointment, a doctor's appointment. I made a doctor's appointment. But first, we will have dinner. I got more Chinese food because I know how much you liked it last time. Don't read my journal, Mom! Screamed Sonic. Then Sonic went and ate the food, and just like last time, would you know it, there was a fortune cookie. And Sonic opened it and ate the cookie part and kept the paper inside to read the magical fortune on the paper. He looked at the paper and read it, and it said, "One man's pubic illness will cause the death of millions." Okay. Some people did not believe what fortune cookies said, but Sonic knew they were magic and always right, so he was a little worried and wondered what it could mean. I'm going to drink dish soap. I thought this was a fic from like 07 or 08. No, it was 2021. This is what happens when you get COVID and have to be quarantined and you go crazy. Then Sonic went to the doctor. Oh good, now we have casual racism. Sonic did not like going to the doctor because he was Chinese, like the food Sonic had, and made him feel nerves. Great. No, this is older? Oh, okay. This is what happens when Obama is elected. That's what happened. 2012? I don't know. Sonic went into his doctor room and sat on the chair that the doctor told him to. The doctor took out some papers and looked at them. Hello, Sonic. It has been a while since I saw you last. Sonic's mom tells me you are... I like that that's her name. Soda!
Obama.
Soda! Sorry. That lives in my head rent-free. In fact, I pay it rent to live in my head. Sonic's mom tells me you are having problems with your balls. I'm going to do some tests on you. But first, I am going to look at your papers. I see from Lord in heaven. I see from looking at your papers that your balls and penis are the biggest in your high school. Good job, Sonic! The doctor said. Sonic appreciated the truth and nodded his head and smiled. It was okay to talk about your penis and balls with the doctor because that is what they do, even if it automatically makes them gay. The doctor made a lot of money, so being gay was probably worth it. Just remember, kids, you make a lot of money being gay, so 10 out of 10 would recommend. I want to bleach my eyes. If you have the biggest balls and penis in your school, you are the best man. That's right. Well, we already learned that Sonic is like so amazing. The doctor started doing tests. Sonic passed all of them awesomely, and even the doctor was surprised at how Sonic was the best at everything. Did this fanfic foretell OnlyFans? I'm pansexual, don't have a lot of money, this is a lie. If you want me to continue reading during Sticker Star, sure. Then they got to the last test, which was about Sonic's balls. This doctor took out a test tube and filled it with pieces from Sonic's balls, and he tested them with machines. The machines printed out reports about it, and the doctor took them and looked at them, oh my god, with his very, very Chinese eyes. What is wrong with this person? This looks bad, said the doctor, looking at the reports that the machines printed out about Sonic's balls. It looks like you have a big disease. Uh-oh, What do I do? Said Sonic to the doctor, really worried about the welfare of his balls. I do not know. Lol, racism, am I right? Yeah, I don't know. This person is definitely like a teenager, a young teenager, because they think that that's like cool. I do not know. This is a legendary disease that only comes around once every million years. No one has ever found a cure for this disease, and what it can do is very bad. This disease will go from your balls to your penis and then up to your brain, and it can kill you eventually. There are other things that it does probably, but I do not know because it is so rare that you'll just have to call me up and tell me what it does when you find out. All I can tell you right now, Sonic, is to keep your balls away from everyone you know. Do not touch them to other people because it will spread and they will die. Sin caused the disease. This is definitely, Sin's toxin. And it will spread more, and the whole world may be at stake. S-T-E-A-K here. Please be safe, said the doctor in a calm way, but also scared because it was so serious. No! But I have to have my first sex with Amy. We were gonna do it at the play, which I'm going to from here, said Sonic, crying, sad and mad and afraid of things. Balls are an important part of sex. Sonic was always so healthy and the fastest person ever, but some things just cannot be stopped, like this ball disease. This S in STD is Sonic transmitted disease. Sonic's big STD, coming soon to a Dreamcast near you. Too bad, said the doctor. If you do that, it will be awful, and the first person to die will be Amy. You should not want your girlfriend to die. The doctor was right, but Sonic was still worried about it. Okay, well, I have to go to the play now, said Sonic, and ran out with the most nervous feelings that Sonic has ever had. Sonic thought about it, and it was the most important high school drama. What is more important, health or love? End of chapter. I don't know. On one hand, having sex with Amy will kill her. On the other hand, sex with Amy. It's a tough decision. Next chapter. Chapter 13. Picking up Silver. Okay. Amazing. Warning! You are not ready for the sentence that is about to come out of my mouth. Warning. Contains hedgehog on robot car action. Oh, we're gonna die. We're doomed. We're doomed. Chapter 13. Everybody supersonic racing. A cool car raced through the city streets. Said the car as it went down the big street with lots of other cars on it. The city was filled of buildings with lights and other things like places like McDonald's. Comma. It's just quotation, comma, end quote, shouted the car as it went back and forth, going in between other cars so it did not have to wait in traffic. Yeah, I cannot wait for the car to get an STD. The car was playing techno and rock and roll music. Techno is short for technology. Reek! yelled the car, doing a big turn in the city into section. INTOSECTION. Not inter, but into section. In SUVSTD. There we go. Location update on the Ultra Chaos Emerald, said the driver of the car. The car screen blinked to different things, and then any robot said, "Beep beep, Ultra Chaos Emerald getting closer." Shadow looked at the map screen. Okay, you just ruined it with Shadow. Looked at the map screen and drove faster toward the red dot. That was where the last Ultra Chaos Emerald was. Beep 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 beep, said the car in a robot voice. Yeah, because Eggman was taking the Chaos Emeralds from Shadow. That was a side plot. Beep 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 beep, said the car in a robot voice as Shadow got closer to the dot while driving his car. It was just around the corner now. Shadow did another fast turn at this into section and right to where the red dot on the map was. Beep 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 beep, screamed the car in a robot voice as his car dot and the Ultra Chaos Emerald dot on the map moved into each other, and in the in the real world, Shadow pulled up to the curb and there was a couple of gangmen. "Thanks, Omega," said Shadow as he hopped out of the car, which was black and red. "No, leave Omega out of this." And on the dark city street, he looked at the blacks standing. Oh my god, come on! Not cool. It's like so unnecessary. He looked at the gang members standing there and they looked dangerous, but Shadow knew they had the Ultra Chaos Emerald. Shadow took out a gun and pointed it at them and said, "Give me the last Ultra Chaos Emerald." And they looked surprised and startled. They checked their pockets, and while they were doing that, the gun became used. Yeah, would have hoped this was not 20. Yeah. I'm gonna veto the racism parts. Yeah, I'm gonna edit those out also. No, I don't think anyone wanted those. The gun became used and Shadow shot all three of them. They were now dead. Shadow reached into the middle one's pocket and found what he had come for, the last Ultra Chaos Emerald. They were like the regular Chaos Emeralds, but more powerful and a secret until they were found out. Shadow hopped back into his car, Omega, the robot car, and said, "I got it! Now I can get one wish to come true. I am gonna think about what I want to use it on before I use it." Shadow looked at the map and said, "Get me directions to Hamburger Restaurant." Omega changed some screens and said in a robot voice, "Beep boop bop, Hamburger Restaurant location found, it is over here." And Shadow looked at where the dot was. It was right nearby, so Shadow drove there with more loud sounds. Shadow went to the drive-thru and got a hamburger and fries and sat in the parking lot in Omega and ate it. "This is great. I love this place. It is always the place that I love to come to after I finish a crime," said Shadow darkly. Omega did not need food because he was a robot shaped into a car. Shadow finished eating and threw the garbage into Omega's trash hole, where he turned litter into gasoline, which was useful. Then here we go. Here we go. Then Shadow took his penis out. A sentence that you just don't want to see. "Hey Omega, check this out." said Shadow, laughing as he took his big, neat, hard penis and stuck it in Omega's trash hole. Unrecognized item in trash hole, error, said Omega. That's my penis, man, said Shadow to Omega. Penis not trash, not allowed in trash hole, said Omega to Shadow. Shadow couldn't fit all of his big, strong penis into Omega's trash hole anyway. So he took it out and gave Omega a taste of his balls too. Omega did not recognize Shadow's balls as trash either, which was good. And then Shadow put his balls back and started to drive off with his hands still on his penis. I need a drink. I need a very, very heavy drink. No. Where is Silver's house? Said Shadow to Omega while he rubbed really quick and hard on his penis with one hand while his other hand was driving. Omega updated his map and showed where Silver's house was on the other side of the dark city. Wow, after the rest of this, that was nothing. Shadow kept empowering his penis with one hand, and he drove faster and more dangerously. Soon his penis was so big he could hardly see in front of him anymore, and he was zigzagging across the street trying to keep both his penis and his car in control. Then he put both hands of his on his penis and made it do all sorts of things until it was done, and his penis redecorated inside of Omega with white curtains. Oh my lord in heaven. Just so you know, that's my semen, said Shadow to Omega. Omega knew that already. Shadow put both of his hands back on the steering wheel and drove faster. But suddenly some loud sounds and flashing lights came up behind him. Lord in heaven is less as long ago. Whack, 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 the police is following you, said Omega. Shadow decided to follow the laws and stopped his car in the street and waited for the police to come over to him. Shadow's penis was still big, though, so he tucked it under his leg on the right, and it stuck up in the middle of Omega the car, and Shadow put his hand on it. The police came over to the front window of Omega and looked at Shadow inside. Cool vehicle, said the police. Thanks, Shadow said to the police back. Okay, do you know that you were breaking a law by going that fast and back and forth on the street? Said the police to Shadow, sounding more like Ms. Lesson than a real person. Yeah, I do, said Shadow, and he patted his hand on his penis in the middle of the front of the car. Sir, please take your hand off the gear stick in the middle of the car right now, said the police to Shadow. Shadow looked at the police and laughed and said, That's not the gear stick, that is my penis, and drove off before the police could say anything or really even react at all. Oh my god. You have broken another law, said Omega to Shadow. Shadow laughed because he could see the police far behind him giving up and going to look for an easier criminal. Now, said Shadow, let's get to Silver's house. And you'll have to wait until John goes live for the rest of this. See you all in a minute, unfortunately. Shadow laughed because he could see the police far behind him giving up and going to look for an easier criminal. Now, said Shadow, let's get to Silver's house. Shadow drove the car fast to Silver's house on the other side of the city, and when he got there, he braked his car so hard that the sound it made was like hearing the world's largest bird.
Hold on, Dovey. Listen, we're on my mobile setup, and it's a miracle I'm streaming at all, so you guys are just gonna have to deal with it.
Okay. I turn my mic up as high as it can go. It was like the world's largest bird getting punched in his tummy. Shadow honked the horn, and when he finished honking the horn, Silver jumped out of the window and onto the street and into the side seat of Omega. "Hey Shadow, thanks for the ride," said Silver. "Cool curtains you put up." Those aren't curtains. Shadow laughed and said, "No problem. Now if I do not hurry up by driving fast, you will be late for the play." Silver said, "Do not worry, we will get there in time." Silver was another big role in the play, but he was not a huge nerd like Charmy Bee. Silver was kind of like Sonic, but less fast. Also voiced by Bryce Papenbrook. So, he's basically Nagito Komaeda. Sonic also had the best morals, but maybe Silver dressed better, but that was kind of dumb too. Silver did have this big hair thing on the front that looked like a marijuana. Oh my god,
What?
This is a beautiful marijuana.
Is that a
I'm gonna
weed?
spell it.
I'm calling the police!
911, what's your emergency? Now, I'm gonna spell how this person spelled marijuana in chat there. This is just the gift that keeps on giving. Is that a police? I'm calling the weed. 411, 420, what you smoking? So he had a big hair thing on the front that looked like a marijuana, though.
I guess I will let you pool money. If you guys separately donate money towards the 300 and you say 4 sticker star, then we'll count
The
it.
sticker star fund. So maybe Sonic was better at being stylish anyway. It is hard to tell because Silver lived in the city, which is kind of far away from high school. Shadow stepped on the gases, and the car went away through the city into the moonlight and toured out of the city to high school. End of chapter. This was one of the more tame chapters, even though he repainted the inside of the car.
I want the bomb!
Good news, this chapter doesn't come with a warning at the start of it. Chapter 14, The Play. Good. Sonic and Amy got to high school and went to the play, which was at the school. When they got to the auditorium, they were not expecting to be surprised, but they were, because the auditorium was actually full of men and women idiots waiting to see the play. Yeah, Hannah, this might be best if you saved yourself. Cool young people, such as high school students, did not come to see the play unless they had to.
Yeah, someone donated $300 so I could play what I want. And that's what we're doing.
The play was so full that Sonic and Amy had to sit in bad seats surrounded by strangers that could have been dirty or usually did crime. Sonic looked around the place and saw Rouge and Knuckles Jr., who was a baby, sitting really by the door out, and Tails and Cream all the way on the other side, which is where they probably would have sat anyway because Tails hated Sonic to the sky. Sonic also saw Shadow standing around places, but he did not get in a seat because he was too bad for that. I like that this person just wrote Knuckles out of the story by turning them into a baby.
You know, they're actually a really good writer. They're using a lot of devices. It's, just bad content.
And terrible grammar and spelling and...
That's not important.
Oh, no, of course not.
I got wings!
We're at the play now, said Amy to Sonic, even though she was
I'm getting
surrounded by
bullied.
people who were neither of them. I wonder when it will begin. It's gonna start soon, said Sonic to Amy. I was wondering about that.
Oh fuck,
sorry.
oh fuck.
It's going to start
Hello,
soon,
darkness,
said Sonic to
my
Amy.
old friend.
What I am wondering is not that, but if it is if Charmy is going to mess up big time, because he has been acting weird all week. I bet you he will. Sonic laughed about this because it did not really matter to him, but it did to Charmy. The play they were doing was The Christmas Story, even though it was not Christmas time. But they thought it was a good idea to do anyway. In the play, Silver played Joseph, who is Jesus' dad. Oh my god, this is going to be amazing. I thought God was Jesus' dad.
It's a stepdad, but I mean...
Charmy played Mary, because even though he was not a girl, everyone thought he was anyway. That's mean.
I'm not gonna lie,
version.
I kind of want to go back to Sticker Star.
Baby version Jesus was going to be played by Knuckles, who was fitted for the role now that he was a baby. He's not the stepdad, he's the dad who stepped up. I love that phrase. I saw that used recently with a comic featuring this person draws Jesse and Ash's mom in a relationship, and it's really cute comics.
Can I do $300? Stop, Dovey.
No, you have to match what we raised to make me read it.
Hold on, stop, Dovey, please. 10 minutes.
Woo, Sticker Star. Sign the number 2 Sticker Star hater. Depends who you ask. Sometimes Joseph is Jesus' dad. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Sonic and Amy sat patiently in the seats they were in, even though Sonic could have been out running around. Sonic waited by rubbing Amy's leg and seeing how close he could get his hand to her vagina before she rubbed him off.
Okay, this is like no. Jesus does not approve.
They're doing the Christmas Story. Jesus is literally approving here.
Oh. Well, I guess it's fine then.
Sonic determined that Amy was prime and ready for sex because her vagina felt hard and loose as far as he could tell.
If you guys are going to cancel someone for this, can it please not be me this time?
When he would get close to it with his hand before the play began, he almost forgot totally that he had a deadly ball disease.
Yeah, I wasn't doing good at Kirby, so I decided to go over to the other game. And these are the only 2 games I have on this, so...
You're safe, Dovey isn't. The play eventually started, and it was just as stupid as you thought it would be. There was singing and songs, but otherwise it was just the Christmas Story always was. Mary got a letter from an angel saying she was going to have a baby, but she did not want to have the baby at home because the king would not let babies vote. So Mary and Joseph rode bikes.
Good on him.
So Mary and Joseph rode bikes all the way from London to Jerusalem. What Catholic school did this child go to? When they got to there, the hospital was full, so they went to a barn and had the baby in there. And it turned out to be the legendary hero Jesus. Okay, white Jesus.
His name is Jesus, he is a hero.
Through the whole play, Silver did a really good job, and Charmy did an okay job, but everyone sure believed he was a woman because his voice was so high, and girls.
Oh, I'm getting bullied.
Then, they got to the ending where Mary was to have her baby out. Mary flipped onto her front and Joseph pulled Jesus out of her butt, which looked totally fake. Sonic could tell, even with special affects, with an A, not E. Joseph held Jesus up to show God and then gave him to Mary, who was actually Charmy. Charmy looked at Jesus, Knuckles, really close, and then reached into his clothing with the hand that was not holding him and pulled out a knife. Time to get murdered, said Charmy as he started to kill Knuckles. Just as he began to do this, silver bodily flew into them and knocked Knuckles up and away from Charmy.
Chapter 3, barely.
Oh my god, what is happening? Said Amy, who was startled hard. That took a very, very different turn. Charmy is trying to kill Knuckles, obviously, said Sonic to Amy. It was true, and people started to yelling and screaming. Just then, a gunshot came from the back of the audience. Shadow pulled out his gun from his spot and aimed it at Charmy B from the back of the audience. Why was there no warning on this chapter? Because it's not a sex scene. It's only murder. Shadow fired his gun, and the bullet hit his head, but he must have been wearing a gun-proof helmet because the bullet from the gun went off his head and up into the ceiling where it hit a light, and the light fell down along with other things. Something from the ceiling fell into the back of the stage where the props were, and one of the props was a bomb that they used for some things. The prop was a real bomb though, and when the thing hit it, the bomb exploded.
I cannot believe I got to the end of this chapter.
The bomb exploded with a huge explosion, like a bunch of horses made of fire running through the place. Suddenly, people did not really care about the play anymore because the place was full of fire and could kill you. Rouge and Knuckles Jr. already got out quick right away because they were by the door. Sonic looked and saw Amy next to him was almost unconscious because of all the fire and smoke and shocking things. It's UNCONSCIENCE. 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 Sonic picked her up and ran out of the auditorium with his fast speed. Sonic found Rouge and Knuckles Jr. outside in the hallway where it was safe. "Are you okay?" said Rouge. Knuckles Jr. predicted that this would happen, so he sat by the door so he could get out easy. Oh my god. This would be much better if you read in Strong Bad's voice from Homestar. I don't know how well I can do that. Yes, we are okay. No, I can't do a Strong Bad. My voice can't take that. I'm running on fumes here. Yes, we are okay, said Sonic. Amy is going into shock attack, but it is nothing she will not get over. Sonic looked around and saw people running out, but there was a lot of other people still stuck in the auditorium, and some of them were fainted. People were leaving and not helping the other people get out.
Dobby, do you hear the baby crying in the background? Do you see what you are doing?
No, I don't hear anything.
Oh. He's too far gone.
Everything is fine.
I gotta say,
perfect.
To interrupt one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Still better than Biff and Tiff.
That is very subjective. Chat, what do you think? Is this better than Biff and Tiff? Should I just read the Biff and Tiff, say the Biff and Tiff story like 20 times?
Hold on. We'll edit the donation thing. $300. Do Biff and Tiff instead. We're going for high dollar donations this time.
Oh my god.
Keep going, Dobby. No one told you to stop.
I'm taking a snack break. Okay. People were leaving and not helping the other people get out. But the lunch lady, who had ears but was deaf, was running into the auditorium and carrying women and children back out. The lunch lady lived in Mongolia by herself as a child, and became very strong from carrying trees back from the frozen forests to the villages that she traveled between, so now she could carry stacks of people. Since she was deaf, all of the noises that the fire was making did not bother her because she could not hear. As we all know, fire is amazingly loud. Sonic saw the lunch lady bring out cream, but Tails was not being brought out because he was not a woman or child. Sonic thought, damn, he is still my friend. Sonic swallowed his scary feelings and ran into the burning auditorium to Tails, who was past PAST out in the front. Sonic picked Tails up and ran and brought his body outside to the hallway and began doing CPR on his body. Sonic thought, this will look gay, but it did not matter because Tails was still his friend. Just to let you all know, CPR is not gay, it's called saving a life.
We're only $150-ish from the third goal.
Amazing.
I'm gonna lower the threshold for Dupif and Tiff, just in hopes.
No. Keep it at 300. We want them to they have to earn it.
Hold on, we'll do cumulative. Is that how you spell cumulative before I get kicked off kicked off the internet?
Listen, this everything in this fanfic has been spelled badly. You could just say it's a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's a bit. Keep going.
Okay.
This is like that one Sephiroth video, multiple Sephiroth videos, where we just started eating in the middle of it.
Oh yeah, I love that. It was the April Fool's one. We both you ate a pizza and I was eating popcorn.
Yeah, we just we used our 3DS webcams and we're just eating.
It was one of my favorites.
It was called I Love Whores versus.
That's right. We were playing I Love Horse. I love to pet my horse.
And the fucking stables were never clean!
No. We were playing the demo. It was great. Okay, so let's see. Sonic pushed on his body and started kissing him to give him life again.
I can buy doors!
This is how CPR works. Sonic kept kissing, and Amy and Rouge and Knuckles Jr. watched him as he kissed Tails' face, but Tails was not waking up.
I'm gonna go explore with doors.
Enjoy. Sonic, said Shadow over on the side, Charmy escaped and is running through the school like a murderer now. Stop CPR kissing Tails. You have to help us catch him. Then Silver gave Knuckles to Rouge and said he is safe now, but he needs to sleep. Rouge was so happy she could have kissed him, but did not. Life has many doors, Ed boy. Sonic looked and said, Amy, finish doing CPR on Tails. I will let you and will not get jealous. Sonic kissed her mouth and felt one of her boobs and ran off with Shadow and Silver to go catch the guy who was trying to kill baby Knuckles that was now running around the school and could danger them all. There's a time and a place, Sonic.
Clearly not.
End of chapter.
This stream got so bad so quickly.
Chapter 15. Killer on the Loose, spelled Looce. Author's note. I wrote this chapter on a train.
Nice. I'm only sad because it means you can't get run over by it.
Shadow and Silver ran ahead into the school. Nice, using public transportation.
Ow.
But Sonic stopped to go to the bathroom, and he took an enormous bad-smelling poop. Sonic knew he must be very emotional because this poop was so big that when he tried to flush the toilet, the big poop log just folded in half and clogged the toilet easily while looking like part of a really fat pretzel that you would get at the mall. Not like the little ones in bags from the supermarket.
I got a fan. Also, Raquel says she loves when we do blocks together.
Sonic just said, "Forget it," and ran out of the now very stinky bathroom after Charmy Bee. Sonic passed Shadow and Silver, who were in different hallways and going different ways, but he did not pass them at the same time because they were in different hallways, and because, even though Sonic was very fast, he could not actually be in two different places at the same time. Sonic went one way, and Shadow went the other way, and Silver went another other way, and it kept happening. I like that the author writes the way I think when I'm reading Am I the Asshole? It's pretty much it. I, 20 male, want to sex my girlfriend, 20 female, except I have a terrible balls disease that will kill her and millions others if I do, but I still want to because she's kinda hot. AITA? That's what you would see. Anyway.
I'm doing a church bit after this. I hope you know.
Yeah, we're gonna need a lot of church after
Children of Jam Father,
purify yourselves.
let not today's events curse your soul with sin. For the low price of $5.99 because inflation, children. For the low price of $5.99, you can be purified from the sins this block has brought upon your soul.
These heathens have brought upon your soul.
Can I get an amen?
If my man isn't willing to kill millions so I can get some vitamin D, I don't want him. Exactly. That's exactly how Sonic feels. Or Sonic thinks that Amy feels.
I like how in the background to all this is just classical violin. Like, that's what I got going on here.
It's just the best. One room that Sonic looked in was the art room. It made Sonic remember having art class with Charmy Bee. Charmy could not control his urges like everyone else and used all the colors in every picture, where like Sonic just used blue and Amy just used pink and other people were also normal like that. Remember, using more than one color makes you weird. Sonic thought about how this was and that it was still surprising that Charmy could do something like this.
Actually, I really want to see what happens.
Dobie, catch him up.
I really want to see what happens if you use the door sticker in a fight.
I don't think it does anything. I don't know. Also, Kimmy, you're gonna have to do that yourself. I can't. I really can't. Tell her about the car. The Omega car.
So, when you use the door in a fight, it just lets you leave.
Oh, okay. You mean an option that's already there?
Yep.
That's great. This is a wonderful game. Shadow went into a room, among other rooms, that was the car fixing room. Shadow remembered about how he had car fixing class with Charmy, and how Charmy was really terrible at fixing cars, because it was not in him to do something that was like a man would do. They're really just ragging on Charmy. Shadow thought it was weird how Charmy could now do something that was so manly, like killing. Okay. Just remember, only
I got jokes, but I told them we're not allowed to do politics, so now I can't do the jokes.
And one room that Silver ran into was the gym room, where Silver one time had gym class with Charmy Bee. He remembered how Charmy was positively the worst at sports and being an athlete, so it made him wonder why Charmy would do something that was actually doing something, like killing.
As long as you join the right religion.
Yeah.
$5.99, and you too can be saved.
Sonic and Shadow and Silver ran around and around, and eventually they just got tired and could not find Charmy at all. Charmy was trying to be a murderer, but they were just tired and tired of looking for him, so they sat down in chairs and didn't do anything else now. Back in the front of the school, Amy decided...
I'm sorry, but I just came in here and I feel like I'm going to be arrested for listening to this.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be arrested for saying it.
Good, you deserve it.
Amy decided that she needed to go to the bathroom.
Guys, I'm
Rouge
just
went
saying,
with her.
I'm seeing Dovey on Sunday, I think. If you donate $200, I'll beat him up.
Rouge went with her because she had to go too, and Cream stayed with Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. and Tails, who was still trying to become awake. Most people had left the school by now, but there were still some waiting to get into the women's bathroom.
SB, who is also going, but I'm broke!
Is that collective or one donation? It's collective.
Oh no, for beating Dovey up, it's one person. One person's got dropped $200.
One person, okay.
I ain't going to jail for any less.
But Amy and Rouge did not feel like waiting in line, so they just went into the men's bathroom, where normally it was that the people inside were men. Amy and Rouge were not men, so this was against the rules. As soon as Amy opened the door, a super-powered smell hit her in the face. It punched her right in the nose because it was Sonic's poop smell. "Oh my god," screamed Rouge. "What is that smell?" "I have heard this smell 1,000,000 times before," said Amy to Rouge. Okay, so we're hearing fire, we're hearing poop. Who could say this because she was Sonic's girlfriend, meaning that she had been around Sonic pooping? This smell is Sonic's poop. Amy and Rouge went into the bathroom anyway because you could never get a break when it comes to going to the bathroom. No matter what, you always end up going, even if you try not to all night. They were holding their hands above their noses, and then Amy opened up a stall door, and inside was a shocking thing to see, but she saw it anyway. It was Charmy B. "Ah, it's you!" screamed Amy in a scared and shocked way. "You're a murderer!" "Not yet," said Charmy, "but now I will start to be by killing you." Charmy jumped at her. You know what? They can easily solve this by touching Charmy with Sonic's balls and killing him with the legendary disease. Just saying. Easy out. Charmy jumped at her from inside the stall and into Amy, and they fell back. And Charmy was on top and holding a knife that was about to cut Amy apart when Rouge came over and kicked Charmy, and he flew off her body and over to the wall by rolling. "Take this," said Rouge, and she flapped her bat wings at Charmy to push all of the horrible poop air at him. It all went to him, but then Charmy got up and ran right at Amy with his knife and cut her on the legs because he is short, and then jumped back. "Ow!" said Amy. "I'm dying." Amy fell backwards and got dizzy. "No, stay with me," said Rouge. "Use your special move while you can." Amy knew what Rouge was talking about, so Amy used her special attack. Oh my god.
Is it racism?
No, it's worse. You all are not prepared for this paragraph. Amy shouted, okay, just give me a sec to compose myself here.
Someone pay for Biff and Tiff, please, I beg you.
Amy shouted, "Girl blood!"
Oh.
And opened her legs.
Alright.
And a stream of blood shot at Charmy.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Since Amy was so good at being nice and caring, which is using her heart,
please, Biff and Tiff.
Amy was able to speed up her heart so fast that her blood pumped out of the wound on her leg like a super soaker filled up by vampires.
I don't care what you say, I'm cutting prices.
The blood hit Charmy in the face and body and all over, really, and it was steaming and burning him. But he looked like he didn't care.
I beg of you.
Amy
150.
looked shocked and yelled, "How can you be so invincible?" Then Rouge said, bet he can't handle my special attack, Romance Bite. Rouge flew with her bat wings and went over to Charmy and bit him right in the neck using her fangs and tried to make him fall in love with her, but it did not work. "It is not working," cried Amy. "She must have superpowers.
When I made this the sticker star torture block, this isn't how I saw this going.
I mean, the torture is working. "He must have superpowers. He is going to kill us for sure." Amy and Rouge tried to get away from Charmy, but he kept blocking them and coming at them with the knife. They were finally trapped in the corner, holding on to each other with their best-in-show boobs pressing up against each other, looking like the sexiest Legos ever.
Do you think I can sue him for this?
Can we read My Immortal instead?
Why would you do such a thing, you mediocre dunces?
Hi, Nick!
Hi,
And
Nick!
all of a
Help!
sudden-
Kill me!
Tails came into the bathroom and threw a piece of electronics at Charmy. Charmy looked up and Tails, "But you are supposed to be bzzzt," and then died right there. Tails went over to Amy and Rouge, definitely stopped for a second to check out their boobs without them knowing, and then stopped and said, "You are safe now. That was not Charmy. It was a robot." "A robot? How did you know?" said Amy. Tails, being the smartest, thought it was a question for idiots, but said, "I knew as soon as Charmy was not being hurt by Sonic's poop stink. I was watching from the door. Normally, Charmy would have complained and passed out from smelling that, but he did not, so I knew. As soon as that happened, I ran and went and got a robot killer device from my electronics." I mean, it's the men's bathroom, so he's not really being a perv, you know. They're in the wrong bathroom. "Wow, thanks," said Amy, and kissed Tails on the cheek for a reward. "Really, Tails, you saved us," said Rouge, and kissed Tails on the other cheek. "This shows that you can be cool by being smart, except if you are a nerd-ass." Tails and Amy and Rouge walked out of the bathroom and back to where Cream and Knuckles Jr. was. And soon, Sonic and Shadow and Silver came back and they were all back together. John is dead. F's for John. The lunch lady was the only other person still there, and she saw how tired they looked.
You know,
so she made...
I had a dream last night that a serial killer paralyzed me and started sawing off my limbs while I was conscious, and I think it might have been less. I think it might have been less painful than this.
Who's Knuckles Jr.? Knuckle Jr. is the baby that Knuckles and Rouge had, as opposed to Knuckles, who is Espio's baby after falling in love with Knuckles, and Knuckles turning into a baby that looked like Espio. The lunch lady was the only other person still there, and she saw how tired they looked, so she made them all a bunch of chow meat sandwiches. Oh my god. And they all ate until their tummies were gonna burst. All the time while they were eating, Sonic thought, but then where is Charmy? And where is the guy who made the robot? And so many other things. High school drama is so crazy to be a part of.
And I don't know what that is, and don't tell me.
Next chapter. Chapter 16. Responsibilities. It was now a new day of school, and Sonic went to it. Sonic took a peek at the auditorium where the bomb had gone off last night, and it looked like they were fixing it, so that was good. This is not physical torture. Sonic went to his first and all of the classes after that until lunch, which is what he was at now. You better believe it's the same one. Sonic went to his lunch table and was about to say, "Hey guys," but then he looked at his normal lunch table and he thought, "What has happened?" Tails was not here because he has been mad at Sonic. Knuckles
You can stop this! I can't stop this! Donate $150!
Sonic should have stayed dead in 2006. Knuckles was not here because he was now a baby and with Rouge. Espia was not here because he was at the hospital after fighting with Knuckles before he became a baby. And Charmy was not here because he was still in a disappearing mystery. The only people that were there were Shadow and Vector. "Hey guys," said Sonic, "what is going on with high school?" "It sure is crazy," laughed Vector while he ate his yellow sandwich. "Has anything new happened today?" said Sonic to them. "Didn't you hear?" said Shadow. "Espio is back from the hospital. He would be here at lunch right now, but he is getting all of his work from his teachers."
So the baby's crying, but also I feel like that sound effect is very fitting, so I'm not too worried about it.
"That reminds me," said Vector. "Also, Knuckles is having trouble with grades. Now that he has become a baby, he has not turned in any of his homework or tests, and he is going to fail high school and get kicked out if he doesn't do them." "Wow, that's tough," said Sonic. That's
People
rough.
are like, "John, why are you so mean to Dovey?" That's all. That's all I had.
And then all of a sudden, the announcement speaker came on. "Attention teenagers," said the announcement speaker. "Amy and Rouge have Denetion, 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 for going in the boys' room last night after the play. Please go there immediately." "Oh no," said Sonic so immediately. "Looks like they're gonna be there for a long time. Oh no, no, Bonga, no, bad time to raid."
Oh no!
No! First of all, thank you for the raid. I'm in the middle of reading the worst Sonic fanfiction.
Hey, if you have $150 and you want to, do a good deed today, please end this. I am begging you. I will listen to the Biff and Tiff joke. Just make it stop. Keep going, I guess.
Keep going. Stick and raid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope your stream went well. Let's see.
Everyone go
Looks
tweet
like-
David.
It looks like they're going to be in there for a long time, said Shadow. "There is no way I can become true boyfriend and girlfriend with Amy if she is trapped in dentation." Wow, they spelled it differently. Dentation, dentation, by having sex, said Sonic. Sonic was so upset now. Then the announcement speaker came on again. "Attention teenagers, Sonic please come to the office," said the speaker. "Uh-oh, looks like you're in trouble too," said Vector. Vector was always making people mad. He was definitely an asshole to be around. Sonic got embarrassed, like when Ms. Lesson read about his balls problems, and he ran out of the lunchroom and through the halls with his head down, not looking or talking to anyone, and went to the office. Can we switch to more John writing and reading fanfic?
My story about the anthropomorphic Pokemon, it was hitting. That's all I'm saying.
You're saying you want John to read this fanfic? "Hello," said Sonic to the office. "What do you want?" "Here, this is for you," said the school worker, who had long hair and a star tattoo with an outline on her face. oddly specific.
Dovey, I hope you know we have 32 viewers right now.
Hi, everybody. I'm not normally like this. I'm doing
Yeah,
this for charity. Rouge left it for you before going to detention, spelled correctly this time. Sonic went over to the desk she was looking at, and looked at, and
you made
pointed
me
to.
so upset. There was a donation, but it was $20.
Set my viewers to fanfiction. I pay my penance with a donation. Thank you so much, Bong. I appreciate it.
I'm just saying, if someone donates 150, we'll be over our third goal.
It's cumulative, so we only have 130 to go till Biff and Tiff.
True.
Hannah, get your credit card.
Sonic went over to the desk she was at and looking at and pointing to and found what she was talking about, which was Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. with a note attached to them that said, "Please take care of us while Rouge and Espio are not around." Sonic was so surprised. He had never taken care of a baby before, forget two, especially when one of them was his friend after becoming a baby. Yeah, Knuckles Jr. Hey, Nine Blades, how you doing? Knuckles Jr. is Rouge and Knuckles is child.
I do remember that, and I'm so happy you made the right choice and decided to watch a charity stream. Hey guys, did I mention that the gays are literally starving right now? They're just in the street, and they have nothing to eat. God, it sure would be nice if we could feed the gays. Especially if you're Hannah and have money, and we'll give it to charity. Continue, Dovey.
Okay. Yeah, Nick, we reached the goal in my block because people wanted to hear the rest of the fanfic.
I got a bug bite. It make me sad. But not as sad as this fanfic.
Thanks for coming so quickly, said Knuckles Jr., who was like 3 days old at this point, by the way. Said Knuckles Jr., I was getting hungry. Knuckles Jr. was red. Sonic picked up Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. and put them in his backpack and went to the rest of his classes and then went home. How much longer is this fanfic? We are on chapter 16 of 25.
Oh wow, we got through a lot. We went through like 3.
Yeah. It's amazing what happens when you read for 3 hours straight. Well, 2 hours. I spent an hour doing the Sonic OC. Sonic opened his backpack, got home and opened his backpack and took Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. out and put them on the bed. Welcome to my room, said Sonic. Don't check out the pornos on my desk if you don't want to see them, said Sonic. You are both only babies. Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. laughed and ate food that Sonic brought up for them after they left. Hey Sonic, said Knuckles. Apparently Knuckles can talk, to answer your question from before Espy, I think. You gotta help me out with my homework. It is very hard to write as a baby. So then Sonic helped Knuckles learn to write, and he finished doing his homework as a baby. Knuckles probably did a lot of things wrong, but Sonic did not care, because homework was boring. Then Sonic went to mow the lawn. Hey, we were just talking about lawn mowing. Sonic went to mow the lawn, which made his balls itch extra, and then he went back upstairs, but stopped on the stairs to put some soothing poultices on his balls.
I don't like how my name is on this blog.
They spelled poultices correctly.
Hang on,
I don't know how.
I got this. I gotta fix something real quick. You just keep going.
So, what do you guys do for fun? Said Sonic to Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. Well, said Knuckles, can we tell you and you promise you will not tell anyone? Oh, this is going places. Don't worry, said Knuckles Jr. to Knuckles. I can tell he will not tell anyone. Okay, said Knuckles to Sonic. When we are alone and not being held by Rouge, we like to practice kissing on each other. It is technically okay, because I am Knuckles Jr.'s dad, and a dad is allowed to kiss his baby.
Can we go to the next chapter? I don't like this one.
Cool, said Sonic. Show me!
Can we please go to the next chapter because I got canceled one time.
So Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. got up very close to each other and kissed each other in a really good way. It was okay because they are father and son and also brothers, and that is allowed everywhere, and it is not illegal even if they're both babies now.
Hey, we got a donation, $50. So that's $70. We're almost there.
Byron, thank you.
Where's my wallet?
The internet was a mistake. I'm an adult, but I need an adult. The two of them kissing looked like two big, not sexual caterpillars pushing themselves together. It was not a sexual kiss, but it was a big gold medal kiss anyway. Oh, this is getting bad. Wow, I can tell you are both going to be romance experts when you grow up.
Debbie, can I make a very insensitive but also really funny joke?
One second. Said Sonic, I would ask you for tips, but it would probably be against the law. Sonic asked them to kiss one more time, and they did.
Oh, my Twitter account's probably getting hacked. Quitting?
Missed the
Okay. Alright, keep going. I guess.
Amy was Sonic's girlfriend, so this was very good of him to say. It proves that he should
$80,
be
guys.
sex with her.
$80. $80. Please, I beg you. Please?
No
$80.
way, said Knuckles. Just then, Sonic went to Wow, okay. There's a whole load of language here I'm not going to repeat. Sonic wanted to slug that comment deleted in the mouth for saying ugly about his girlfriend, but didn't.
$80.
The hottest girl is Rouge.
$80.
None
I
of
don't
them-
have $80.
None of them could not say that Rouge was not attractive because she had the absolute biggest boobs in the tri-state area. My opinion is different, said Knuckles Jr. I think that the hottest girl is Charmy. They all laughed so hard because Charmy was so much like a girl except not hot. These guys really just have to leave Charmy alone. Everyone knew that laughing was good for them, even if Charmy was kidnapped or dead, and that it made them feel healthy. Knuckles Jr. was definitely the coolest baby because everyone could get along with him and he could do jokes also. Then they all got out of their clothes and into bedtime clothes and went to sleep.
Hey, Midnight, how you doing? You got $80.
Somebody find $80.
Remember, it's cumulative, so if someone donates 40 and another person donates 40, thank God.
Sonic was sleeping just fine and normally until there was a whisper at the edge of his face. Sonic, 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 said the whisper. Sonic.
Hi, Sonic.
Sonic, Sonic. Sonic opened his eyes and saw the person whispering to him.
Is this an ad for bad fast food?
And who he saw was right there, which was Knuckles Jr. What is it, Knuckles Jr.? Said Sonic to Knuckles Jr. I was sleeping until you whispered my name to me. I had a vision, said Knuckles Jr. I know who the real Killer Man is, and I know where Charmy is. End of chapter. Dun dun dun.
Glover. 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 Glover!
Okay. Sonic Chapter 17. Breaking In. Warning! That's right, folks. We got another chapter warning.
I beg of you. I beg of you. Go steal your parents' This is the one time I will tell you. Go steal your parents' credit card.
Warning. Contains the worst sex scene ever written. And yes, I have read My Immortal.
Oh, no! I'm pretty sure I just hacked this stage, by the way. You're not supposed to be able to do this.
Nice. Someone please help us. Author's note, if you have any comments or compliments or questions or suggestions, please leave a review or comment. I really like getting them and it makes me want to write more. I could probably write a Wikipedia about everything in this series so far. What's My Immortal? My Immortal is the worst fan fiction ever created. It was like a Harry Potter fan fiction. Yeah, Harry Potter Vampire Edgelord fanfic.
It's not robbery! It is a gift!
It is literally the worst thing that anyone has ever produced in a written format.
I can't believe
and it
you
is
do
also
such a thing.
glorious
You
masterpiece.
Toby, you literally froze the game. Oh, never mind.
I don't think it was serious, but it still exists.
I'm pretty sure this is satire, too. I refuse to believe somebody wrote this, like, fully not aware.
I don't know. I've met teenagers before.
You know? True. John, please stop what? Stop what?
Ass! This
Toby?
window will not open.
I can't.
Not even a little, said Sonic, as he tried pushing the window of the house where Charmy Bee was in Knuckles Jr.'s vision. Sonic even put his back up against the wall and tried using the top of his head and hands to push on it, but it would just not move because it was just such a big and heavy closed window.
What was Toby's comment? I didn't catch it.
Something about I've known teenagers or something.
Oh, yeah, well, we don't go there. Keep going.
Dun, dun, dun. It looks like you are having a hard time, said Knuckles Jr. Weak idiot. Knuckles Jr. laughed because he was kidding, but Sonic did not think it was funny and gave him a look that was like he just took the pickles off Sonic's hamburger that he specifically asked for pickles on. In addition, Sonic really liked pickles. We need help, but I do not want to bring someone else into this problem, said Sonic to Knuckles Jr., thinking. Sonic thought about who is strong. He thought of some people, like Knuckles, but then remembered that he was now a baby, and hence thus not a strong guy, and Tails, who was not strong, but probably had some strong robots, and Espio, who was probably about the same in strongness as Sonic, but Sonic did not want to ask him for help,
only $10.
because that...
I mean, $10!
Jack, I may not be able to save chat, but I can save the frog sticker from this horrible fic.
$70, guys, $70. Please, I beg of you.
Throw away the frog sticker, though.
I'm just saying, if 14 of you donate $5 right now, we're done.
Let's see, where were we? It would be like saying, you are stronger than me, and Sonic did not want to say that to Espio. He also thought of Big the Cat, who was in some idiot classes at school, but he did not want to talk to him because it was always weird. There was only one person that Sonic could think of. Come with me, Knuckles Jr., said Sonic to Knuckles Jr. It was the middle of the night, and Sonic and Knuckles Jr. went up to the door of a different house. Ding dong, said the doorbell when Sonic pressed it. Press it again, said Knuckles Jr. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, said the doorbell again and again as Sonic pressed it. Sonic saw the lights flashing on and off inside the house every time he pressed it and laughed because it was so annoying and the person inside the house was probably just trying to sleep. But Sonic needed help, so too bad. Finally, the door opened, and there was the lunch lady from high school who was deaf. Actually, that makes sense why the lights would flash if she's deaf. Okay. Okay, point there, point there.
Be sure to take a break. Yeah, I sure will.
Holy crap! A talking doorbell. Oh, you ruined the Biff and Tiff punchline, Nick. You have to up the price by $300 now.
No.
What is it, children? Said the lunch lady. Since she was deaf, when she talked, it sounded weird and kind of like Big the Cat, where you think she is stupid, but she is not, and it's just because she is deaf, so everything she says sounds totally wrong. It sounded more like, "What is it, children?" than normal language. Big the Cat actually was stupid, though, so it was different. We need your help. It is very important, said Sonic, and made a face like a beggar idiot to get her to say yes. Okay, I will help you, said the lunch lady. Sonic and Knuckle Jr. were so excited that they high-fived right there because this was just what they needed to do, what they wanted to do. Sonic and Knuckles Jr. and the lunch lady went back to the house where Charmy was and went to the window that Sonic could not open. Please open this window, said Sonic to the lunch lady. The lunch lady walked over to the window, and with just her pinky finger, she opened the window like she was a walking elephant picking up a piece of string because it was so easy. Wow, thank you, said Sonic and Knuckles Jr. at the same time in the middle of the night. No, that is oh no!
I don't like that you went silent.
That is not how you thank me, said the lunch lady. When the lunch lady lived elsewhere as a young woman, she learned about the ancient...
I gotta repeat what I said.
You want me to give you sex with my mouth? Said Sonic to the lunch lady. Yes, because it is ancient tradition. It is not slutty.
Who can I get to donate $70? There's gotta be somebody I'm not thinking of.
Said the lunch lady, who was also really tall. Amy will forgive me for this, said Sonic underneath his hair in his brain. She would know that I am doing this for a good reason, and we have not even done sex yet, so she cannot be mad at me, and even if she is, I would let her give sex to the lunch lady too, and I would not get mad, but then we would be even. Sonic winked and gave her a thumbs up, and then the lunch lady pulled her dress down and sat down on a tree stump and opened her legs.
I'll donate 30, someone else donates 40. Alright, we got 30 going. Who's got $40?
There's so many paragraphs left in this chapter.
Who's got $40?
Sonic looked at the lunch lady's vagina, and it looked like a sideways piece of lasagna in between two dogs walking down and away from it. Sonic thought that her vagina was really attractive for a middle-aged lady and put his head closer to it.
Jacket, just 30. Go! We'll find somebody, Jacket.
Sonic had never done mouth sex before, but he had read about it online and maybe looked at some pictures or videos real quick, but then closed them.
Paper, do you have $40? Please.
But then closed them before he would get in trouble with Mom. Sonic tried to think about the videos to know what to do, but it turned out Sonic was quite the sex man, and it came to him naturally anyways. Sonic opened his mouth and chewed... Oh, we got a donation. Jacket donated $40, you mad lad.
$30, guys! We only need $30 more dollars in the paint stuff!
Sonic opened his mouth and chewed on the lunch lady's vagina really hard, like Pac-Man running into the bottom of one of the ghosts
I
non-stop.
don't deserve this. I went to work today.
She was totally quiet while he did this, but she was beating on the ground and making huge holes like meteors and even hit a tree
Where's Anna
nearby,
go?
and it broke in half because she was so in love with Sonic's abilities. Sonic nibbled on her outer vagina and it tasted like a birthday cake. His penis even popped up during this like a meerkat looking for its family on Meerkat Manor. We got another donation. Gamer in the Shades, make it stop, $40.
Fucking God. Biff and Tiff, get going.
Oh, we got another donation. Crit, $10, please stop. Oh my
Fucking
god.
going.
Okay. Let's do this. We only have a little bit left. I'm gonna stop when I finish this chapter and we'll pick it up tomorrow.
Hard liquor.
Okay. Let's see. We ended on his penis even popped up during this like a meerkat looking out for its family on Meerkat Manor. There we go.
No, Novi, please, I beg.
Beg with your wallet.
$50.
I paid too much money to listen
That's
to
what I'm
this. See you
saying.
tomorrow. Thank you for donating.
50 more
The people
dollars.
who donated are allowed to leave.
$50 more dollars and we do Biff and Tiff again.
He kept getting closer into her vagina and making sure to get every part of it on the way down. What?
Where's my wallet?
Like a window washer in New York City washing windows, but instead it was her vagina.
Jaboka red ahead.
So it was sexy.
Jaboka red ahead.
Sonic also kissed and sucked on her vagina like he was trying to appreciate the secret sauce in the lunch lady's roast beef sandwich without opening the sandwich. Sonic even used his tongue and scooped eggs out of her
I don't know
vagian.
what it is, but this gives me high school health class energy. Like, you're
Yeah.
stuck there against your will, and you're exposed to all kinds of disturbing shit you just don't want.
Yeah, we need the guy from Mean Girls. It's like, if you have sex, you'll die. You're gonna die.
And die.
And die. Sonic even used his tongue and scooped eggs out of her vagian that were made during the female reproduction process. He kept going further into her vagina until he was able to fit his entire head in. Oh no!
Hits.
Oh my
$50 and he goes back to Biff and Tiff. $50 and he goes back to Biff and Tiff.
Oh my god. It was really dark inside her vagina because there weren't any lights, but it was clearly where the sexiest parts of her were. It was spacious, like an empty factory from all the previous sex-thanking people had done to her. Sonic was able to get them. The sex spots, all using his mouth and nose and forehead, pleasing her and making her fall in love with him.
This is the best racket we've ever run. You just keep going, and I'm like giving them the ransom. I'm like $50 more.
Yeah. He was rolling his head around in her vagina like he was doing a hula hoop on his neck. She was so impressed that Sonic thought she would email everyone back home to tell them how good Sonic was at sex thanking later. Sonic decided it was time to finish doing this and shouted, "Yeah!" inside her vagina to make vibrations bounce off the walls of her vagina and hitting all of her sex spots at once. The lunch lady was so excited that she pulled the tree stump that she was sitting on out of the ground. She could do this because she was very strong and experienced with carrying trees.
What?
Sonic took his head out of her vagina and brushed the vagina crumbs off of his face. And combed his hair.
Children of the Church of
You're
Jail
welcome. laughed Sonic smoothly to the lunch lady and looked at Knuckles Jr., who was watching with big eyes but did not say anything. The lunch lady put her clothes on and shook his hand and said that the people back home would be very impressed with him, and if he ever wanted to visit there, just to tell her, and she could buy plane tickets for him and all his friends. The lunch lady was really nice, even if she had weird ideas that she got from being in Asia when she was little. She went back home to go to sleep. Sonic and Knuckles Jr. then went inside the open window. "He is in there, I know it," said Knuckles Jr., who was pointing at a closet in the room that they were in, which was now inside the house, and it was a bedroom inside. Sonic and Knuckles tiptoed over to the closet and opened it up and saw what the saw was surprising and shocking and scary. Oh, it was Charmy B's body, all dead and bloody and rotting and cut up into pieces. Oh my god. I still have the violin music playing.
Good.
Oh my god. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wow, he is completely dead, said Sonic, who was so shocked that he could not think about anything
Can I just
else.
say, too, I was thinking about it, and this is, like, classical Nintendo project. Like, this entire marathon is all just shit we used to do.
Yeah. It was true. This time it was really Charmy, and he was dead. Oh my god, I am seeing so many shocking things for the first time today, said Knuckles Jr. Sonic went down and picked up a piece of his body and saw bite marks in it. Sonic was about to say something, and then all of a sudden, this happened. What are you doing, idiots? Shouted Vector. How did you get in here? That window, bitch dick, said Sonic as he felt a sudden rage build up inside him like the foam from cream soda going over the top of the glass when someone pours it like an idiot ass. What is wrong with you? Why did you do this? Why are you the murderer? Ha ha, let me show you how, said Vector as he ran at Sonic and Knuckles Jr., chomping his teeth in the style of an alligator. End of chapter. Good morning, everyone. Last time on Sonic High School, we went through a lot. Sonic stuck his head inside of the lunch lady, and there were crumbs apparently, and I just don't really want to remember that. So we're going to move on and see what new cursed things. Are you sure you're not mind controlling me? I can't even mind control myself, okay? We're gonna see what new cursed things are out there for us to discover on Sonic High School. Why don't I put that violin music back on? Because that was a fun time. I think that was good background music, and I think we need something. Let's see. It's not too loud, right? Lower it a little bit. Okay. So. Here's Sonic, poor before going to bed, wakes up. Ah, it was all probably a dream. Dovey, so last night Sonic ate the lunch lady. Yeah. So we also found out at the very end that Sonic and Knuckles Jr. were looking for Charmy B because Knuckles Jr. had another premonition, and they found out that Charmy B was murdered by Vector. Good morning, Larky, you're just in time. So, Vector, for some reason, murdered Charmy, and we're about to find out why in Chapter 18, The Murderer. Vector ran at Sonic and Knuckles Jr., who were there in his room with his teeth going 1,000,000 miles an hour, spelled O-U-R. Listen, I got nothing today. I'm running on fumes, okay? Charmy was what? Yeah, Charmy was murdered. He was cut to pieces. He was bitten to pieces by Vector. And replaced with a robot for some reason. Yeah, so going a million miles an hour spelled O-U-R. Here comes your death, straight from my mouth. Danganronpa, said Vector as he ran at them, still going. Yeah, you know what? They should have had like the Danganronpa, you just discovered a murderer, like, you know. Sorry. Ah, shouted Sonic. Sonic was fast and able to do it, so he ran forward and between Vector's legs, under his body, and hit his head into Vector's penis while sliding through. I feel like people here should wear pants. He was still holding Knuckles Jr., the baby. The baby. Sonic ran into another wall of the room, but Vector ran right back at him with his big crocodile bite move, and Sonic dogged him again, D-O-G-E-D. That's advisable. And it kept happening again and again. Stop it, shouted Sonic. Stop doing this. Sonic was sick of hitting his head into Vector's penis. It was beginning to leave a mark, and it was embarrassing to Sonic to have someone else's penis mark on your head. As opposed to your own, I guess. Somebody donated, thank you. Thank you, Larky, I appreciate it. Hugs, hugs, hugs all around, you deserve it. Hooray, thank you for the hug. Beginning to leave a mark. Pants are for squares, Timmy Turner's dad. This better come out before school, said Sonic, rubbing the mark Vector's penis left on his forehead. Oh, I love that guy. I especially love when someone accidentally posts in between someone putting that and you just cut the good poor guy in half. No, stop, come on. I'm sorry, no, you must die, said Vector, and continued to be the murderer that he had turned out to be. No, stop, come on, said Sonic, yelling, and he was getting so mad, but Vector ran at him another time, and Sonic kept hitting his thick... This is too early for this. Oh god. Sonic kept hitting his thick green crocodile dick. And it kept getting harder now every time he hit it. I'm not sober enough for this. Continued to be the murderer. That's not something you typically do actively. Oh my god. Oh no, I just looked ahead. Oh, I'm so sorry for every single person watching right now. Sonic guessed weird things like this were sexy to Vector. Sonic kept hitting his penis and making it harder and harder until one time Sonic slided under where his penis and stuff was and hit it with his head again, so semen ejaculated out of his penis and across the floor in a big long puddle like a slip and slide covered with mayonnaise. Oh my god. All right, shouted Sonic. Vector looked shocked. Sonic was doing it on purpose now. We just want to point that out. Vector looked shocked, like he had not even noticed that his penis was turning into a hard penis. Sonic threw Knuckles Jr. A morning paper star and Baldev. Now it's too early for this. It's too early for this. Now Sonic threw Knuckles Jr. at the puddle of Vector's semen. Knuckles Jr. glided across Vector's semen like a baby speedboat and did a roller coaster turn and flew up onto Vector. Knuckles Jr. landed somewhere on him and did a tumble forward and got to his head where he poked Vector's eyes and Vector began to scream. Ah, bitch baby, that hurts, I'll kill you, screamed Vector while Knuckles Jr. rolled off his body and over to the door of his room. Over here, Sonic, said Knuckles Jr. while Vector was still rubbing his eyes which hurt from the attack. Sonic ran over to the door with his speeding legs, kicked it down like a professional wrestler picking a person up and hitting them down on the ground through a door. I'm going to miss this person's similes. Yeah, the door was apparently open, I don't know. Sonic then picked up Knuckles Jr. and ran through the door and down the hall through Vector's house and saw lots of green things and things that were about crocodiles, and also bad things like rooms full of drugs and guns, and even things like weird porn videos. Then he got to a different door and opened it and walked into the other side and closed the door and put some things in front of the door to block it. Then, with a stomping loud noise like a bowling ball with legs was jumping up and down on the floor and hitting it hard. Vector went up to the door and put his body on it, trying to crash through it like it was a penis going into a big hard vagina. I'm just, thinking that I feel like that's not good because there shouldn't be a difficulty. Anyway, open this please, screamed Vector as he tried to hit it down. No, why did you kill Charmy? Shouted Sonic at Vector, who was on the other side of the door that was hard to get through. Because Knuckles messed it all up. Knuckles or Espio was supposed to kill the other one when they fought in the school hallway that one time. I made that fight happen because I wanted one of them to die because they are both idiots. Once again, I'm going to delete the slurs, and they are the only people who could beat me and become the new football team captain. So I went to Knuckles' house instead after and replaced him with a robot Charmy and took the why'd you? Oh, I see. Because Charmy was locked up in Knuckles' house, and took the real Charmy home and chewed on his broken body and made him into meat that I can use for meals. He was no use to anyone, especially not me. None of you are. Ah! Vector screamed and hit the door, but he could still not get through. I feel like Vector needs some therapy. Where did you get a Charmy robot? Is Eggman involved? This could ruin things for everyone, don't you know? Said Sonic back to Vector, like a ship sending a message to a different ship. Oh, this is great. When you begin to do crimes, you become dark. And now, I have now become darker than Shadow. You're not ready for the next sentence. I have... I made friends with Al-Qaeda, and they made me a Charmy robot using Osama bin Laden's technology. He was bulletproof and was going to kill first Knuckles and then Espio in the hospital and then maybe the rest of you if I wanted, but you messed it up, shit idiot. Ah! Vector hit on the door so hard that it actually started to break. Let's get out of here, said Knuckles Jr. We can call police. Let's just get out of here and get safe. What? I see Chad is a little confused. This is peak 2012. See, is this before... One second. I need to see when the when the Al-Qaeda... Osama bin Laden was killed in 2011, which means that this was, if this was in 2012, that means this was written after Osama bin Laden was already killed. No, hey Dobie, what? Yeah, they're gonna call the police. I'll send an SOS to the world. I'll send an SOS to the world. I hope that someone gets my. I hope that someone gets my. I hope that someone gets my message in a bottle, yeah. Okay. So anyway, let's get back to this. And Sonic and Knuckles ran out of the house, but just when they were doing that, Vector broke through the door and jumped like an alligator at Sonic and Knuckles Jr. and hit them to the ground and landed on top of them. Now I will kill you just like I did to Charmy, said Vector, and opened his mouth really big to bite their bodies. But, you know, they used the correct there over there, and I'm impressed. But then all of a sudden something came out of the sky and picked them up, and Vector was left there on the ground looking like a teen loser. We're in the air now, said Tails. I rescued you. Tails was using his flying tails to fly, and was holding Sonic, who was holding Knuckles Jr. They were like a helicopter? ? What? How did you know where we were? We were here, said Sonic, who was so shocked to be in this situation. I looked the Charmy robot and figured out it was from Al-Qaeda and broke into the government computer network system data and found out that Vector was friends with Al-Qaeda, said Tails, the smart friend of Sonic. But I thought you were pissed at me, said Sonic with a questioning sound. Tails was using his tails to fly. Yeah, I love how they explain things that are already explained. I am tired of being mad at you. We are best friends again, said Tails. Well, that was that resolves that situation. Cool, now let's get Vector, said Sonic. I still am, drops Sonic. Cool, now let's get Vector, said Sonic. By now, they were up above the clouds, which is very high. Fly down and I will kick his face off. They definitely played one Sonic game and were ready for fanfiction. I think the one Sonic game... Yeah, I was going to say, it's Sonic Heroes. This is the entire cast of Sonic Heroes. Oh, he was mad because Sonic didn't show up to his science competition where he made an invisible hat, even though they had given that invisible hat to Espio so that he and Rouge could have sex on their front lawn while invisible so that they could be out in public but no one could see or hear them. But so Sonic didn't show up to the science competition that Tails had originally made that hat for. So Tails was pissed at him because Sonic was doing whatever else. Omega is Shadow's car. The weird thing is, though, Tails didn't even go to the science competition. He went to steal Sonic's journal back from the English teacher so that Sonic wouldn't be embarrassed anymore by people seeing what else was in his journal, and he was going to give it to Sonic. So I don't know why Tails was even angry that Sonic didn't show up if Tails didn't even show up. Anyway, you know what I regret asking? Tails flew down fast, and Sonic held on to Knuckles Jr. really tightfully. Sonic had his legs sticking out to kick, and they went down faster than a shooting star being shot out of a gun down. They went down back to the floor where Vector was and kicked Vector's face. Vector's head almost spun around because they hit him so hard, but now he was on the ground. Tails, do that one more time, said Sonic. Oh no. Tails flew up and then... Sonic was probably looking at boobs. I think was part of the plot, yeah, that he was too involved with trying to sex Amy or something. Tails flew up, and then Sonic revealed his balls. Just by the way, if you all forgot, Sonic has a legendary, deadly, 1 in a million years disease that if anyone touches his balls, they'll die. Which is a problem because he wants to have sex with Amy, but you can't have sex without, ball touching, obviously. Anyway, Sonic revealed his balls even though he could almost see the whole country from up here. He did not care because this was more important. Sonic scratched his balls and held on to Knuckles Jr. while Tails flew down fast again. I hate that this became a plot point. Like, this was from the very beginning of the fanfic, and it became a relevant major plot point. Sonic scratched his balls and held on to Knuckles Jr. while Tails flew down fast again. Sonic's ball dragged behind him in the sky, and then they went down to the bottom of the ground, and Sonic's diseased balls smacked right into Vector's face. "No!" screamed Vector as Sonic's balls smacked into his mouth and nose and eyes like a plastic bag full of pudding. Vector looked into the sky and made an asshole face for the last time, and then he turned into stone and then turned into dust and was now dead. I can be glad for once that my balls are very poisonous. Medusa balls. Said Sonic as he looked at the pile of dust that was Vector before he died and did some squinting. He is dead and everyone is okay now. Kevin is dying. By the way, I'm at work listening to this. I'm so sorry. Thank goodness, said Knuckles Jr. to them. This was too much excitement for one night. Look at the bright side, said Tails to them. 2 of the worst idiot-ass teenagers in high school are dead. Yes, it is all fixed now. They took Charmy's body with them, but not Vector's, who is now a pile of dust, because they thought he did not deserve to be nice to. Then they went back home to get ready for school tomorrow, and Sonic thought, there are still more problems to deal with in high school. This is not over, especially not for me. Next chapter. So they basically said, and nothing of value was lost at Charmy being killed. Which is very mean. Uh-oh. Chapter 19, Secret Prostitute. Warning. Another bad sex scene. Are you all prepared? It was now a new day of school, and Sonic went right to school. How many more chapters? 6 including this one. It was now a new day of school. I might try to speed up how much I read a little bit, if that's okay, because we're not going to finish this. It was now a new day of school, and Sonic went right to school. Sonic had Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. in his backpack, since he still had them after explaining what happened to Knuckles yesterday. Sonic scratched his balls along the way, and they were only getting worse. You look like spoiled meat, said Sonic to his balls. I talk to my balls all the time, you know. It's a normal thing for guys to do, right? Sonic got to school, and the first thing he did was bring Charmy's dead head to the theater club, because that was Charmy's favorite thing, and Sonic thought Charmy would like it, capital I, if they used his face for a mask for the next play now that he is dead. Oh my god, what is this? Who is this? Silence of the Lambs? Sonic then took the rest of Charmy's body and put it outside in a trash can so nobody would look and try to find it and it could be safe and alone. Oh. Yeah, Sonic's got a problem. Leatherface, exactly. Sonic went to his first class and his second class and even his third class and else and went to lunch where there were his friends. "Hey guys," said Sonic to them. "Hey Sonic," said Espio, "I am back from the hospital. Where is Charmy and Vector?" "Well, they are dead," said Sonic. "Vector killed Charmy, and we killed Vector, Keilled. Good morning, Aiden. I'm so sorry." "So now they are both dead. Vector was a bad guy, so we will not be in trouble." "Yeah," said Tails, "they will not come back to lunch anymore. I rescued Sonic and Knuckles Jr. I can't believe Vector is stinking Kyled. Good morning, Midnight. Oh, that's right. Where are Knuckles, my baby with rouge, and Knuckles Jr.? Said Espio to Sonic and Tails. "They are right here. Here you go," said Sonic, and Sonic gave the two babies to Espio. What a relief. Sonic was tired of having to take care of babies that were not even his. It is good that Sonic has the best morals of all Hugh school students. H-U-G-H. I loved being in Hugh school. We were taught by Hugh Jackman and Hugh Jassel. It's great. The best morals. Because any other person pretty much would not have taken good care of them. Right, Hugh Neutron? "Hey ass butthole," said Shadow, "it is my job to do crimes. Then Shadow laughed and high-fived Sonic for doing a good job. Sonic was the best. "Please explain to Silver what happened," said Shadow to Sonic. "Okay, I will explain it to him. I wish he was in the same lunch period as us, but he is not," said Shadow, in an explaining way. "I would not high-five Sonic," said Tails. "His balls are full of poison, and it is easily catchable." "Tails!" capital S at the end, screamed Sonic. "So it is true, you really do have a ball problem," said Espio. "It is okay, Sonic. Other people have problems, and your balls are just like theirs," with an apostrophe before the S for some reason. "Okay, but this is different and bad, and only getting worse," said Sonic with a worrying voice. "Whatever." "It is almost summer," said Tails. "That means high school is ending soon." "Cool, yeah," said everyone at the same time because it was easier to. Then everyone went to different classes. Tails went to his smart class that he was in with Cream, but Cream was standing outside of the class with oh god, that's right. Cream didn't want to have sex with Tails until she broke it off with Charmy because she didn't want to cheat on him. But she was still, like, dragging his dick around the room. Anyway, but now that Charmy's been dismembered, she's, that means I'm single again! Oh, behave! Cream... Handy is not cheating, as we all know. "Cream, why you are standing outside the class?" "Why?" said Tails to Cream. "Didn't you hear? Charmy is dead, and it relaxes me so much because now I do not have to break up with him. We can become true boyfriend and girlfriend now." Both boy B and F and G and F are capitalized once again in this one word each. I just love the author reminding everyone that Tails is smart. Yeah, at every opportunity. Said Cream to Tails in the hallway outside. "But we have class now," said Tails to Cream. "Forget class, smarto," said Cream shoutingly. Cream pulled on Tails' hand until his whole body moved and brought him into a closet in the school. It was big enough inside for sex, is what Tails noticed. Cream locked the door and took off all of her clothing. Tails was so shocked, but he looked at her sexy body, and it looked like a beautiful... and it looked like a beautiful naked man with a vagina. There's a, I can see, like, a running theme. I mean, so far, every sex scene, all the girls have gotten erections, so, like, I think this is just normal. Also, yeah, the classical music is really not helping. Cream took out her vagini, V-A-G-I-N-I, and showed it to Tails, and he went nuts. His penis got hard as a printer, because her vagina looked like a cold cut platter. Wow, cool vagina, shouted Tails, losing his cool way because he was nervous and excited to miss class and have sex with Cream for the first time. Is that a pasta? Tails took out all of his penis and balls, which were already ready, and he jumped right into her invitation-only parts. Tails jumped up and down with his penis inside her, cheering like a boy teen and shaking his fists in the air like the Rocky movies. And Cream was happy because she was not a love expert too. All of it was scandalous. Tails' penis kept getting bigger, and Cream's vagina was already pretty much full of his penis. Make more room, we got company! Did you know this was smut when you chose it? No, it says on the first page that it's not! One sec, I'm gonna go back to, like, the... Like, it says it's explicit, but, like... The first chapter, Sonic's Journal, was like, the story contains no graphic descriptions, and all of the high school students are 18 years old. It says in the summary, this story contains no graphic descriptions. They clearly lied! No way! Let's see, where are we? Right. Make more room, we've got company, screamed Tails, and then he was able to stick his balls in too, under his penis. Tails fit so much genitals into Cream that it looked like there was an upside down couch sofa in her vagina. Tails shook around like a crazy, and Cream was slapping his hands and ears into the doors and cleaning supplies in the closet. Cream then was now trying to make him even more sex-powered by pulling on her boobs far enough out to touch his face like two big melty gummy bears on her body. This person should be the presidential speechwriter. Eat from these, screamed Cream, and her voice was breaking like a talking toy that had one of its batteries halfway out, and my brother spilled juice on it, so it didn't work right anymore. Tails sucked on her boobies while his penis was still in her and got all of the stuff out like he was eating yogurt only with his mouth, and it supercharged him with sex. Ah, ready? Yelled Tails to Cream, and before she could say a thing, Tails started waving his flying tails, and he flew up with his penis still in her and pointing his penis up so that she went up and is now stuck against the ceiling. I'm about to make my semen. Get ready, said Tails loud over the sound of his own tails was making. Tails flew his tails even harder, and Cream got pushed into the metal ceiling so hard that it made a dent. And then... Hey God, put your sandals on and come down here, it's an emergency. And then Tails' penis shot a gallon of his own New England clam chowder into her first-time vagina. It got overfull and spilled plenty on the ground, but not both of them cared. Tails slowed his tail's speed and his penis got smaller, and so did her vagina, and they were both out of breath. I'm gonna use some of the phrases I've learned in this fic. I'm so sorry, everybody. We are true boyfriend and girlfriend now, said Cream and hugged Tails. Tails was so happy and shocked that he became true boyfriend and girlfriend before Sonic did with Amy. Cream put her clothing back on and and Tails put his on too. Tails doesn't even have clothing. Tails has shoes. Then he looked at his penis and saw a golden ring on it. What is this? What is it doing here? A big gold ring? Tails said, and he took off the bracelet off his penis. Why was this in Cream's vagina? He thought about it because he was smart, remembered where he saw this thing. At the end of school, Tails ran to Sonic privately and said, Sonic, Sonic, look! What's that? Said Tails to Sonic. A big gold ring. Cool, let's sell it for cash. No, said Tails to Sonic. This is Amy's bracelet, and I found it in Cream's vagina. No, Sonic was just doing sex thanking with the lunch lady for thanking her for helping them open a window. It's okay. What? Said Sonic to Tails. How did this get in there? He took the ring and had it. I can only think of one thing, said Tails to Tails. I do not mean to suggest this to you and say that she is being a bad girlfriend, but maybe Amy was giving Cream hand sex. What? No way, shouted Sonic to Tails. Also, if it's a bracelet, how did the bracelet, that hand was really far. Anyway, shouted Sonic to Tails, that is the only thing that makes sense. Amy cheated on me. That loose woman, she... that loose woman... To quote Sonia Nevermind, I am not some woman with flexible legs. No, he didn't, Paladev. He only stuck his head inside. I have an interview here. No. It's okay, just keep playing it through the interview. They'll enjoy it too. Lunch lady. Amy cheated on me, that loose woman. She is a concubine and a bitch. We have to call people that from now on. Sonic got madder than Tails ever saw him get mad and ran off fast. It's okay, the VOD will be here for you. Sonic did not know where he was running to. I'm very scared, Kevin. Sonic did not know where he was running to, and to be real, he was not running anywhere. He was... We'll be here when you're back. He was running in a really big circle around the town and crying and screaming because Amy cheating on him made him feel worse than anything. Sonic ran around for hours until all of his feelings were out and he was tired from running and being sad and mad and feelings that are hard to say what they are. he stopped and said, "There is only one thing that can make this situation better. I have to go tell Amy that I know. Maybe she will say she is sorry." Sonic went back to high school and over to the detention room. The security guard was standing outside, but Sonic used his sonic speed to run over to him and punch him so hard in the throat that it closed up for a while, and he became unconscious. Sonic took a... That's not good. Sonic just killed a man. Sonic took a key from off his keys thing, and opened the door to the detention room and saw Amy and Rouge in the corner. Amy and Rouge were both sleeping, and they looked really skinny and hungry. It made their boobs look bigger, but they also looked steps from death. Apparently they just locked, like... Yeah, they had been in detention for days now, and they had not eaten or drinking at all. This is not a good school. This school is bad. This school is actually torturing the students. Sonic looked at Amy and felt bad for her. "It would be so easy to have sex with her right now," said Sonic behind his face, in his head, not out loud. "We could become true boyfriend and girlfriend. And I could pretend like none of this happened." None of this did happen. Sonic thought about it a little bit and even gave his chubby blue penis a toss back and forth like a baseball on a sock. But no, we would not really be true, not when she cheated on me. Sonic got ready to wake up Amy and show her the bracelet. End of chapter. Why is Sonic so horny? I don't know. It's because he has the best morals. Also, like, I like that the only thing that is stopping him from having sex with Amy while she's clearly incapacitated is that he has to confront her about cheating on him first. But, How much is left? We are on chapter 20 out of 25. Summary. For some reason, I read this chapter with "This is Halloween" in my head. I don't know why, and anyone who asks is stupid. Author's note. I am so happy because it is summer now. Woohoo! I am done with school for this year, but here I come, 8th grade. Also, I will be away on vacation, V-A-C-E-T-I-O-N, vacation next week. So I will not be able to write another chapter until after I am back from being on the vacation. Sorry! This explains a lot. If this person was in 7th grade, that means that they are 12? 11 or 12? Right? 12 to 13. This person is 12 to 13 years old. And that explains why they think that all the girls have dicks and vaginas, apparently. And also that, why they're so obsessed with boobs. Go watch SpongeBob. This person is my age. Sonic High School, Chapter 20, New Sonic. "Wake up," said Sonic to Amy as he kicked her a little on the ground where she was lying, looking like a dead woman, but she was not actually dead. "Wake up." Amy opened her eyes and blinked and rubbed her eyes, and then she sat up a little. "Sonic?" she said in a voice like a person who is living poorly. Is that you?" Amy looked so old and dead from being in detention, it looked like she did not eat or drink at all in a week. "Yes, it is. Now listen," said Sonic angrily to Amy, who was still on the ground looking up while looking dying. "Do you know where I found this?" Sonic held out Amy's big gold bracelet from her hand that she was not wearing, so it must have been hers. "What?" said Amy to Sonic, looking confused and tired. "That is mine. Where did you find that?" Amy coughed and sounded like a diseased, malnourished child. Where he found it, yeah. "Wow, idiot, I just asked you that," said Sonic to Amy in an angry and annoyed way. "So, You are not going to tell me where this bracelet was? I don't know, said Amy to Sonic with a crackly sounding voice. It was up in Cream's vagina, that's where. That is where, said Sonic to Amy. Why was your jewelry in another girl's vagina? Screamed Sonic. I, said Amy, trying to say what she wanted to in response to Sonic. Say you are sorry to me, shouted Sonic at Amy. No, Sonic, said Amy in a slow, dying way like that. F you! If you are not gonna say that you are sorry for cheating with me on another girl's vagina, then we are done. You cheated with me on another girl's vagina. Shouted Sonic with all his rage running out of his mouth like a train full of swords. Sonic did not even notice he was crying, which was out of his eyes. Sonic, don't, said Amy like a weakling, but before she could say the rest of the words, Sonic ran out of the detention room and shut the door behind him so they were still in there, and he did not rescue them. Sonic ran as fast as he could to his home and slammed the door behind him and screamed into his bed and cried and punched things and was just so emotional. Well, where does liquid come out of the body? That's where else, Kimmy. Dovey. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna put it past this fanfic to use that metaphor as well. Sonic could not take all of this pain from being betrayed, B-E-T-R-A-D-E, by his girlfriend, the person he was one day going to go and get married to and have children with and live in a house with and be with together. Sonic knew it was not fair that this would happen, and that he also had the deadliest disease in the world and would end up dying before everyone else. He cut his wrists a little, but did not do it much because it was dangerous, like they said at the presentation at school. Remember, kids, do not cause bodily harm to yourself. That's not cool. Sonic cried so hard that he fell asleep, and he woke up a little while later and looked in the mirror at himself. When was this written? Like 2012? He did not want to see him anymore, because that was all about him being ruined by other people, even when he was the nicest to everyone. Uh-oh, we're going emo. Sonic reached into his drawers and pulled out a black hair dye. Here we go. Have we fixed? No, Sonic used his balls to turn Vector to Stone Fury. His balls are Medusa. Sonic filled up the bathtub with with this dye, and it looked like a portal to Evil World, and then took a bath in it, and when he came out, all his fur was black. There was no blue on him anymore. He looked like Shadow, but only similar. Sonic looked into the mirror again now that he was not blue anymore. He did not say anything, but only looked at himself and looked angry, but not at himself, but at everyone else. Then Sonic next jumped out of his bedroom window instead of going around and down and using the front door. It was bad, like something Shadow would do. Sonic ran away to the tattoo store and looked at the tattoos. They were all stupid. He did not see one that he wanted, but then he went to the tattoo man and threatened him until he let him into the secret back room of tattoos for free. I'm casting this to my TV. No. Then, there were lots of cool bad tattoos in the back room. Like ones with guns and cigarettes with one T, and motorcycles and middle fingers, and some with also curse words on them, but Sonic knew which one he finally wanted when he saw it. Sonic got F girls tattooed right across his chest because he was sick of being ruined by girls like Amy and Cream, who let Amy into her vagina, so it was the fault of her too. Sonic ran back home and waited for the next day, kicking and punching things the whole time like a badass. Oh my god. I mean, I'm just getting some vibes from Sonic, like the way he and Tails were like, you know, really tight bros, and how much he enjoyed hitting Vector's penis when they were fighting. You know, I'm just saying that maybe this is where Sonic discovers something about himself, you know? It was now the next day of high school, and the new Black Sonic went to school looking like an... looking like an angry man instead of a nice blue man like he was every other day. This was a new Sonic, and everyone better watch out because he is sick of the world. Shadow was walking in the hallway and he saw Sonic. "Hey Sonic," said Shadow to Sonic. "What is up with your new black fur?" "Don't talk to me," said Sonic in a voice darker than Shadow when he was committing crimes. He sounded so angry. "What, are you trying to copy off me now?" Shadow laughed and smiled, saying this to Sonic. Sonic gave him one more look. And almost like being black gave him powers, Sonic punched Shadow right in the mouth on his face. And Shadow went flying across the room and hit the wall and was all bloody. Sonic kept walking like nothing happened at all, but other people were looking and were now becoming scared of the new Black Sonic. I'm surprised he didn't go the extra mile and get his balls pierced. Well, that would have killed the tattoo guy. Yeah. Sonic went to all of his classes but did not talk to anyone. Even Ms. Lesson and the other teachers looked afraid of Sonic because he was now scary. Sonic did do some things though, like shove a teenage idiot in his locker and then punch a disabled student for laughing at him. Oh my god. Come on, dude. Sonic did not go to lunch though. This is the hero of the story with the best morals, just remember. Sonic did not go to lunch though. He just went outside where no one was and masturbated on his penis. M-A-S-T-E-R-B-A-T-E-D. Is that's not how you spell it. And thought about his angry feelings, which were like giant bees flying around on fire. Then Tails came outside. Sonic is gross. "Sonic, I was looking for you and I found you. Why are you not at lunch?" said Tails to Sonic, who was sitting on a curb thing. "Why?" Leave me alone," said Sonic to Tails in the angry way like before. "Are you mad?" said Tails to Sonic. Yeah, they just made up also. "I said, leave me alone," shouted Sonic to Tails, and he threw a rock at him. The rock missed Tails, and Tails went over to Sonic. The highest morals in this story is a very low bar. "No, Sonic, you are my best friend," said Tails to Sonic. "What is wrong? Why are you black?" Sonic looked mad. You can't just ask someone that, Tails. That's not cool. Sonic looked mad and frustrated, but let off a little and opened up to Tails like a book opening. "Fine. That bitch Amy, who is not my girlfriend anymore, would not say sorry to me, so I broke up with her. She was dying on the ground, Sonic," said Sonic to Tails. But Sonic was not looking at Tails and was looking at the ground. "Oh my god! Panic!" said Tails to Sonic. He was looking at Sonic though. "No, I am over her. I am different now. I have learned about the world and am not so stupid and happy like I used to be. I am dark now," Sonic said to Tails, sounding still angry even though he was talking to Tails. "Oh, okay," said Tails, sounding sad and disappointed. "I just want to make sure you are okay. Espio was worried about you too. He also said Knuckles might fail out of high school because he is now a baby and is having the hardest time doing his classes as a baby. I brought you a sandwich." Tails gave the sandwich to Sonic, and then he ate it like a rhino chewing up a bag of humans. And then he finished the sandwich. The next period started and Sonic and Tails went to the rest of their classes. Sonic went home at the end of the day and lied, L-I-E-D, down on his bed and looked up. F everyone, thought, though Sonic inside, F everyone, though Sonic inside of his head, not saying it out loud. F the world, I am gonna die and no one cares about me. Sonic just lied, L-I-E-D, and thought and then did a workout to become big and strong. Sonic sat down at the end of it, tired and sweaty, but now strong. What can I do, thought Sonic. Wait, Amy and Rouge gets out of detention tomorrow. Sonic looked at his body in front of him and then said, I'm gonna make that bitch pay. End of chapter. Sonic, like, yeah, as soon as he couldn't have sex with someone, he just went like full killer, psycho killer. This isn't good. Alright, we got an author's note on this chapter. Chapter 21, Evil and Bad. Author's note. Wow, thank you, Fury. Wow, I am back. I see that I have earned some haters while I was away, leaving mean reviews. But just so you all know, this story is rated M and is for mature audiences only. Just because you do not get or understand adult material does not mean you should pass judgment on it. So keep on hating on haters, because I'm gonna finish this story because it is so popular. If you leave nice reviews, thank you. Why was sex with Amy the only thing keeping Sonic sane? Sonic woke up out of his bed and onto the floor and was still angry. We also found out this person is writing this currently is in 8th grade. Like, as of writing it. Sonic woke up out of his bed and onto the floor and was still angry. Now Sonic was Dark Sonic and he had a tattoo. Sonic got ready for school by putting on scary things like chains and spiky collars that made him look bad and went to high school. Sonic went to his classes, but did not do what he was told to do in class. He did not talk to anyone, and instead, he went on the computer and looked at videos of cigarettes, spelled C-I-G-A-R-E-T-S, and knives. Yeah, I'm so bad, I'm gonna look at videos of cigarettes. Yeah, oh. God, I'm so deep and dark. I once said peck without using an asterisk. I'm not gonna smoke, I'm gonna watch people smoke. Yeah, it's secondhand smoke. Ah yes, 8th grade. Sonic then arrived near the lunchroom, which was where they were having lunch. Sonic's friends. Kimmy, how dare you? Sonic just looked in from outside while everyone was inside and no one was outside but Sonic, like an alive snowman that looks in your window on Christmas, period. That was a terrible sentence. Okay, I'm not reading it again. Sonic saw Amy and Rouge looking still skinny but now eating food in such a happy way. Sonic could hear them talking. Wow, I am so glad we are out of detention, said Amy to Rouge. Yes, thanks to Silver we have been escaped from detention, says Rouge to Amy. It looked like Silver did the hero thing to do and saved Amy and Rouge from detention, and now they were out. Sonic was not happy about it though, being dark. Haggard bitches, said Sonic to the window next to the door that he was looking through into the lunchroom from outside. Sonic saw Tails and Espio and all of the other people go over to Amy and Rouge laughing and smiling that he hung out with before he turned dark, and he got mad and sad and left. Sonic walked by the lunchroom's food area, which was a different room, but attached to the lunchroom, where there was a separate door that could get you into this part where the food was made. Sonic walked by and looked in, and the lunch lady was there giving food to all the teenagers. And she saw Sonic and looked surprised at how he looked now with his black fur and tattoo, but then she got over it and waved and smiled. Sonic looked away and kept walking, and behind him the lunch lady looked sad and disappointed and worried. Aw. I don't know, maybe Sonic will end up with the lunch lady at the end of this, who knows. She was tall, as we heard. And she could, like, lift trees, so, I mean, who wouldn't want a girlfriend that is both tall and could rip out a tree stump with her hands? First it's videos of knives, next it's befriending Al-Qaeda and replacing your friend with a robot and cutting your friend into cold cuts. Exactly. Oh no, we're getting another fortune cookie again. Sonic left the school completely, which was really bad and will get you in trouble, and went to the Chinese restaurant. Sonic got some Chinese food and ate it, and with his food came a magical fortune cookie where there is a piece of paper inside with a magical fortune on it that tells the future. Sonic opened the cookie and ate the cookie but kept the paper, and it said, "You will not have any friends if you are dark." Sonic thought about what it said and wondered what it could mean and what it could mean for him because it was so mysterious, always reading these cookies and their messages. I'm pretty sure that, like, that was a really clear message. Man, it's telling me that if I'm a jerk, I'm not gonna have friends. What does it mean? After, Sonic went back to school and missed one of his classes, but went to the next one. But on the way into high school, the hall man tried to stop Sonic, but Sonic punched him right in the face so hard that he almost died and got past him. Sonic finished his school day and he went home and punched things, leaving holes in everything that showed he was stronger than everyone now. Sonic also looked at porn that was not like he usually did, like with things like dragons. Alright, apparently becoming emo means that you start looking at dragon porn. Good to know. Sonic was becoming so scary. Even though he was very scary now, as Dark Sonic, his balls were still the same and did not get cured. Freedom Planet, got it. Yeah, basically. It became night in the world, but Sonic did not go to sleep like a normal person. In fact, when it got really dark out, Sonic got out of his room from the window and left. Because Sonic was dark now, no one can see him in the dark unless you looked specifically hard just for Sonic. Sonic, who was going to, looked specifically hard for Sonic, but who was going to do that? Sonic left and went to a bad neighborhood and bought drugs like marijuana, once again spelled M-A-R-O-W-A-N-A, and ate some of them and kept the rest in his pocket. Yes, I'm going to eat a marijuana. You know, this whole thing sounds like it was like one of those, like, a story that, like, Stewie Griffin would write. Is like, yes, and then I had sex with her, and then we ate a marijuana together. Is that a weed? I'm calling the police. Sonic had really changed now from being the one with the best morals to the ones with the worst. Like a seagull becoming angry because it would not get any breadcrumbs in the parking lot. Sonic moved on from the bad neighborhood to where he wanted to go next, Amy's house. Sonic's brain was now being controlled by drugs. And he was becoming even worse than when he was just dark. Sonic went to Amy's window and he looked into it and saw her sleeping on the bed like a DVD not being used. What does that mean? Was she flat and round? His head filled up with anger, but it was in a way that he actually became kinda happy and angry, and laughed like he wanted to do something bad to her. Sonic looked down at his tattoo that said F girls, and it reminded him of what she had done to him. Sonic was so evil that he punched through the window and ran fast right to Amy's bed, and she started to wake up a little from being in sleep mode. Her eyes were just blinking a little, and she obviously could not see well at all, and especially could not see Sonic because it was dark, and he was now dark, which was like camouflage. CAMOFLODGE. Camouflage. Sonic just grinned at her with an evil look, and just as she started to open her eyes and see his white eyes above her, he punched her right in the face. Amy was now in a lot of pain, but still confused and surprised, and maybe thought she was nightmaring. But no, it was real, and new Dark Sonic on drugs was about to beat all of her shit out of her. F you, girl, he screamed, but still smiled. This is not good. And punched her more in the face until all of her teeth got knocked out and she was like a grandma who could only eat pudding and not steak. Can we go back to the sex scenes? Amy was now screaming and crying, but he stuck a thing in her mouth and she couldn't do anything. He was so mad and under the powers of marijuana, once again spelled the same way, and he looked at her and she looked so afraid and scared, but he was still smiling and angry. Sonic's dark rage was coming out through his fists with violence. But then all of a sudden, Amy kicked her foot up and hit Sonic right in the balls. Thank God, because the blankets were over Amy's foot as she did this, so she did not touch Sonic's ball disease. It still hurt him very much though, and he fell off her bed and was in pain from being hit in the balls, which is the most powerful spot on a man, so it hurts the hardest because it is like the information superhighway of your body. Sonic hurt so much from this that it was like a hit to his brain and all of the drugs fell off his brain. You ever get kicked so hard in your balls that you get sober? Sonic suddenly looked around him and saw he was in Amy's room. He ran over to the bed, kind of knowing what just happened, but wondering if it was a dream, like Amy was thinking, but it was not. But it was not. Sonic was lying over Amy's body, and they were both perfectly still, like a couple of candy canes. Aiden. Thank you so much for your $72.05. Oh man, we're at $36.96.90. That's a $69.69. I see what you did there. Okay, thank you. We're at $3,069.69 now. Thank you so much. That's 3 donate to charities, 1 hydrate, and we'll throw in a give me a hug for free. $3,069.69. Ah, that's a good hydrate, thank you. Yeah, just remember kids, drugs are stored in the balls. Thank you so much. Let's see. And they were both perfectly still, like a couple of... perfectly still like a couple of candy canes, but one was sitting on an invisible bench over the other. Their, T-H-E-R-E, eyes were both so big as they looked at each other, both scared and shocked at what it was that was happening. Amy's mouth was all bloody and had no teeth was in it. And no teeth was in it, like a hole that went straight to China, but instead it was to her boobs and then vagina. Sonic and Amy did not say anything either. Aiden! Aiden! No! Does this person think that your mouth is connected to your boobs? Like a hole that went straight to China, but instead it was to her boobs and then vagina. Like, does this person understand the... Yeah, that's a good rhyme. But also, does this person understand the digestive system? Anyway, Sonic suddenly looked sad and scared and got off her bed and backed away toward the side of the room and ran out of it. Sonic was feeling so many feelings. Okay, being scared and sad and shocked and surprised, he could feel little baby tears at the side of his eyes. The food goes to the boobs. I'm sorry. He could feel little baby tears at the side of his eyes, like Jewish people being thrown up in the air at a bar mitzvah. I need to take a picture of this so you can see how this person spelled it, because I just can't do it justice. Absolutely can't do it justice. A bar mitzvah. As opposed to, you know, bar mitzvah. No, it's a bat mitzvah, excuse me. That's for girls. There we go, bar mitzvah. Well, Dobie, just what is a bar mitzvah? I'm gonna keep them on. I'm gonna keep that on the screen because I really like it. When did you have your bar mitzvah? I don't know. I was never thrown up in the air, so I guess I didn't have it. Moral of this story is Google is your friend. Yeah. He ran and ran as fast as he could straight down the road. He ran out of town and through the forest like a deer that could use a car, and to the edge of the forest where there was a giant cliff. Sonic ran off the edge of the cliff in order to die. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The saddest day ever. We are gathered here today to put Sonic into the ground, said the funeral man. Sonic died. The other day, a security camera in the woods saw Sonic run off a cliff, and he fell all the way down and hit the ground at the bottom next to the river. His body got so messed up, he is dead for sure. Sonic ran off a cliff. Also, I just want to remind you that there are 25 chapters and we are on chapter 22. Everyone was at the funeral place, which they decided to put in the garden of the school so they could bury Berry Sonic at high school, which is where he spent most of his time as a teen. All of Sonic's friends who were there were attending his funeral. Tails was right and front and was crying, and next to him was Amy, who was crying the most, and she was hugging Sonic's mom with her face in her boobs, who was crying too, but not so loud, like a honking horn on a bike that she was not squeezing too hard. Everyone was so sad because Sonic is now dead. There was also Rouge and Cream, who was wearing a big ring with a really big shiny white Jew in it. I probably should say jewel? But I'd like to think that the ring just had a Jewish person. Like, just imagine me trapped in a big shiny ring. And on Cream's hand. And they were also crying because they are women and they cannot control their emotoins. Oh my god. Emotoins. Ah yes, this person with... You know what? This belongs on, like, r/not how women work, or however, whatever that subreddit's called. Can I trap you in a ring so you can stop reading? You can try. The author definitely got rejected at school. I'm starting to think that they were homeschooled. Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. were there, and being held and crying in a baby way. And there was Silver, who was crying a little, and even SPO2, who was crying a little bit at the funeral where they all were. Ms. Lesson was there, and she was crying, which made her look uglier, and the lunch lady was there too, and even though she was very big and strong, she cried too because Sonic is dead. Sonic's doctor was there too also. He did not cry because his eyes were too small to let them tears out. Oh my god. Charmy and Vector were not at Sonic's funeral because they were dead now. I'm leaving out comments about the doctor's ethnicity, so that kind of like, yeah, the doctor is Chinese, but I kind of want to just stop mentioning that because we don't have to. Charmy and Vector were not at Sonic's funeral because they were dead now. Blaze the cat was not there because no one liked her and no one invited her. Is this the first time they're mentioning Blaze this entire thing? Like, why? What's throwing the shade at Blaze? Amy looked at Rouge and said to Rouge, "Rouge, where is Shadow?" Yeah, I think Blaze looks cool. He said he was going to come to Sonic's funeral. He is not here. Amy sounded weird and sad, and she did not have any teeth, so all her words came out so stupidly. It was like she was a ghost who could not speak a language that humans could understand. She usually did not talk now that she did not teeth, because Sonic punched them out of her mouth and into space before he killed himself. I do not know. Is it that he could be late, that he's not here? Said Rouge back to Amy in a sad way. They were right. Shadow is not there. Sonic seems to be the worst person. Shadow is dark, but even he was not dark enough to not go to Sonic's fun reel. Funreal. So that is why he is not. That was why it. So why was it that he was not? I put the fun in funeral. I put the laughter in manslaughter. Tails, said Amy now to Tails instead of Rouge, who was on the other side of her, more towards the middle of it. Where is Shadow? Shadow is not here. Tails looked really sad and crying some, and everyone thought he is gonna kill himself in a few days because he is so sad and his best friend is now his dead friend. I do not know, and it is pissing me off. I should send a robot to kill him, said Tails, sounding mad and sad. Amy made a sad and disappointing face and said, high school drama is so crazy. I'm gonna kill him with a robot. Drama, am I right? Then the funeral man went back to the front like a standing racehorse going to the front and started talking again. Hello family and friends and teenagers, we are now going to talk about why we love Sonic so much and we miss him. Everyone please come up and say a nice thing about Sonic so we can remember him before we put him down. Yeah, remember when Knuckles said Knuckles Jr. said violence is not the solution? Oh my god, Sonic died. He also entered his emo phase because Amy wouldn't have sex with him and eventually jumped off a cliff. So we're at his funeral now. So you didn't really miss that much. Yeah, it's because Amy, they found Amy's bracelet in Cream, so yeah. And Amy doesn't have teeth now because Sonic had punched them into space because he was high on marijuana. Tails got up first and went to the spot where he was and said, Sonic was my best friend. He was the coolest and fastest, and he always knew what to do when we were bored and wanted to have fun. We lived in different houses, but it is like we did not, because we saw each other on the bus. I miss Sonic. Tails started to cry more, and everyone thought that was sad, and Tails went back. Then Amy and Sonic's mom both did not go because they were both crying too much, and Amy was embarrassed of her no teeth at all. Right, he got, yeah. Embarssed, embarrassed of her no teeth at all. Then got up Rouge, who was holding Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. like a sexy pelican carrying 2 watermelons in its mouth. Oh. I am going to miss Sonic so much, said Rouge. Also, the said Rouge is still in the quotations, so I guess she's just quoting herself. I'm gonna miss Sonic so much, said Rouge. He was a cool guy and nice guy with the best morals, and everyone knew his penis was bigger than everyone else's. Rouge was so sex-thinking, but it was okay, because it was all about saying good things about the dead person at a funeral, and everyone nodded anyway, because it was. Knuckles said, I am a baby now, but I have always been Sonic's friend, and I miss him, and want to thank care of him for taking care of me as a baby and helping me with my schoolwork as a baby now. And then Knuckles Jr. says, I only knew Sonic for a few weeks, but he is the coolest guy I have ever known. He was so fast and smart and good at everything. I wish he didn't kill himself. Then Espia went and said some more sad things. So did Cream and Silver and the rest of everyone, like a conga line with a K of being sad. The lunch lady said that she will always miss Sonic and that he was a nice boy and she wanted to take him and his friends to see Asia. And Sonic's doctor said that it might not be so bad that Sonic died because now his ball disease has been neutralized. Spelled Nutralized. The lunch lady really fell in love with Sonic, huh? Just for the, the thank you that he gave her. Neutralized. Oh, I get it. His ball disease was neutralized. By the time that everyone was done saying things about Sonic, they were all so tired from crying and hungry that they needed to stop and have some food. They had caramel, because Sonic really liked it after that time he had it on Veketian, and they had soda because it always made them smile. Soda makes bubbles, and it is cool, because how do they do it? Okay. But even still, after all this, after they did all this, Shadow was not there, and some people thought that was rude, and Tails was about ready to find him and cut his throat. I thought Sonic liked chili dogs. No, apparently he likes caramel and soda. Shadow is still not here, said Tails just out loud to everyone and not really anyone. What the heck? Okay, said the funeral man. Stop eating. We are gonna put Sonic into... Oh, no. Soda! Stop eating. We are gonna put Sonic into the ground forever. Everyone started to yelp and cry because that meant Sonic would never come back, because you would get so tired digging him up that you would quit even if he was alive. Everyone went back to the sitting zone and sat in chairs, and the funeral man and his dead person workers picked up the coffin with a K like it was only a cotton candy suitcase and lifted it over the big hole in the ground they made for Sonbic. S-O-N-B-I-C. Sonbic. Okay, here goes, said the funeral man, and they dropped the coffin with a K into the hole, and it made a loud sound. No, wait, said a voice from the back, and, would you guess it, it was Shadow. who was now here at the funeral, finally here after it was almost done. And then he said, "I have to say something about my friend before you cover him with the dirt." Shadow walked up to the front, and Tails reached out, punched him right in the balls as he was walking by, and it put Shadow's balls out of business. "Don't be late! Why are you late? That is so mean to Sonic and everyone," said Tails screamingly. Shadow was going backwards in pain because his balls felt like 2 apples getting eaten by birds. "Ow, I'm sorry. Listen, I have a reason. Just listen," said Shadow, back in pain to Tails. Everyone pretty much agreed with Tails on punching Shadow to show how to respect, but Silver said that he should listen to people before doing something, and the lunch lady said that sometimes you should just be nice instead of being mean, and people will learn the lesson anyway. So even though Tails is the smartest sometimes, he gets a little crazy and other people can teach him things that he did not know, but he is still the smartest. Shadow finished being in super ball pain and went to the speaking area and said, "Listen everyone, Sonic, who died, has always been my friend. I may be a dark guy, and I may disargue, disargue with Sonic sometimes, but he is always my friend, and I miss him so much, even though it has only been a few days since he jumped off the big cliff and messed up his body to death. But I have something I think everyone will like." Shadow took out a bag that looked glowing from it. "I spent my whole WOLE life collecting the Ultra Chaos Emeralds, and these are them. What they do is grant you one wish when you can use them, and then you have to go hide them before you die, and after 100 years, someone else can find them and use them. Well, it is time that they are used once again." What was Shadow gonna use this on? I can't remember what his dumb wish was. It was probably something sex-related. Shadow held up the bag of them in the air and said, "Ultra Chaos Emeralds, I call up the gods and use you to bring the powers down and give them to me, to grant my wish. I wish." And he did a dramatic stop, and everyone looked shocked and amazed and surprised at what he was going to wish for. What would Shadow wish for? Is it gonna be a lot of money? Shadow raised his face up. "I wish to bring Sonic back to healthy life." Can we not? I like everyone's just against this. The bag glowed really hard, and everyone was making a big deal and talking and going around. The funeral man and his people got up Sonic's coffin with a K out of the hole and put it back in front of everyone. The funeral man used his tool to open the coffin, and there was Sonic. He talked to him, shook him, and checked for a hard beat, but no. Fairy tales are not real, and Sonic was dead. End of chapter. Chapter 23. What went wrong? "Wow, I feel like such an idiot," said Shadow inside of him to himself, not speaking out loud. "I thought I could revive Sonic from being dead, but I could not." Shadow tried using the Ultra Chaos Emeralds to make Sonic become alive for another time, but he definitely did not. Shadow made a big deal out of it, and then everyone yelled at Shadow and throwed their shoes at him for being an ass. Sonic is way down in the ground and dead. Now Sonic is way down in the ground and dead, so he has to keep going and figure out the rest of high school. Shadow went home by walking, because taking Omega would have just made it too much longer to get to Sonic's funeral, so he went by walking. Shadow walked home, and now he was there safely, without getting hit by any cars at all. Okay, Shadow went up into, is this a problem people have walking home? Shadow went up into his house, and then his bedroom, and it was all a black and red place, like a volcano inside. It looked dark and cool, but not scary like a haunted house, which is scary, and it has ghosts. Shadow grabbed his sack and looked at his jewels, and then he put them on the bed. Shadow looked at them, the Ultra Chaos Emeralds. "Wow, they are so pretty and big, but why did they not work?" said Shadow. Shadow looked at them more, further, and then he screamed because something was shocking to him. He knew what was wrong with the crystals and what it was that one of them was missing. It was easy to see now that they were not in his bag, because the one that was missing was the white one, which looks less colored than the rest of them because it is not powerful in color like red or yellow or green. Is that the one that Cream had on her hands, the big white Jew thing? Shit, screamed Shadow in his bed where the things were. "Where is the last crystal? I cannot find it. It is not here. Where did it go?" Shadow was screaming and going positively nuts all about it. Shadow felt like a mother kangaroo. Is that how you... Kangeroo. I need to see. No. Kangaroo. There we go. Who lost her baby after it left her front pocket and left it behind at the jungle, where there are dangerous things that would eat it. You know, the Australian jungles. Because the crystal was so cool looking and big that anyone would take it if they saw it, even though the laws said that if something is there, you have to bring it to the police so they can take it and show it to everyone to see if it's theirs, THERES, and if it is, they can have it without being nervous due to losing it. Shadow was so pissed because this did not happen even though he lost it. "I have to find it," screamed Shadow like an opera singer seeing a ghost. O-P-R-A-H, not O-P-E-R-A. An opera singer. Shadow quick went to Omega, the name of Shadow's car, and got in it and touched him to make the map appear. "Omega, set your trackers to find the last Ultra Chaos Emerald because it is lost." Omega made all kinds of beeping and computer noises sounding like a bag of technology. "Beep beep boop, here it is," said Omega to Shadow, sitting in the driver's seat, and on Omega's map screen came a red dot that said the last Ultra Chaos Emerald was there. It was not in the cityscape like before. Now it was much closer, so Shadow drove fast. Shadow finished and got to the place where the red dot was beeping. "Wow, it is a house?" said Shadow. "Does that mean someone stole the Ultra Chaos Emerald and put it in their house? Is this true?" Shadow got out of his car and went to the side of the house. It was only a little dark outside because it was not late enough or at night to be the darkest possible, so Shadow went to the window and looked inside. It looked normal, not like a crazy place. Shadow climbed up the side of the house into a window that looked like it was where the dot was coming from. Shadow opened the window and broke inside. "Ow, ass," said Shadow as he got in, hurting his foot a little. "Ah!" screamed the person who was there in the room Shadow broke into. "Cream!" screamed Shadow at Cream, who was it. "Shadow, what are you doing in here? Should not you be making a big fool out of yourself at the circus like you were trying to do at Sonic's funeral? There was so much disrespect coming from you." Cream stomped her feet and made a pissed face at him. "No, Cream, you do not see. Said Shadow, thinking but like an idiot, so he came out in saying a bunch sounding not correct. What do you want? If it is nothing, please leave my home before I call the police." This is the first time we've had a home invasion in this fanfiction where someone actually threatened to call the police. Every other time it's just like, "Oh no, you're in my house. Let's have sex or something." "I am here to seduce you," said Shadow. Finally deciding upon a thing. There we go. Shadow took out his big, black, cool penis. It was smoking at the end, just like he was finishing getting ready for a big sex opportunity. "Oh my god, Shadow," said Cream, looking shocked. "What?" Shadow felt a little nervous, but did not let it show on his face or his torrid genitals. Torrid means adjective, very hot and dry, or full of difficulty or tribulation. Okay, that's an interesting use of the word. Yes, Cream. I want to... Okay, here we go. Yes, Cream, I want to pay for all your children to go to school. But first, we have to make some children, and I am going to do that right in your vagina. Okay? Is this the first time Shadow had sex with a person / not Omega? Yeah. This is the first time Shadow has had sex with anything other than a car. I want to pay for all your children to go to school, but first we gotta make some. Cream looked a little hesitant at first, but then said, "You know, I accept this. I know I am true boyfriend and girlfriend with Tails, but I feel bad for you when he kicked you at the funeral, and I want to make you feel better," said Cream, putting on a wink with her eyes. Cream took of her clothes and then fell out 2 boobs and a vagina. Nat 20. I like the fact that when Tails was like, "Wow, I love you so much, can we have sex?" Cream was like, "No, Charmy's my boyfriend and I can't cheat on him. I have to break it off with him." And now she's like, "I know that Tails is my boyfriend, but yeah, sure, why not?" "Wow, you look so sexy," said Shadow, pretending to think she is the hottest. Shadow took his penis and planted it right into her mouth. "First, we will do this." Shadow put his penis into Cream's mouth and put it in and out and tried to see how far he could stick it in. All this to get the emerald. Yeah, he could have just said, "I want the emerald." Shadow's penis was so big it looked pregnant, and it looked like an anaconda having lunch at Subway. Shadow got so far he almost filled up her lungs and she was coughing. Ellen? Ellen was holding onto her vagina for dear life because it was so sexy. Who is Ellen? Who is Ellen? Where did that name come from? Why? Why is that there? Pregante. To her, it felt like she was trying to eat too many pixie sticks. To Shadow, it was like he was trying to sharpen a pencil. Shadow's penis was really big around, like an air conditioning vent in a building. Okay, we have 20 minutes. It was hard for Cream to get a word in edgewise, but when she did, it was when Shadow took his penis out for only a tiny moment in geologic time, and she screamed, "Shadow, I am drowning in the power of your penis. I am so in love." And then Shadow stuck his ridiculous penis back in her mouth, and she would be like a prisoner with handcuffs on her throat. "You embarrass me," said Shadow, smiling. Then Shadow took his penis out and picked Cream up. "Let me charge up for a super ejaculation." Shadow laid Cream down on the ground and took his penis with him, which was already huge and shaking with sex energy, and found Cream's piggy bank, which was full of coins and dollars and things to save up for money so she could buy what she wanted when she had enough inside of it. I like that piggy bank here isn't a metaphor, it's a literal piggy bank. Also, Shadow really likes sticking his dick in non-human objects, huh? Shadow took it and using his muscular penis smashed a hole right through the piggy bank, so now it was sitting on top of his penis like a hat. Shadow's penis looked like it belonged in a fashion show. Huh? What are you doing? Said Cream, who was confused but sounded so happy from doing sex still that she was smiling and laughing. Shadow lifted her head up so she could see her big, heavy piggy bank on his penis, but not weighing, W-E-I-G-I-N-G, because his penis was so strong. Okay. I am doing this for good, Cream. Sorry. Oh my god! Then Shadow swung his penis at her head on the side like a hammer and hit the piggy bank into her head and knocked her unconscious. Cream was now on the floor, not responding to life, and Shadow took the piggy bank off his penis and stuck his penis in her vagina to finish his boner ejaculation. This isn't cool. Shadow rammed his penis back and forth, and because she was not responding and using her vagina to make his penis feel better, he had to do all the sex, and stuck his penis so far up that he accidentally bumped her heart with his penis, but she was still okay. Shadow's tumescent, this person found a thesaurus. Tumescent, swollen or becoming swollen, especially as response to sexual arousal. Wow, okay, you found a thesaurus. Shadow's tumescent penis finally exploded into an ejaculation, and 999 screaming ghosts, what is this, the Haunted Mansion, rushed out of his penis like he was opening Panera's box. Panera's box! The only thing left inside Panera's box after opening it was a sandwich. Okay. The forbidden bread. Like he was opening Panera's box and flew through her body and out of her mouth and escaped into the atmosphere and left stains on the carpet. Okay, now it is time for what I really came for, said Shadow out loud. Shadow did not even bother putting his penis back where he found it, and instead went to work looking for the Ultra Chaos Emerald. He looked through all her things and even behind pictures and posters. Cream had a lot of posters on her walls of things teenage women liked, such as the famous boy band One Sonic Direction, and famous television shows like Gossip Sonic and Pretty Little Sonic and iSonic, and famous books like Sonic Twilight and 50 Shades of Sonic. Shadow looked through all of these things, and even in her lip gloss and purse full of teen girl blood diapers. Could not find it. Then he got to her jewelry cabinet, C-A-B-A-N-E-T, and opened it, cabinet. And there he saw the big ring with the big jewel that Cream was wearing at Sonic's funeral, and it was actually the Ultra Chaos Emerald. Yes, I found it. How did this get here? Shouted Shadow, picking up the ring and taking the Ultra Chaos Emerald out of the ring and into his hand. Then, when Shadow was standing there with Cream unconscious on the floor and filled with nudity, and his fat penis hanging down from his body like a dog going down the stairs, and a big shiny crystal in his hand, Tails flew into the window and thusly the room. Tails hardly even looked at the situation and said, "It is okay, I know exactly what is going on." End of chapter. Oh my god, Twa, you missed the best thing. I need you to go back and just listen to like the last 6 minutes or so to hear the best. The best. I'm back, part 2. Oh, you and Twy both missed the best sex scene between Shadow and Cream. And by best, I mean the absolute worst. Chapter 24. Tails' song. Oh, right, in Bar Mitzvah. Summary. Contains a song that's worse than all the sex scenes combined. Tails was sitting in the back of the car, where Amy was sitting in the front seat where you do not drive it, and Sonic's mom was sitting in the front seat on the left where you do drive it. The car was a SUV. They were all dressed in nice clothes because they were driving back to Sonic's house from Sonic's funeral. Tails looked like a secret agent because he was wearing a suit, but he must have been the saddest secret agent ever. "I am so sad," said Amy in a crying way, sounding like a complete collection of teen idiot quotes because she did not have teeth. She was only talking now that there were most people not in the car. "I know you are, and so am I." Why does it sound like I'm so sad? "I know you are, and so am I." "Tails, are you sad?" said Sonic's mom to Tails. "Yes, I am sad," said Tails to Sonic's mom, in answer to her question. "It is really difficult and sad when somebody dies, especially now it is Sonic." And Sonic's mom, not crying but sounding really sad. She cried a lot at the funeral, but now she was being more normal and not making a big scene than like a hot dog man selling hot dogs at a baseball game. "I know, it's like, I just, said Amy, trying not to cry about how Sonic is dead, and she said, "I just want everything to go away." Amy started to cry again because she is just so emotionally weak, like a goddamn child. "I understand that you are sad, Amy, but I have to tell you something. Please do not kill yourselves, okay?" said Sonic's mom in a very sad and meaning it way. "Being a teen is the hardest thing in the world. It is harder than being in a war or in jail. I know it, but do not kill yourself because it will get cooler when you're done being a teen." Tails looked down at the ground of the car and did not know what to say, but he said, "Okay." He said it in a sad and quiet way. What was real was that Tails really did want to kill himself now that Sonic was dead. What was the point of living if you're not going to do it with your best friend, Sonic? What? Oh, like live with your best friend, not like do it. I just assumed that when it says do it, none of these words are in the Bible. They got to Sonic's house, and they went inside. I'm telling you, there's like really the vibes between Tails and Sonic. I'm just saying. This is a teenager writing this. Of course they wouldn't trigger warning for the suicide. They got to Sonic's house and went inside, and just after they took off their fancy clothes, then Rouge and Espio came over with Knuckles and Kunkles Jr., Kunkles, Kunkles Jr., who were there. Rouge looked very burlesque. I love that this kid just somehow found a thesaurus, but is only using it sparingly. Rouge looked very burlesque in her tiny baby dress with her unlimited boobs nearly jumping out of her clothing. Yes, my favorite Fate thing, unlimited boobs works. And Espio looked like a professional movie star on the red carpet because he was wearing a suit. Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. looked like shrunken presidents because they were also wearing suits. Yeah, Rouge breasted boobily down the stairs. Should I change my name to Bar Mitzvah or Kunkles Jr.? That's a great question. "Hello," they all said togetherly. "Wow, hi," said Tails to them. "We have to go talk to Sonic's mom to try to cheer her up and to be nice," said Rouge and Espio, and they gave Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. to Tails and took them to a different room. "I'm so sad about Sonic," said Knuckles Jr. "This is really all the worst things that could have happened." "Yeah, this is the saddest thing," said Knuckles. "Sonic did not deserve to die. They were all agreeing so much about it." After a while of not talking, Knuckles said, "Hey Tails, the end of school's tomorrow and I have my last ending test that decides if I move on to the next grade or if I lose and have to go back to the start of high school." Tails looked at Knuckles in a deep way and said, "Wow, that is a lot of pressure. What do you have to do?" Tails was trying to be nice and helping to Knuckles because he was a baby now, but most of the time when people complained about schools to Tails, Tails just thought, not saying, "Are you the king or queen of idiots?" Because Tails was the smartest and school was just all so easy to him, even the hardest classes that they made for geniuses. What would happen if we told the author of the live reading of their fanfiction read $1,000 for charity? Oh my god. Bar mitzvah. What I have to do is write a news story about an event thing happening around town. It has to be real, said Knuckles. Knuckles looked like a worrying boy and made a sound that showed he is worried. Knuckles was a baby. "There's everything I can lose to this," he said in a way. "I will look for a story for you to do your news story on, and hopefully you will pass and not have to go all the way back to the beginning of high school, costing you thousands of dollars in lost fees," said Tails to Knuckles, seriously. Then Tails asked to both of them, "Hey, can you bar mitzvah as opposed to bat mitzvah?" Thank you, Anonymous. For $3.10. Where's that? 3,700 even. Thank you so much. Bat mitzvah. Exactly. Hey, can you both please give me all of your baby teeth? Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. took out their baby teeth and gave them to Tails. Using his technology and tools and good old-fashioned elbow lubricant, Tails glued all the teeth together to make enough teeth for one normal person mouth, and he went downstairs. Larky, dink some oiter, please. Thank you for the $10, Larky. I'm gonna drink some oiter. Oh. Twy. Kunkles Jr., thank you for the hug, Twy. What in the goddamn... "Hey Amy, this is for you," said Tails, looking at Amy, who looked like a total dumpster ever since Sonic punched all of her teeth out before he killed himself. "You can use these teeth and they will feel just like you never lost your teeth." Amy grabbed them out of Tails' hand and put them into her mouth, and they fit so perfectly like a Pop-Tart in most toasters. "Wow, Tails, this feels great. How on earth did you manage to get teeth for me?" said Amy, now sounding like she was no longer a teen loser. Amy hugged Tails. "No need to worry, you can just thank the modern efforts of science." Tails cheered and danced a little, and Amy thanked pharmaceutical, spelled PHARMASUTICAL, companies, and then Tails went back over to where Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. were. Who has the next block, by the way? Then Tails went to Knuckles Jr., who was also there, and started to do a conversion with him. "Hey Knuckles Jr., how are you?" said Tails to Knuckles Jr. "Good," said Knuckles Jr., but sad of Coruse, C-O-R-U-S-E. "I did not see this coming at all." Knuckles Jr. hugged his legs to his body like an imaginary tree that could bring its roots up and use them as legs. "Yeah, what is your deal? Are you really psychic? Because you are just a baby," said Tails in a curious way. "I find I seem to be able to see the future sometimes, but I can not always control it. As you said, I am just a baby, but when I get older, I can probably use my powers to win the lottery and become the CEO of Progressive Car Insurance," said Knuckles Jr. Knuckles Jr. was saying this to Tails. "Okay," said Tails. Tails also thought inside his hugest brain that now he did not want to kill himself anymore. He was still sad, but talking to babies made him realize that there was a lot more to come in life, and good things, and if Sonic is dead, it is not the end of the world, but only the end of Sonic, which is sad. 1 second. Next up is Lego. If you're here, Lego, can I just have like a few minutes to finish this? Because we have like a chapter and a half left. Or if someone could ask Lego on the Discord, please. We're so close. I need to finish this. I can't do this. I can't stream more of this later. This is my last block. Tails went down into Sonic's garage by himself and found Sonic's electrical guitar and had it. Sonic used to play songs on this, and Tails to the ears of the world, thinking about... Oh my god. Kevin777, I'm glad that I'm gonna be able to say I help people by listening to Sonic fanfic / porn. We're at $3,722.77. Thank you. I can't admit that I can't make the closing block. That's already after when I have to leave for the day. So it's now or never. Where is this? Think about when Sonic played cool Rockened, ROCKENED, roll songs. Tails put the guitar onto his body and held it and thought for a minute and then began to play a song. He played a sad song that was not mad or happy sounding. But it was not a slow song. It was a medium song that did not go too fast so you would dance or too slow so you would fall asleep. Then Tails closed his eyes and just knew the words that he wanted to sing as he felt them, and he sang them out loud while playing the song that he just made up. And the words to the song that he just made up went, "Being a teen is so hard, you have to learn how to drive a car. And if you hit anything, it is you to jail they will bring. You also have to go to school, and it is definitely not for fools. And everything is even harder because my best friend died. Oh wow, my best friend died. I just want to hide. High school drama is so hard to be a part of. It has crazy things like friendship and love. It is the worst. It makes me want to burst. You have to get a date or everyone will laugh. And in the lake they would push you off a raft. Girls make up and guys get tattoos. And there are so many possible drugs to do. There are also bullies around, and sports with balls that are around. And everything is even harder because my best friend died. Oh well, my best friend died. I just want to hide. High school drama is so hard to be a part of. It has crazy things like friendship and love. It is the worst. It makes me want to burst. I'm doing a middle finger at God, but God is not real and the world is odd. I am crying so much that my tears could make a cave. Where you cannot be scared, you must just be brave. I am tired of teens going on diets and being mad and starting riots. And everything is harder because my best friend died. Oh wow, my best friend died. I just want to hide. High school drama is so hard to be a part of. It has crazy things like friendship and love. It is the worst. It makes me want to burst. Oh wow, my best friend died. I just want to hide. High school drama is so hard to be a part of. It has crazy things like friendship and love. It is the worst. It makes me want to burst. Tails' singing sounded like a beautiful butterfly telling its life story to a little boy who fell asleep on a bench in the park without losing his money to a common thief. Tails finished singing his song and saw all of his tears that were now at the bottom of his feet on the ground in a pool so big that he could invite a cruise ship to do its first cruise in the pool. But then, all of a sudden, Tails turned and saw Knuckles Jr. at the door of the garage. Yeah, compared to the sex scenes, that was really tame. That was really sad to hear, said Knuckles Jr., but it is a healthy way to get rid of your emotions instead of killing him yourself. Okay. 1 second. Where was I? killing yourself. Then Knuckles Jr. walked forward into the room and tripped in a way that the door behind him closed and was now locked, and they were in the room, so they were locked in there. Oops, said Knuckles Jr. like an idiot baby. Oh no, screamed Tails out loud. If only we had a lockpick, said Knuckles Jr. then. Then all of a sudden, everything came to Tails and he realized what just happened over the past events. That's it! That is it! Using this information in my big intelligence, I know what is happening! Shouted Tails. Tails got so excited that he spun his flying tail so hard that he went right through the locked door, so it was open now, and went to Sonic's house and went directly to Cream's house. Oh, out of Sonic's house and went directly to Cream's house without even celebrating in an ice cream place first. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Summer. Finally. Fully imported. Also, contains a sex scene so bad that you will wish that it was something that the feds will arrest you over and take you away from it. Oh boy. We're here. The final chapter. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Fury, why is that so appropriate? How? Dovey, how will you top this next marathon? By not joining the next one? I don't know. I'm not topping this. I'm not gonna try. I don't want to. I guess next time we'll just read My Immortal, right? You sent me that on Discord? Oh my god, you did. I hate this appeared on my time. I'm sorry, I didn't see that on Discord. Amazing, Midnight. Amazing. I'm gonna feel empty after this. Okay, let's get this done. It's 12:04 p.m. It's Dovey time. Lego, if you're here, I'm sorry again. I'll be done soon. Now that I am here in Cream's room, and here you are, Shadow, said Tails to Shadow, who were both standing there, do not be alarmed. What? I do not know what to say, said Shadow to Tails, with a big worried face, like a coconut with 3 holes like a bowling ball. No, it is okay. You are doing exactly what I knew you would be doing, and I understand why, said Tails in a cool and not angry way to Shadow. I know you just had sex with my girlfriend and knocked her out, but I get it. We've all been there, right? In a cool and not angry way to Shadow responding. You are here to get what Cream has, and that is the last Ultra Chaos Emerald, which is what is in your hand. Tails, being smart, was right. Shadow was holding the last Ultra Chaos Emerald, and it was Cream's room. It was in Cream's room in a ring. Oh, shouted Shadow. Usually I am the one with the brain behind doing a crime, but please explain to me how you know all this. Well, said Tails loudly, like a rock star. It all started when Amy and Rouge got locked away in the Detetnion zone. Tails then sat on the windowsill, Windowsel, and explained the whole thing. That was how Amy's bracelet ended up in Cream's vagina, and why Cream had the last Ultra Chaos Emerald, and why Sonic did not come back to life when Shadow tried to use them. Amy and Rouge were in Detetnion, and Cream wanted to help them before they turned into starving women whose reproduction systems died because they did not have enough nutrition to create a child ever again. So Cream decided to be a good friend, like I have always been to Sonic, and she went and broke into your, Shadow's, room to steal a lockpick. She knew you would have a lockpick because you are always saying about how you do crimes in the city environs. So Cream went and broke into your room, and yeah, so when Tails had sex with Cream, he found Amy's bracelet in there. So Cream went and broke into your room and stole a lockpick. But when she was there, she also saw the Ultra Chaos Emeralds and took the white one because it looked like riches. Wow, she is a stealing bitch, screamed Shadow to Tails' listening body. What is wrong with this succubus? Shadow, wouldn't Rouge be the oh. Anyway, Shadow stomped his feet and bothered to put his penis back now that it was small from listening to Tails talk and not have pretend crime rescue sex with Cream. Ugh. Just wait and listen, idiot. Wow, that's an interesting slur that he's using, said Tails to Shadow, said still a little mad at Shadow for being an asshole at Sonic's funeral, but mostly forgiving him now for doing this. Then what happened was Cream, as Hall Monitor, M-O-N-I-T-E-R, was able to go into the detection room because she had the power as an inside agent. She had put the lockpick way up in her vagina as a hiding spot, because who is gonna look there even if a burglar, B-U-R-G-L-E-R, burglar, comes to take her carried goods? She went over to Amy in a sneaking way and moving her mouth without saying the words, by not making sound but still making it look like she was talking, and not saying them in her head either because she was still doing it in her mouth so you could see. She told Amy to reach up into her vagina. Cream's vagina was so small and junior at the time because she was not in love. So when Amy stuck her hand into Cream's vagina, her bracelet got stuck in there and stayed up there, and she could not even get the lockpick anyway, because Cream's vagina was basically like a pencil case full of peanut butter. It was too hard and small to get up, but it was good at holding things like Spider-Man? ? So Amy's bracelet was in there, and Cream had to leave because she became the biggest suspect ever, and Amy did not notice her bracelet was gone because she was so hungry and needing soda, and she put a new one on when she got home anyway, so it was like she did not notice. And then when Sonic died, Cream was wearing the last Ultra Chaos Emerald, E-M-R-A-L-D, so it did not work because the jewels have to be touching for a man to get off a wish. I'm gonna need so many drinks after this. Wow, it makes so much sense, and it is so obvious, O-B-V-I-E-U-S, obvious, said Shadow to Tails, with a big eye face. Tails is the Makoto of this story. We need to make a comic book out of this. I can't believe I did not think of that first. Maybe I'm so dark that it is hard to see sometimes, haha. Do we? Shadow laughed, and blackbirds flew above outside like planes running up high with invisible legs. Yeah, but now we have to use them. We have to bring Sonic back to life. Tails screamed at Shadow. That's a bad misplaced S over there. But first, we should get Amy, because she is Sonic's girlfriend, and she should be there if we're gonna bring him back from hell, shouted Shadow in an idea way. Tails and Shadow held hands and ran out the window, and then Tails flew them with his flying tails to Sonic's house where everyone was. Tails and Shadow got there and slammed the door open like a football team, making a slammer's noise. Then they went and found Sonic's mom, who said Amy was in the other room, and Tails and Shadow went to the other room and opened the door too. Amy was inside the room watching Rouge refill Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. using her whopping boobs. Rouge was wearing an itty-bitty tiny baby bra that was so small like she got it from Gymboree. And her boobs were so super big, like a couple of planets that were pretty much breaking the bra parts because they were so big. It was a rumor about the town that you could see Rouge's boobs from space. Rouge, your boobies are out again. What are you doing? Said Tails to Rouge, and then Rouge and Amy looked at him. Tails, I'm feeding Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. for my boobs. It is natural and healthy to do this, said Rouge. Rouge's boobs were so big that it was like Tails and Shadow could not almost fit into the room with her. They were all watching the video of Knuckles and Knuckles Jr. the baby kissing that Sonic had made of them to inspire his kissing powers, because watching it made Rouge make more boob food. Okay, well, let's move on from that. And I am watching, so I know how to do it one day, said Amy, who still looked a little sad because Sonic died, but smiling. Cool, said Tails. Can I try? Tails and Shadow went over to Rouge's boobs, but by the time they got over there, this happened. Oh no, they are empty. Sorry, said Rouge to Tails and Shadow. It is supposed to be for babies most of the time anyway, or if you are in love. Aw man, yelled Shadow to the clouds. Next time, said Tails, winking at Rouge and her illegally sized boobs. Anyway, we are going to go bring Sonic back to life. Come on. What? No, not again, you beguilers. Again with the thesaurus. Yeah, Rouge gets around, huh? Amy screamed at almost punched one of them in the face for doing another disrespect of Sonic's dead version. Listen, women of the night. First he called her a concubine, then a succubus, now a woman of the night, said Shadow in a disrespecting way. We are for real this time. Something was messed up, and it was all Cream's fault. Or maybe even yours if you go far enough in a way everything happened in the world. Let's go. I don't know, said Rouge. You were an idiot ass last time at the Funerella. Funerela, Funerella. No, listen to them, said Knuckles Jr. to Rouge, who was cool, not a nerd. Go. God, that baby is a genius, said Shadow, knowing that he was right and they should go with them. Tails was the smartest. Okay, said Amy, and they put all their things into bags and left. Knuckles, who is now a baby, made sure to put his camera with him close. Then they told everyone else in the house who was there from the funeral, which was all of the important people that you know, and they ran faster than a boulder to high school where Sonic's funeral was and where he was put in the ground now, but not covered up yet because they did not get to start. Beacuse, B-E-A-C-U-S-E, the funeral was only a few hours ago and they did not have time to do it right away because it was the safest. They did not have to do it right away because it was the safest neighborhood, Neighborhood. Not like the city where Sonic's body would get stolen and sold for drugs and motorcycles. Okay. I love selling corpses for drugs, just letting everybody know that. Everyone ran so fast to the funeral spot at the high school, and when they got there, there was Sonic's coffin with a K in the hole. We're not even halfway through this chapter. Here we are, at the funeral spot now, said Tails to everyone, of course. We gotta get it out, but how? Screamed Amy, starting to cry like a girl tea kettle. Didn't know Amy was that VTuber person. God damn it, Amy, said Tails in a mad serious voice. Stop acting like a children. Tails thought Amy was being the Kraken of drama. Just because Sonic was dead. Who here wants to change their name to Kraken of drama? What we need to do is figure out, using our OU''R brains, how to get Sonic out of this hole. Yeah, I want 99 Ghosts of Panera's box. I still don't think that we found a best... My best friend and the love of my life is dead. Have you tried, being positive? I still think that create a generation in me is still the most profound sentence we've seen throughout this whole thing. Tails rubbed his chin with his smart hands and tried to get his genius brain running like the engine of 10 red cars. Excuse me, let me get through here, please, said a big dumb voice from the back of the group of people standing around Sonic's hole. Please don't tell me it's Big the Cat. No, it's Lunch Lady. Oh, the Lunch Lady, shouted Tails in a happy way. Hello, children, said the Lunch Lady, who is also at Sonic's funeral and Sonic's house after the funeral. The Lunch Lady was very big and tall and went into Sonic's hole and tossed the coffin, with a K, right out onto the ground next to it. There you go, said the Lunch Lady with a face full of smiles. She was deaf too. Cool, said Tails. Thanks. Shadow, where are you? Why did you pause there? Listen, if Sonic went into her hole, it's only right. Wait, I'm sorry, Sonic jumped off a cliff. So they're trying to revive her. Shadow, where are you? Shadow came in from the backer area where it was dark under a tree because Shadow was the darkest person everyone knew. Here I am, Tails, and here are my jewels, said Shadow as he grabbed his sack. Ready? With the way that this goes, I can't tell if grabbed his sack is him, actually having the sack of emeralds, or grabbing his sack of emeralds is a euphemism. Here goes nothing, yelled Tails like a stupid little boy. Don't you hate when people say that? Shadow grabbed his jewels and made sure all 7 of them were there, and they were there. He was so nervous because if this did not work, they would surely put him under a citizen's arrest for being a public ass. If he did not do this right, he would die, and Tails would too now because he was doing it with him, and they would throw rocks at them. Using these Ultra Chaos Emeralds, said Shadow, I wish up out the gods to grant my wish that you can bring back Sonic back up to normal healthy life here. The bag glowed a whole lot and made screamy noises, and a big stick of light came down from the sky and hit the bag, and all of the Ultra Chaos Emeralds started to go crazy. They were making sounds like frogs and trains and horses and hitting into each other and shooting out lights and basically being the circus. Shadow and Tails squinted their eyes like the doctor, oh my god, who touched Sonic's balls. Wow, screamed Amy. Oh my god, screamed Rouge. Cool, screamed SBO. What? Screamed Knuckles. A miracle, screamed Knuckles Jr. Just then, Cream got there from being unconscious at her house and screamed, no way! Whoa, screamed Silver. Oh wow, very impressive, said Sonic's doctor in a less loud way. And the Lunch Lady said something too, and so did Sonic's mom and Ms. Lesson. Then, everything in the world just became super bright and no one could see a thing for a moment, and they could not hear, they noticed either because there was a ringing sound in her ears. It was so crazy, like being inside the marshmallow, M-E-L-L-O-W, filled of ringing sounds. Then, Everyone peeked out behind their hands at where they were looking, and all the Ultra Chaos Emeralds were gone, and Sonic's coffin with a K was open. And, look! There was Sonic! Sonic was standing on his coffin with a K, where he was, inside, and on top of it, smiling, and not black anymore, just regular old blue Sonic. Yes, it really happened! Hey guys, what did I miss? Shouted Sonic in his regular old cool way. Sonic! Screamed everyone at the same time because they were all there and heard and saw him together, so it is just natural. They all ran at him and he went down from the coffin with a K and everyone was hugging and it was so beautiful to see. I heard Eggman was laughing at my funeral. What an ass, said Sonic and laughed because he was the most living person ever now. No, I'm assuming that he doesn't have the Ball's disease because Shadow wished for him to come back to healthy life. Wow, Sonic, you are alive, said Tails to Sonic. You bet, said Sonic and high-fived him, which is already after they hugged because they are best friends, but Sonic hugged everyone else too. I'm really waiting for Tails to just, do the I love you so much that I turn into a baby of you thing. Wow, Sonic, you really are the fastest, said Knuckles Jr. You came back to life in 2 days. You beat the world record for fastest coming back to life because it took Jesus 3 days. Knuckles Jr. was right. Sonic was the fastest, and it now proved completely. Oh, this is so stupid. Sonic, I missed you. I forgive you, shouted Amy, crying and happy. Amy cried so much she was such a loser about emotions. Amy, I was thinking a lot about you when I was dead. Said Sonic before typical Amy cut him off in a rude way. It doesn't matter, Sonic. I want to become true boyfriend and girlfriend with you now, screamed Amy and did, holding on Sonic's hands. Sonic looked surprised. Now? Right now? Said Sonic with a question voice. Yeah, right now, yelled Amy. Let them watch. This is true love. Then Amy leaped out of her clothing, except her underwears, like a horse jumping out of a plane, and landed in front of Sonic's body, ready for his grand genitals. And Sonic already had all of his clothes off by the time she started to jump, because he was the fastest. A horse jumping out of a plane. Here we go. Yeah! Sex! Shouted Sonic, and he finally revealed his penis. His penis instantly grew to dangerous levels. He swinged it around and everyone had to duck or jump over it. Sonic's penis was just the biggest penis anyone ever saw. It was like he had the World Trade Center sitting on his balls. His balls were super big too, like beanbag chairs full of olives. Yes, my measurements were correct, said Sonic's doctor. His penis and balls are definitely the biggest available. Available? Amy was so filled with sex and arousing that her boobs were rock hard. Is that how that works? She opened up her legs and she was still wearing a panty, but her vagina was really hard too, like a trapdoor to the love basement. Sonic did not care, and he shot his incredible penis right into her vagina through her girl clothing, and she felt his love immediately. His penis was ice cold, and it was so big that it made up her body and into her mouth, and she could taste it, and it tasted like money and ice cream. Why would it be ice cold if all the blood rushes there? I love you! Screamed Sonic, ramming his penis in and out of her body like a drain cleaner. I love you too, screamed Amy, trying to make words while Sonic's penis rearranged her internal organs, ORGENS. Sonic took his penis out and beat her boobies back and forth with it, and she loved it. Sonic's Pensy, PENSI, was so strong that it made her roll back and forth, and by now she was so in love that her vagina was shooting whipped cream. Wait for me! Shouted Sonic, laughing like a millionaire, spelled MILLIONAIR. Sonic did legendary sex moves to Amy, like picking her up with his penis and doing tricks, and brushing her teeth with his penis, and letting her walk on it like a tightrope walker, but with his penis. He even put Amy and him into his coffin, and he wiggled his penis back and forth in her vagina while in the coffin like a beef slinky. Who's changing their name to Beef Slinky? Sonic's penis was so big and long and wide that you could fit families inside of it. If you think you have seen a bigger penis, you have not, because Sonic was in love now. Amy's vagina was breathing hard and reaching out for Sonic's penis, and soon he put it back into her vagina and decided to do a final systems check before... Oh my god! Oh, this might be it. This might be my favorite line. Decided to do a final systems check before taking off into the semen sphere. Oh. That's much better than create a generation in me. Sonic grabbed his balls and held them back against his body and ran into Amy with his penis, and a penis immediately flooded her vagina with his fresh and creamy s'mores. He shot so much semen into Amy that it was coming out her ears. Once again, that's not how the body works. If it was doing it through her butt, maybe it would make more sense. Anyway, eventually he took his penis out and shot more out like bullets. He even shot one into the sky that night. Into the sky. And that night, someone noticed Venus was about 10 feet to the right of where it should have been. That is because Sonic's semen bullet hit it. Sonic! Screamed Amy. Marry me! Amy kneeled up from the ground, holding a big ring like the one she wore, and held it in front of her face. Sonic looked at it, smiled, and shoved his show-stopping penis right through the ring and into her mouth. And she yelled a passionate sound, and Sonic said, "I will marry you." Amy drank all of the semen that she could, and grew an inch in height from it. Then Amy took out the real rings that she had, and Sonic and Amy put them on so they could get married. "You just had sex!" screamed Tails. You just became true boyfriend and girlfriend. Congratulations, Sonic and Amy. Wow, said Espio. I thought I was a sex professional. I am seeing true love, shouted Rouge. Everyone laughed and cheered as Sonic and Amy finished doing sex and kissed each other's penises and vaginas, plural on both of them, and balls one more time for good luck. Then they put their clothes on that Silver had folded and put in piles for them because he was just a really good nice guy. Hey, shouted Knuckles. Thanks, I got my story now. Knuckles waved a bunch of pictures of Sonic and Amy having sex in the high school garden and the article he just wrote attached to it. Cool, I am happy I did help you, said Sonic, winking, feeling like Super Sex Sonic. Yes, that is wonderful, said a big voice behind them in an important way. Hello, I am the principal of the high school. Wow, the president? Shouted Sonic. Seeing the principal was like seeing a celebrity because he only came out one day every year. Yes, Sonic, you are the best, said the principal. Yes, he is, said Amy to the principal. We just had sex right here and he is my true boyfriend now. The principal laughed and smiled. Wait just a minute, yelled Sonic to the principal. I may be the best at some things, but everyone here is the best at some things. Amy is the best at being nice and having emotions. Tails is the best at being smart and flying. Shadow is the best at doing crimes and driving and being dark but also nice, so he is the best at being two things at the same time. Espio is the best at jumping and getting teenage women. Rouge is the best at seducing and in being love and a mom. And Knuckles is the best at doing high school while still being a baby, and he was the best at fighting before becoming a baby. Knuckles Jr. is the best at being psychic and being cool while still being a baby. Cream is the best at being happy and kind of smart. Silver is the best at acting and being nice and normal and cool. The lunch lady is the best at making people happy and being strong. The doctor is the best at medical things. Sonic's mom is the best at cooking and cleaning. Ms. Lesson is the best at teaching and being a nurse. Vector was the best at biting and making people mad, and Charmy was the best at dancing and singing, but now they are dead. I am the best at being fast, being moral, relieving others, and most other things. Yeah, said everyone else together to save time, patting each other's on the backs and laughing and smiling and cheering because they were all the best in some way. I guess that is true, said the principal. I really want to thank you, though, Sonic. You really have the best morals. Everyone needs to learn a bit from you about what high school is really all about. It is not about drama and being mean and being crazy and getting mad or sad or making other people mad and sad. High school is about falling in love and getting married and maybe having some kids. Thank you, Sonic, for showing everyone this. Also, Knuckles, I am very impressed with your story even though you are just a baby, and you passed this year of high school and do not have to go back to the start and pay thousands of dollars in fees and charges. Knuckles cheered and hurrayed like a baby, and the principal shook Sonic's hand and could not help but look at how big Sonic's penis was even still when it was not out. Hey, said Tails to Sonic and everyone, today is the last day of school. It's summer now. Yeah, cool, great, shouted everyone together at the same time. Good, said the principal to everyone, and then to Sonic. Now I can do what I want to do, and that is rename high school in your Honer, H-O-N-E-R. The whole big group of everyone laughed and smiled and walked away toward the sun, ready to go have summer before they would have to return to the new Sonic High School. The end. Author's note. Wow, I'm so sad but kind of filled with relief that this is the end of Sonic High School. I got sad at the end and wanted to make sure it came out just right. I hope you all enjoyed the story as much as it was that I did writing this story. If you have any ideas for other shorter fan fictions you want me to do, send me in a message and maybe I can do it in the future. But I need to take a break for now. If you want to talk, you can send me messages because it will send me an email and then that you send me a message, so I'll always know that where you are. Please tell all your friends about the story and spread it on the internet, capital I, capital N, one word, so that everyone reads it and it becomes even more of a worldwide pheromone. Thank you. My Lord in heaven. That's it. We won. We just finished, Larky. It's over. What was everybody's favorite part of that? The fact that it's over. Jimmy, you missed so much. Please watch the VOD. My favorite part was when it ended. The world record line was great. Was Silver a character in this, or did he really show up at the end? No, Silver was there a couple of times. He showed up a couple of times. The bar mitzvah. My brain is screaming like 1,000 crying babies. I mean, the Panera's box area was interesting. Also when you know, Sonic created a slip and slide using Vector and then threw Knuckles Jr. onto it. That was something. Can you believe we finished this on Sonic's birthday? Kraken of Drama was great. Meet Slinky was also fantastic. Does anyone have the ability to edit this whole fanfic together? Technically, yes. Technically, I do. But I don't know if I want to put it up on my channel, obviously, because it's terrible. Anyway, please don't. No, Fury. Love the world record part. Anyway, that's going to be it for me. Since I'm not going to be on later, I just want to thank everybody for stopping by here, and yeah, apparently it's Sonic's birthday. Great. I'm so sorry. I want to thank everybody for stopping by here. For everybody participating in the stream, y'all did an amazing job, and we're basically almost up to like double our initial goal, which is amazing. Thank you to John for doing all the work in organizing this, and everybody that helped out with moderating and everything else, and obviously the people who donated for this absolute train wreck. You raised a ton of money and it's going to help a lot of people, and I appreciate you. I know that the charity appreciates you and the organizers appreciate you. And yeah, thank you everybody. Lego, are you ready to go? Can I go offline and purge myself? This was a trip. I'm going to remember this, unfortunately. And I hope you all are able to get the counseling that you need. Thank you. Love you guys. See you later.